unfold, and the chat's got soul. From the gavel to the gas, we're watching it all. Covering the courtroom, big case or small. Laugh when we can, cry when we must, but it's all real talk, you can count on us. We're not the pros, just fans who care. With popcorn in hand and a comfy chair. And every twist, we're right there. Together like we're all in the witness chair. This is the Broken Baker, where the trials come alive, where the chat is wild and the vibes survive. We're watching the worst of what people do, but we keep it light, yeah, that's our truth. It's the only place for crime, and it feels just right. We bring the justice talk into your night. So hit that stream, don't miss the call. At the Broken Baker, we cover it all. Oh yeah. We're just flaming with the view, but we ask the things the world wants to. Digging through the facts, side by side. Even when it's dark, we bring the light. No clickbait, no fake feels, just truth and the highs and the reels. With the chat that roasts and writes, we're just here for the case and the vibes. This is the Broken Baker, where the stories unfold. With a smile in the heart, even when it's cold. Yeah, we cover the bad with a wink and a grin. Where the real talk starts, come on, jump in. It's the only place to be, can't you see? For trials and truth, it's BBTV. The Broken Baker, where the trials come alive. Yeah, we'll be here, trial after trial. Yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And I'm looking especially like I enjoy a certain Austrian painter today. Welcome to What is Going On? Can someone help me? Show. Because I will be going back to Fulton County and I will be holding your hands. Everyone, we're not going to do the high res west like they do in schools today, but you have to take care of your side partner. Because this case is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know if any of you swung by yesterday when I did a little update that Lexi the Law Nerd had done from that podcast. That seems to be way too involved in this case. And I saw a little bit about when DA Love was at the scene, going around getting mad 25 years later. This seems like it's just a media case that's made to placate some media type and maybe to help with a Netflix deal. There's nothing in this case to prove it. That in any way has convinced me that there isn't, that even is a case. I know some of my wonderful viewers have watched some podcast or TV shows or something about it. But that's one thing. Whatever you hear outside of the courtroom is null and void when you get in the courtroom, because if the state can't produce all of these allegations, there's no case. No matter how well it sounds when Nancy Grace is talking about it. Hey, Noodle. Hey, Dinosaur. Yes, you did, Lady Di. Well, thank you for watching. You don't know this case at all. Well, this is a really, really weird case. Oh, I still have my whiteboard. Maybe it could make sense to someone new. Let's full screen this biatch. And then we do this. Let's be professional for once. So we have Melissa. She's the victim. Melissa goes missing in sometime between Thanksgiving and February 98-99. She just goes missing. She is then found months later. Well, parts of her are found cut up. And that's all well and good. Well, it's not, because the ME believes that the skull they find is actually from a man. So they don't connect it to Melissa at all. Then in 2003, Melissa's dad, Carl Patton, is convicted of being a serial killer. He's known as the Flint River murderer. Well, he doesn't want to be called a serial killer, but he's more of I just kill people I don't like. I'm not a serial killer. But when he is arrested, the mom, Norma Patton, gives a DNA swab. Norma has been convicted, and she took a plea deal, 1 year probation and immunity for testifying against the dad. This is how they found out who the remains was from, because in 2003 they took a DNA swab of Norma Patton. Sorry, this is not Twilight. Melissa is then identified, and allegedly, Carl says to the detective when they arrest him, "Just find my daughter." And that's why he shouldn't be in prison for 5 murders. Melissa has a very difficult childhood. Apparently, according to the defense, she lives in a squalor. Her sister has a baby that she dumps in a hamper dead, and Melissa finds her, so the sister goes to prison. Yes. And after that, she elopes, and then she starts hanging out with Chris, who she gets married to, have 2 children with, and he's the defendant in this case. And Joey and Christina are their kids. Christina Chrissy will be testifying in this case, but can you trust a girl who must have been around 4 years old at the time when she comes in and testify? Yeah, I remember everything. It makes no sense to me, and that's the big problem I have. Hey, Jamie, with this case is none of this makes any sense, and no witnesses they have provided so far have given us anything other than they fought when they only had 1 baby. So that must have been way before they had 2 babies, because that neighbor in the street only saw 1 baby. But the youngest child, when she disappeared, was 2 years old, I believe. So this must at least have been 3 years before. All of this is allegedly because they had DV. That's why he supposedly unalived her. No one started looking for her till 4 months later. And it didn't look that hard until 2015, when the dad is up for a potential parole, and the mom and sister gets in contact with a podcaster who then starts running with this case. In my opinion, it looks more like, hey, dad is still a suspect in Melissa's murder. If we can get that suspicion pushed to Chris, there's a chance dad might get out of prison. I don't know. Jamie, you haven't been here because you have been getting chlamydia. What do you think of it?
I'm feeling the same way. I'm like, what? I caught up on it on Friday, and I'm still confused on where we're at with what evidence do they have, other than we got the sister who said he made a statement about I know how to hide dead bodies 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Uh,
But is that different than when Zach says, "If you laugh at those pictures, I'm going to kill you"?
I mean, that's the thing is like, I like how the defense said, yeah, but he hung out with your dad. So, maybe he learned a thing or two. I thought that was kind of funny. Like in
Yeah,
Cross,
but
do you remember?
have you seen anything so far that you think links her disappearance with Chris?
No.
If you hadn't
Other
heard
than,
one word about it, what would you think happened?
Well, they said that they lived in an area, a high traffic drug area, possibly people getting unalived. Like maybe she got involved with the wrong people.
She went to prison in September, and I bet you that letter that they wrote, that read from her, the mom read the other day. That was while she was in prison, because if she was on meth, we know her sister had a little bit of methucation herself in 2021 and 22. I believe she took a few vacations paid by the meth fairy.
Hmm.
If she was on drugs, she could have OD'd at some crack house and someone thought, fuck, we have to get rid of it. She could have been in with the wrong crowd and someone unalived her on a drug deal gone bad. Or, as I speculated yesterday, if her dad was connected to the Dixie Mafia and they were in a turf war, we know that especially South American gangs have had a lot of chop in their repertoire when they were getting rid of opposition. So was it a signal to the dad, hey, you have two daughters, we'll leave you one if you step down? I don't know.
Yeah. No, there the fact that they found nothing at his house. I mean, because correct me if I'm wrong, they said they did find like fibers in her hair or something like that. And then
Hey,
they checked
Nikki,
his house and they didn't have any, they couldn't find anything that like matched anything. So, I
there's
mean,
there's even paint on her that doesn't match the house. That's
yeah.
to me is a more weighty argument than, well, we didn't find hair samples or hair. Okay, he could have been really good because, as you know, most street level criminals are really good at cleaning up crime scenes. If I have learned anything in my 3 years as a crime tuber, it's they always leave an immaculate crime scene if they are strung out on meth or something.
Hmm. Yeah. But like the fact that they didn't really find anything to match this guy, the house was looked over, they didn't find any blood, nothing. The only thing they have really is, oh, the body parts were found close to his work and a saw went missing, but nobody really knows anything about the saw, just that it's possible he stole it and never brought it back. But where did I miss where evidence they have that there wasn't actually a saw used?
No, they haven't talked about that
Okay.
yet.
Okay.
No, because well, there was the lady who said she was out there looking in the woods and she saw something, and there was something, and then I think she mentioned just like a saw mark, uh, but nothing in that had anything to do with forensic evidence. And again,
Okay.
um, yes, they have interviewed the new boyfriend, and he will be testifying for the prosecution.
That's what I thought.
But and apparently he's going to testify that, well, she was with me, but she wanted to move home to be with her kids. But is that just as good a cover-up story as Chris saying, well, she left me, she wanted to go to California to start a new life? If I had killed her, I would say, yeah, she went home to her husband. Because who's always the first one blamed in any murder case?
The husband.
The husband or the wife.
Hmm.
So I don't put any more credence into that statement than, well, she moved to California. Yeah.
The mom though, oh my God, she made me cringe so hard when they asked her how long she had been married, and she gave like a rundown of to the minutes and seconds. I swear to God, I was like, this woman.
I don't know if you started rubbing your shirt against your microphone, but when you talk, it says psst in the background.
Oh, it's because we had a big truck go by. I'm sure that's
Oh,
probably.
okay. I was just like, sounded weird. They don't even know when she actually disappeared. No, all we have is she called around Thanksgiving to talk about Christmas. Christmas that they had so many plans for, and she had a special wish for this Christmas while she was in prison. But they didn't care that she didn't show up for Christmas. It was just her mom's birthday because she would never miss a mom's birthday. I
I don't believe that whatsoever. I don't believe the mom or the sister whatsoever with any of the crap they're saying.
and Iris have made it home. Jamie has. I've been hanging on at the sidelines, and at least 3 murder attempts have been made on Iris's life in a weekend.
You? No. She drove some of the way, and I don't ever want to hear about my driving ever again. She is something else. But I will say, to actually make that better, is she gets things done. Because I probably would have stopped and been too nice to people letting them in. She's just beeping and cussing people out and speeding around. She gets shit done, but I did not. But anyways, she tried to kill me. So,
How about FD Food Fairy? Did she at least treat you nice?
oh, she's the best. Oh my God, you gotta visit her one day. She will just spoil the crap out of you. She is the sweetest lady I've ever met in my life. And she's hilarious. She's nothing like you would think. She's so fun.
Oh, that's nice to know. Jamie had the impression that FD Food Fairy was a boring sod, and then she met her, and oh, she wasn't that bad at all. And
She's
Jemima,
spicy.
did she yell at you instead of me this weekend?
No, we had fun. Oh my God, we talked about how crazy you are, how we're all gonna just, you know, we're gonna gang up on you all the time now.
Yeah. Well, we are 3 minutes late.
But they had cute little pigeons. Their pigeons were white and spotted, like all the ones I seen. Oh my God.
Did Iris get mad at you for trying to do bad stuff to pigeons again?
Yeah, because she has this Food Fairy has this cool rooftop deck on her little condo, and you have to sit out there, and they would come in on the ledge, and like she had this like water dish thing, and they would drink out of it. This is like stay away from them, but they're so cute.
Hey, Coach Ozone. Well, it's a girl gone missing. Didn't get identified for 4 years, when her dad got mixed up in. Well, he didn't get mixed up. He was found guilty in a serial killing, and the mom and sister really have been fighting for justice for her. Well, they didn't start fighting till 17 years after she disappeared, and allegedly, apparently, the mom and sister has also gotten a Netflix deal. So that's going to be interesting on cross-examination to hear. So you're testifying here today while you have a deal with Netflix about making a show on this case. Is that correct? How much are
Yeah,
you getting paid? Because
I'm curious if they were going to ask that. So I
of
don't know
course they
how.
are.
Well, yeah, but they were asking the judge what they could get into, and I don't remember if she was like kind of.
She said that's a question for cross-examination to talk about her
Oh, good.
credibility.
Well, good, because I want to know. I'm curious.
Yeah, and again, the thing they were mad about was they weren't allowed to. Well, they didn't have knowledge of it when the sister was on the stand. So that's
Hmm.
why they were talking about cross-examination, because again, the sister is also on that deal. And I know you didn't watch what I did yesterday because you were probably drunk and sleeping in the back of the truck, or maybe tired. I don't know, one of the two. But I that true crimer who covered this seems way too involved in a case, and seems kind of having used her clout to push this case.
Oh,
She got put on a special cold case task force where she had suggested 5 cases that could be easily convicted by the DA's office. And we know Fulton County is a shithole of a county when it comes to the DAs. So, what, if anything, is going on in that time? case, Tim. Hey, Colorado Mountain Mom, you are welcome. That's why you watch it with a commentator and not just on a channel that restreams.
Right.
So, but thank you for being here. Don't forget the dog running away with the skull in the back. Oh yeah, when they found, it's because we've been at it so many times. In this case, because it's Fulton County, that I didn't know much about. There's a VHS tape missing of a dog dragging a black plastic bag out in the street where the skull was in. That's just gone missing. It's not in any report, it's nowhere, but the lead investigator talked about it. Half his reports are also missing. But it doesn't mean anything. Then while a witness was testifying, they just turned over 70 new photographs to the defense, which is way beyond the deadline for turning over evidence. But hey, it's Fulton County. And oh yeah, then they had a witness that even the state hadn't talked with till last week, that they just dumped on the defense the day before they were going to bring it to court.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is just trial by ambush.
Well, they're just sloppy. They're so sloppy. And they're really bad. That guy is so boring, and that woman sucks.
But I don't think they're sloppy. I think this is kind of like when we always talk about in Massachusetts. This is the culture. They don't care. Rule 14, well, go F yourself. Brady violations, yeah, I'll have a double. It's because the judge just, well, you can remedy that. You can remedy that. You can remedy that. They need to dismiss all of these cases when this case shouldn't have never been brought to trial. Unless something magical comes in, this case should never brought to trial. Did he do it? I don't know. I wasn't there. But the state haven't proven shit.
That's the whole thing. It's like, what magical evidence did you get? You should be leading with that.
They didn't mention any new evidence in the opening statements, and that's why I think there's nothing to them. Mass is right. Of course, I should be happy that they do all these surprises because it's better for the YouTube. Because if we need something on the YouTubes, it's drama. Am I right, Jamie?
Oh yeah, of course. Drama sells.
Have you been? No, you don't do Twitch.
No, I have not.
This weekend was just stupid.
I can't even keep up with all the drama on the twat, you call it.
No, it's well, it's entertaining, and then it just gets old really fast.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how it is. This is the
they
first judge
done with direct.
This is the judge. Sorry, I'm just answering a question. This is the judge who took care of some of the YSL, some of the first motion in the YSL case. Go, Jamie.
No, I was just asking, like, they weren't done with direct on the mom yet, right? On Friday?
I can't figure it out because this guy, he has a way of he's never leading into something good. It always kind of feels like, oh, we're done now. Kind of like Brennan's closing, where he just sat down and was, oh, he's done. Okay. So I went back and rewatched it because I was thinking the same. Was he done? Are we going straight into? And I can't figure it out. I think he might be, but it would be a shitty position because it was really bad what he ended with.
Yeah. Well, I was just wondering because there was a couple times I noticed, like, all of a sudden the defense would be like up talking, and I'm like, he finished? Like, that's it? So that's why I was curious.
Well, evidence, Marissa. Just because they have a law doesn't mean they have to follow it. Oh, the judge did the Fannie Willis stuff. I don't know enough about the law down there. For Carl Patterson's underlyings, 2 bodies was wrapped in sleeping bags and dumped in the river. 1 was left in a car on the tracks to look like self-deletion. 1 was just dumped in the river. 1 was left in the woods. which to me, apparently there was a train track right close by. Who says someone didn't try and put it on the train to get scattered all across America? We don't know. So, yeah. Did they start over on the other channel? Because it can't be right that we're 15 minutes late now. Nope. No.
Why were they starting so late today? Was there something going on?
She had hearings in the morning.
Oh, maybe that's what
these.
they're still finishing. Yeah, the mom and the sister are very sketchy to me. I didn't believe anything out of that woman's mouth, especially the sister. Obviously,
I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence.
what are you playing there?
It was something from the young Dolph case.
Oh,
But I have to blow my nose, so that's why I went off screen.
oh, yeah. But yeah, I loved the sister, like, knew all these details every second. It's just the usual. And then they're bringing up the police report stuff. Well, you told the cops this. Well, I don't remember. That's not what I said. I never did that. I'm like, okay. Sure. Welcome, Nikki. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the usual thing where it's like, I don't know. I don't know I don't know what they have on this guy, to be honest with you, other than,
Well, they haven't presented any of that so
well,
far.
no, but it's like, to me, it's like, oh, look, they were in a situation where he may have been abusive, and
Yeah, he might have yelled at her.
yeah, he may have been
Well,
abusive. The body parts are found close to his job that he had. A saw was missing. The sister remembers him saying, I know how to hide a dead body 27 years ago. You know, it's just like these stupid little things.
yeah, and
And saying,
someone
oh,
punched
look.
him in the face at a Waffle House. I've been
Yeah.
told that's the admission to get syrup for your pancakes. That's getting punched in the face at a Waffle House. And thank you, Nikki B, for becoming a new member. And you get access to the Zoo Bird, and sometimes I release videos earlier for my members because I'm the worst streamer in the world. No, I just every time I finished blowing my nose, I sneezed again, so I had to blow my nose again. It was really annoying. It didn't work there anymore when Marissa went missing. Well, that depends on what timeline you go by, because that's another problem in this case. The state timeline is she went missing somewhere between Thanksgiving and February, most likely before Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
You have the sister saying, well, she would really have liked being at the Waffle House in 1999 when the WWE rolled in. So,
oh, yeah, I remember.
and the sister claims she saw her in April of 99 after she is supposedly looking for her in February 99.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the mom story that is, I got cards and she always used a different handwriting, all my cards. Jemima, I missed you. You know I love you. But I needed you to clip all the cards so we could do a side-by-side. Because none of those cards looked like they were written by the same person.
I mean,
I don't think they look like they were done by the same person.
you're probably right. I wouldn't put it past these weirdos.
Late start today by Caddy Russo. So, yeah, we kind of figured that one out.
Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious.
But thank you, Jemima, for giving me that notice. I look fresh this morning. I am anything but, because I was burning the midnight oil heavy this weekend. I really need to stop going on every show and think, oh, I'll just sleep when I get old, because I get old really fast. Today I wanted to do a show. When I do my late night show at 11, 12 o'clock, that's 5, 6 in the morning, my time. I was trying to get some sleep and get up and do that. I slept through 3 alarms. I haven't heard any of them. And I woke up at 7:30. Then I had to send some things to my accountant and thought, well, time to hit the gym. It's 9 o'clock. Went to my hairdresser. Thank you for noticing, Jamie. Got a haircut and went to the gym, walked on the treadmill for 10 minutes, and I thought, I can't do this. Went in, stretched a little bit, went home, went to bed, and I slept till to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which is 9 a.m. your time. I'm busted. I don't only do 3-4 hours of sleep. You're not. Well, I am 27, but I'm not 25 anymore. Hey, Vicky, 2 months. Thank you so much. So
More than you
next
know.
weekend I will be starting to charge for appearances. No, Baker, don't do that. Shh.
Start charging for appearances. I mean, you should.
I wish I could do that, but I do have 2 kids and a grandkid, so it's a little hard. Unless I can grift this so hard, I can pay for all of them to come with me, and they can get a job. Which then I would love being. I love the South. Well, the parts I've seen of it, the South. I think I would fit in right nice down there.
You think? You think you'd be a great Southern gentleman?
Well, no one has ever accused me of being a gentleman, Jamie. But I could do
Hi, Food Fairy.
Howdy. I'm glad to have my mods back. Well, we were waiting for the text if you gave, your pigeons gave Jamie chlamydia this time.
Yeah, I'm fine. Nobody had chlamydia. They were cute little sons of bees. I've never seen white ones before.
Well, yesterday actually was my actual haircut day, but I didn't have time to get it done, and it was Sunday. Offer to dance for the money. Well, I don't do stuff for money, so I can't do any of that. I don't take my clothes off, I don't drink beer, and I don't put my feet pics on YouTube. So I'm a bad grifter.
Oh my God.
I never sleep today. I did sleep through my alarm, and for the first time in months, I slept 5.5 hours without waking. I was just tired on a whole new level, and I didn't feel it when I went to bed yesterday. I was actually going to bed at 10 o'clock, and I was thinking, well, there was something I really wanted to talk about with all of this stupid drama, and I thought, I could do a little 1 hour snippet before bed, but then I was thinking, no, they have movie night over in the Discord, so I don't want to. And probably good I did, because then I just slept 7 hours. Dumb question. There are no dumb question, only dumb commentators. New here. Am I a baker? Yes. I used to be a baker until I had 2 herniated discs that made it impossible for me to do it. It's hard physical labor. So I am a professional trained baker, and I don't like New York. I've been to New York City once, and I really didn't like it. So
Too many people.
I don't roll enough green in my YouTube channel so I could live in New York. I already
Yeah.
did the antibiotics. What? I could
Oh,
sell my
okay.
underwear. I have underwear to sell.
When the mixer's running high and you wanna catch his eye, slip a baker thong so fine, keeps your secret all in line. Baker's thong is cheeky fun, hotter than a midday sun.
I'm already selling underwear, Marissa. As a mod, you should know this. Stack. Baker was acting strange at Waffle House. He got arrested for solicitation of moons over my hammy. Is that a
Isn't that
movie,
a
Jamie?
Denny's thing?
Is it a Denny's thing?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Like Denny has like weird named foods.
Well, there was this discreet lady. She had been arrested for soliciting anal sodomy.
Yeah, what is that exactly? What is
Well, it must be that you're offered butt sex, but sodomy is butt
only?
sex. Yeah, because sodomy is butt sex, right? If you
Yeah, I
sodomize
mean that's
someone, it's the, I think it's only the rear, the
yeah.
exhaust port, as you might call it.
So it's like the only
Shit,
thing
man.
she was soliciting. That's why I was laughing about it.
Yeah, anime was here to mod while the rest of them were frolicking. Even Valhalla was like, fuck this, I'm out. So, yeah. Oh, you were a baker as well. Interesting. You don't meet many American bakers. Well, you probably meet a lot of American bakers, but it was actually a big thing back when I got my education to go to America and earn a lot of money, because American bakers are either bread bakers or pastry bakers, and we are everything. So that was a lot of work we could get back then in America. I actually looked into moving to America when I got divorced, but that didn't happen, because I thought, F it, I'll just go over there, run a bakery, and become a millionaire, and come home and then tell my ex-wife. But that didn't happen. Well, I did tell her that multiple times. The rest of it didn't happen. Georgia has a law against butt sex. Oh,
Oh,
that's why.
okay. I didn't know there was a law for that sort of thing. I mean, it should be outlawed, but that's just my opinion.
Well, maybe with a provision for his birthday and Christmas.
Oh, what?
Yeah, and I've been in the Navy. I should know something about sodomy. That was actually an unaliving offense back in the day if you were caught having sodomy, because back then they would be on ships for years at a time. So if you if you were a sodomist, that's what they called the gay people back then. You could
Oh, okay.
because that was against what God wanted. Oh, and of course, Jemima is back from work and right into doing stuff for us. Oh, can I get this? We have nothing else to do, so let's take a look at this, because I just can't make it make sense. Maybe it'll help when we get it cut out.
What, Marissa? I know.
What now?
It was part of the sodomy was part of the trial, so it's part of the trial.
Yeah. Marissa, it's not like we just like talking about it. Come on now, we are not degenerate.
Did you hear that Danny's goat Jamie popped out a baby again?
No.
She's a little floozy.
Let's take a look at this one. These are the cards that was shown in trial. Now they've been cut out, so it's easier to see. Thank you so much. Can we tell what year this is from? I'm not sure.
It should be, yeah. I have a small screen, of course, so I can't see anything. But it should be in the stamp. Usually it's got a year. Can't tell. You see Atlanta, Georgia.
It should be this part over here that says the.
Yeah.
But I can't. This looks like
Yeah.
88 to me, but that can't be right.
No, I mean, could be 98, but I can't tell for sure.
But this is allegedly from Melissa Wolfenbarger to Carl and Norma Patton. That's her parents. This anniversary, I bet you this is her mom who wrote this, because this is a total different handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
So that has nothing to do with her handwriting. And then you have her handwriting on this side, where she fills it out and she offers to take them to lunch at Ryan's. Ryan's is a gourmet staple in the South, one of the best restaurants you can go to, I've been told.
What do they have there?
Some of the best American cuisine. Everyone loves it, apparently. But then look at she starts with the squiggly letters. And then she doesn't use the squiggly letters for the names. I think this is called cursive in English. In Danish, we call these block letters because you write them one at a time. You don't tie it together. But this is tied together. This isn't tied together. And the Y is different than the Y. You have the Y in Ryan's, you have the Y in Kimberly, you have the Y in Day, and then you have the Y in Joey and Chrissy. That's different. Am I just trying to be a body language expert and making everything wrong? And the happy anniversary kind of also doesn't look totally like the rest of it.
I don't know. I can't really tell. Kind of looks similar because I do that a lot. I switch from cursive to print all the time. So
Then we have her Father's Day card. This signature on the card where she didn't write anything is nothing to do with the signature we just saw on this one.
yeah, because I mean, I don't know. I switch up because I love the cursive L, but I don't always do it because I noticed that she wrote out love print and then wrote it cursive in that one. But then again,
look at
I don't know.
look at her signature. You can kind of say that the M is the same, but this looks like a 5-year-old wrote this because this looks like my handwriting. This
Yeah, I
one
mean,
is
it just looks like she
very,
printed
very.
it out.
This is a very, very good handwriting. It's
Mhm.
very. It's pretty. This is not the same.
Yeah.
This is just the back end of the card. And then we have the envelope from Father's Day. Can we see anything on that? No, don't think we can see anything on that either. But then you're back with the squiggly letters, as you said, the L's.
Mhm.
Kind of looks like the mom's handwriting.
Yeah, it looks like she was labeling like what was what, because obviously
Yeah,
she turned
but
stuff in.
if you compare these two, the moms, we got it for Father's Day with the address, they kind of look the same. Like this could be written by the same person. And then you have this one again, very, very nicely written cursive. And the mom's very nice cursive. And I don't have the card for that one. Do we have an address? Yeah, this is the one. Oh, shit. Shit. I took everything off. No. I'm so bad at this job.
Whatever.
Uh,
That's kind of how I feel, everybody. It's just like, I don't know. I write differently depending on if I'm in a hurry, if I'm sitting down, the pen. That's a good one because if I have a certain pen.
yeah, but all of this is cards you send, special cards. This is from 1997 at Mother's Day. I don't know, when do you have Mother's Day in America?
In May.
So that's the last confirmed. No, that's not true, because there's also, we have confirmed that she was in prison in September, of course. But to me, it just doesn't look like the same person. And yeah, she could be in a hurry, but would you be in a hurry if it's really important to you to write letters to your mom every anniversary, every birthday? Wouldn't that be something special? See, me and Sue agrees. The whys are very different because you'll have a distinct why. I normally always do the even though I write print, if you call it that. So I couldn't read Danielle's cursive, but the paper had skulls on it, so I was fairly certain it was a death threat.
Her handwriting is so freaking cool. She sent me
Well,
something too, and I love her handwriting.
that's why you should come to Dollywood next year when she's getting married.
Oh my God, leave her alone.
She's getting married. That's a happy occasion.
I once she tells me, I'll believe it, but I'm not believing anything out of your mouth anymore.
Was I right about Brandy Churchwell?
I don't really. I don't think I was really paying attention to you during that.
Me and Valhalla said, "Oh, Brandy's back. She's getting married next weekend. She's gonna elope to Las Vegas, and she's getting married." And she was like, "Oh, you're a fool." And then she got married 2 weeks later in Florida.
But you, this is different. You
I'm
told me she was
rub my belly
having
and
a
treat me like
baby.
Buddha because I'm fat and always right.
Whatever.
Yeah, handwriting doesn't change that much. You will keep some of the same things because I have the same. I had my daughter gave me a book said Grandpa Do Tell, where you talk about I was like this when I was a kid. My parents were like that. How did you feel when you met me? How did you meet my grandma and stuff like that? And in the beginning, I'm doing this nicely. And then I get tired and I look like Coco the elephant trying to paint a picture. It's not good. So you want to go now? No, I think we'll wait. Bring anything up. We were except they didn't go to Las Vegas. We were spot on.
Whatever.
Well, it's a safe prediction after because she had said I'm never getting married again. So yeah.
Well,
So
I'll ask Danielle
we'll
myself.
hope. Yeah, and my handwriting is very different from the first to the last page in that book because I don't write enough. I never had a nice handwriting. Hey, Aaron. Well, I've been giving the update a couple of times, but there's a few more people here right now. So I'll find the whiteboard one more time because I'm so technically savvy that I took us both off the screen just before because I couldn't figure out what I was doing and I was looking at the wrong screen. So let's do this one more time for the new kids in the... Oh, that's the wrong tab. As I said, I am a professional. We have Melissa Wolfenbarger. She went missing somewhere between Thanksgiving and her mother's birthday in February, allegedly. Either late 99 or late 98 or early 99. No one is looking for her really. They find a skull and starts looking, and then they find 4 bags with other body parts. Her torso has never been found. Her body isn't identified till 2003 because her dad, Carl Patton, is the Flint River murderer. He killed at least 5 people. And when he gets arrested, apparently he tells the detective, whatever you do, just find my daughter. That's what we have to believe the mother said. Norma Patton, who is on the stand currently when we get back to court, there are other court proceedings going on. Norma Patton got an immunity deal because she apparently helped Dad cover up at least 2 of these murders he did. The dad has been rumored to have ties with the Dixie Mafia and be a sus guy. And the mom helped him clean up these murders. The mom, if you are to believe her now, when she goes on Zone 7, a podcast that do true crime, she has always been looking for justice for Melissa. But looking for justice didn't really mean anything till around 2015, when she got in contact with a former forensic analyst, I think is her job, who runs a podcast at Zone 7. And all of a sudden, it was all in for Melissa, which also coincided with the time where her dad or her husband potentially could have gotten parole due to a rule in Georgia that stated if you have been doing 13 years of a life sentence, you can possibly get a parole deal. And some argue that the dad also being a suspect in Melissa's disappearance could be really bad for his parole opportunities. So that's why they really want to pin it on Chris. But none of this has been proven, of course. This mom has a daughter who goes on these true crime podcasts with her. She's called Tina. Tina is 7 years older. She had a baby in their house to hide her pregnancy. She then took the baby that was passed away and threw it in a hamper, and Melissa was the one who found the dead baby. She spent some time in prison for that one. She then moved to Las Vegas, came back. 2 kids was made in the time she was in Las Vegas. But her and Melissa then started working at a Waffle House. She claims that Melissa had strangulation marks around her neck at one shift at the Waffle House. Couldn't tell you when. She claims she saw Melissa had red eyes, which means they cry, at least in her family. Or maybe they smoke weed. I don't know. And she claims that Chris had said something about, I know how to dispose a body at some point in history, and that makes him guilty. Because Chris is also extra guilty because there's no blood, there's no DNA. He has been willingly giving them DNA samples, hair samples, pube samples to try and match to the remains they found of Christina. The family didn't do that until the dad got arrested in 2003, if I understood the testimony correctly. But he has been cooperating. But people believe he's guilty because he hid when the Marshal Service came to serve a warrant on him, which I think is a redunculous statement because, he hid. People do that every day. What if he was running an illegal street pharmaceutical business and hid for the Marshals? There's
Yeah.
also 2 kids from their relationship, Christina and Joey, who must have been, I think, 4 and 2 years old at the time where she disappeared. Christina will come in and testify. We heard that from opening statements. She will come in and testify. She remembered clearly the day that all of her mom's belongings disappeared when she was 4 years old. As you know, notoriously famous in history is 4 years old testimony because it's always accurate 25 years later. If it had been a 3-year-old, I would have said, nah, I don't believe that. I think they have heard a story so many times they believe it. But when it's a 4-year-old, you can always trust their memory. That's just a rule. That's science. And there's also that little snafu that both of these children, Christine and Joey, Melissa had given custody to her mother-in-law. Allegedly, the defense says it's to keep them away from her own parents, and her own parents claim she just wanted them back. Melissa also spent a little bit of time in prison. Allegedly, she has a little bit of a problem. And at the time she disappeared, Chris claims she had moved out. She was hanging out with this guy, Dixon, who was her new boyfriend. So all of that makes for a story that has. I can't figure it out. I'll be honest and say I can't figure this story out because they haven't proven anything. There's no evidence put in where you can say, oh, that proves it. They had his former employee saying, well, he borrowed a saw and never brought it back. Okay. Was she cut up with a saw? We don't know. They haven't talked about that one yet. So, yeah.
But then he also, like, a lot of the saw talk was, they don't really even remember. I can't even really remember. And I'm just like, why are they even here?
The boyfriend will be testifying. And he will, of course, say that he didn't know anything. She was going back to live with Chris because she missed her children, that she had turned over custody to her mother-in-law. So what would moving back to Chris help with that?
Mm-hmm.
And she was on parole. So her chances for getting her kids back probably wasn't the highest.
Me too, Danny. I would definitely be keeping that saw.
Well, Kimmy loves me, but she stays away because it's got too hot, too heavy. I would keep the saw if they let me borrow it. Yeah, he got fired because he had got into car accidents. Do we know his medical record? No. Do we know if he was on drugs? No. Do we think that they lived in a drug den? Yes, because apparently they weren't living in the Beverly Hills of Atlanta, Georgia.
They weren't living high on the hog.
They weren't high on the hog. Well, we don't know when they took the saw because they changed their statements. They said 97, and then they said 98, and then they said 99. So we don't know. And this is the problem with bringing in a 27-year-old case. How can you rely on anything? Half the police reports are missing. And you have to ask geriatric people, so did you remember this? Yeah. Did you say that to the police officer? I don't think so. Well, it's in the report. I don't know. When did that happen? This case is ridiculous. Unless they have some hardcore forensic evidence, this case should be thrown out by the judge.
Geriatric people. I thought the same thing though, because I was like, God, these people are so old. What are they? They don't remember any of this stuff. They have,
No, all of them have changed their testimony so many times. They changed
oh
it
my
on the case.
God. Uh-huh.
I don't think so. There's so many other people covering Donna Adelson. I'll be the one sitting covering some guy who solicited sodomy somewhere. That's just, I'm too late for it. You won't get good coverage with me, so I don't think I'm going to do it. There's a hearing today at 1:30 in the Adelson case. Wouldn't it be ironic if it was another plea deal? But it's most likely to try and keep Wendy out of the trial. Yes. I don't know. I
But
haven't seen his medical record. Well, someone said he had a climbing accident. Someone said he didn't have a climbing accident. He's in a wheelchair. It doesn't matter. He wasn't in a wheelchair at the time. So let's just leave that effing. I spent so many times talking about that wheelchair Friday, and I don't know anything about the wheelchair. And he wasn't in the wheelchair at the time. It doesn't matter. Jeebus.
that wheelchair is a sore spot for you, huh?
No, but it's sometimes you're sitting here doing a stream and you are really into, oh, these letters don't look the same. And you're looking over in chat and someone is saying, but Recovery Addict said he didn't fall, and that's not why he's in a wheelchair. Yeah, but I heard he was in a wheelchair because he had a fall. Was he in a wheelchair when they found him in that room behind the wine cooler? And I'm sitting here, have you noticed these M's are not the same? I feel like Matlock. And people are just, I bet that the wheelchair squeaks. No, it looks like it's in good state. Yeah, I'm not sure. Jamie, that's why we don't listen to chat.
Chat. Baker says you're crazy.
No, it's okay. But I don't know, and I just had a Friday where 47,000 people. So you were number 48,000. So I just my wheelchair meter was filled.
My wheelchair. Oh my God.
None.
Wheelchair talk on a budget.
Tim, you've been here the entire time. You know that none of this has been brought in, so how should I know? He asked me how many times he's been arrested. I don't do. Tim has been here for 2 years. He knows I don't do all these deep dives. I just look at what we get presented in court, and we haven't heard anything about him. It'll most likely be brought up when they're talking about jury instructions, if there's anything that they have to talk about. But again, wouldn't they have mentioned it in opening statements if there was anything juicy out there?
Yeah, I would think so.
It was the most boring opening statements, and I have had Zach on my chat and tried to talk to him, and that guy is just like, well, I like sea bass. Well, that's not what I asked you, Zach. Well, but it's a bass and lives in the sea. Yeah, good God, Zach. I was asking, how do you feel today? It could be funny if I could get a blowfish. Why are we talking about fish, Zach? But do you know there's always also bass who doesn't live in the sea? Zach, snap out of it. Okay. I like sturgeon.
I like turtles.
We are delayed. No, it's fine to ask Cripple Talk, but it's just when I, for the 20th time, says, I don't know. It's kind of like when all these people came running in during the Zoom hearing. Send this person the Zoom link. I'm actually screaming right now. I do a little bit myself. It's not like I'm just, hey, and it could be really easy if someone just DM'd me and said, hey, buddy, do you have a Zoom link? Mine isn't working. Instead of 40,000 people in the chat saying, send this person a Zoom link. Yeah, they can just DM me. I'll send them a Zoom link, no problem.
Oh, my
I
Lord.
read this totally wrong.
Well, what did you read wrong about it?
The fifth word. I might have missed an L.
Okay. Peeing. Gotcha.
Peeing, Jamie.
Peeing. I got it. And I had to count out. You said fifth word. It was 1, 2, 3.
Well, I did put up a banner, and people then came in and said, hey, why is he in a wheelchair? And I did this. And they said, why is Baker doing this? And I said, I wrote it in the banner. Yeah, but I didn't read it. No,
Oh my God, don't you love when he gets so irritated, everybody?
I'm not irritated. Sometimes people could just.
Yeah, no one actually reads it. And just for funsies, I hope there's so many people just start asking.
I'm gonna block more people than
Oh my God.
a certain can read creator.
You should.
Every time I'm just gonna do this.
Why is his leg so wonky?
That's why he's in the
Why is
wheelchair,
why does he
Jamie.
got why does he got 5 knees?
He has a blanket on, just like you. You're sitting with your heating blanket on right now.
I do not. It's too hot.
You still have it on. Yeah, but that's because I need it.
Don't put words in my mouth.
I know you too well.
Baker always he needs a Yankee bar.
No, I just read that someone was coloring and peeing. So I thought, oh, I play Clash of Clans when I'm on the toilet. Someone might sit out there and have a little bit of some me time and put a coloring book. I don't judge your poo habits.
Well, you shouldn't.
Can we talk about the hair? No hair was found at the scene. Mind blown. No one. I am the chillest. I am the chillest I've been in a long time. I just had a little bit. Sometimes I need to vent, or else I'll go on Twitter and start beef with other creators. We don't want that. David, do you know
Maybe
who
we
I
do.
don't like?
Who?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Why? You can't do that.
Well, I'm gonna do the. If you want me to spill the beans, I need at least X super chats.
You heard it first, people. Ouch.
Oh, why he had? Well, he had a prison haircut. It happens. Just look at my prison haircut today. He went a
Yeah.
little too short on the top.
Prison haircut.
Well, it is a Monday. Sunday was yesterday where we kept it clean. I'm not grumpy. Just don't ask me about the wheelchair because I don't know about the wheelchair. I don't. No, Harley, I won't do that. Could be that. Yes, send me super chats on X. Mm-mm-mm. I'm not. Maybe it's because people annoy me on purpose. Ask Kelly, who I spent all of Saturday night with. Brown chicken, brown cow. I was a delight to have on the stream. It's just when I'm sitting here and my mods are, do you know you're dumb? Hey, stupid, I sent you a message. Hey, did you read that message I sent you about reading the message where I said you were dumb? And I'm saying, could you please not disturb me while I'm streaming? Hey, stupid, we need to disturb you because you're dumb. And this is my everyday streaming life. Yes, I know.
You are the smallest violin for you, Baker. I'm playing
Yes,
you
I did
right
get
now.
my normal 17th of the month haircut on the 18th because the 17th they are closed.
It
Damn,
looks
it's your show now.
amazing. You know, why not? Right? Get yourself that handicap placard. Wasn't he using his legs though to like move himself? Oh, he literally, okay. I was in chat, so I didn't even see. Get back here. Hi, everybody. The defendant is in a wheelchair. Baker said that he fell down a mountain, and that's why he's in a wheelchair. He actually knows. He's just lying to you guys. He knows all the details about the wheelchair. So maybe, ooh, maybe he, yeah, maybe he gets special. Is he in jail? Did I ask that question before? Is he in custody? Maybe he gets like special um
He is in
accommodations.
prison, and he has use of his legs because he scoots himself in every day. So potentially, it's just that he has a partial use of his legs, and that's why he is in a
So there you
wheelchair.
go.
And the judge is also in a wheelchair. Maybe it's for sympathy.
What?
Yeah, the judge.
judge-
The judge was in a car accident when she was 16 years old, I believe. I read the other day. So she's in a wheelchair as well.
Oh,
So
didn't even know.
but
Whatever.
no, we don't know why. Recovery addict said that he had heard he had a climbing accident, but you can also break your back and then have partial use of your legs after, but you might run out of steam fast. I have my 2 herniated discs, and when I get tired and it gets cold out, I will have days where my legs are pretty useless because it locks up the musculature to them because of the nerves. So it could be something like that he can be fine one day and then the next day he's just in pain. That happens to me where people are saying, "No, you don't look sick," and then the next day I can't walk, and that's just how it is. So we don't know his injuries. She was in the same car as a guy with the half a face. No, that guy with the half a face had
Oh
a
God, that
tumor
was.
removed. I saw another case with him the other day. I really like that guy.
I thought there
Remember
was one that
the
was in a
judge?
car accident and something happened. I know what you're talking about, but I didn't know if that's the same one or if there was another one. So I thought there was another one that. But anyways, yeah.
This is gonna be wheelchairs on a budget is gonna be a new segment in every stream. Yeah, the backstory is more interesting than the trial at this point.
Yeah, there's nothing. I don't know what they think.
I could they just come back and say, okay, we'll start at 12:30 so we can go get some dinner and then we can start up and do a full, because it's what now? It's 11:30 and they normally break for lunch around 1. So why not just say, well, we're gonna start at 12 today and hasta la taco, come back later.
Yeah.
But I like that. I like that judge with the half. What case was we watching where with him?
Hmm, I can't remember.
Is he in Florida? Or is he Georgia as well? Was it the
I think
white
it was a
lady who
Florida
pew-pewed
case.
the black guy?
No, I don't think so.
Hmm.
Somebody will know. Come on. I just remember we watched a little bit of like jury because they televised the jury stuff because he was talking to the jury. because that's when I remember seeing his face.
No, my watch isn't set. That's why I have to stop and think. But I actually have my stream deck set up so I have an Eastern Standard Time. So I can see what it is in Denmark and what it is Eastern Time, because this channel write mostly on Eastern Time, and it's 11:32 Eastern Standard.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. The case with the traffic thing that went wrong, where they fought over the pew pew, and I got called a racist a lot because I said, well, I don't really know if she fought, if they were fighting over it, or she went out and pew pew pew. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was that one. But I can't remember.
Apparently, allegedly, it's because the judge is having a sentencing. So that could be it. But I don't get why they don't just move it.
Oh my God.
Winasaw, I'm gonna hurt you.
Where is she?
She sends me a gif of a guy riding his wheelchair up to a skateboard. Up on a skateboard and then skating down his driveway. She forgets she knows I know in what part of Denmark she lives. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go to
That's
that
how to
town.
find you.
It's only like 800,000 who lives in that town. I'm gonna find her.
Oh. I mean, Nina says, what will happen when someone joins later and asks about the wheelchair? Baker's just going to lose it. And it's not a motorized wheelchair. It's just your regular old boring wheelchair. It's not a fancy one.
Well, the only thing I can put in the poll is he in a wheelchair because he had a fall, or is he in a wheelchair because we need Baker to have more gray hair? And 98% will vote gray hair, and Zach will say, why isn't there a fish option? I keep missing this trial up with the Casotis. What's up with dividing women all over the place anyway? Poor traumatized doggies. Well, we had that case with 243 pieces in Denmark as well. Maybe it's just reverse jigsaw puzzles. Thank you so much, despite the look of my face. Print signs and stick them on each side of a ping pong table. She's got the link. It's live. I can't pause. It's probably chlamydia. Singing owls in the bush, or whatever crazy Danish thing you say. I'm not sure what.
We were talking about one of your Danish sayings when we were in Chicago, because we were talking about the feather and the chicken that you always say.
Yeah,
What
don't
is
turn
it
a feather
exactly
into 5
again?
chickens.
Yes. Because
Yeah,
our
it makes
new
sense.
friend Andrea was there, and we're like, listen to this. Listen to these Bakerisms. Don't turn a feather into 5 chickens.
Yeah, that means don't blow up a rumor just because you heard a part of it. It doesn't mean you have the full story. It's a really good way of saying that, Jamie. It's I don't know why you don't.
It's my
use-
favorite. Maybe we should
And
say it more.
I have a headless chicken.
A headless chicken from Danny.
From Danny T.
Oh, we want a headless chicken. I don't know if that's a serious question or she's been listening.
What? Who?
Oh, that's funny. Barb McDonald has a question for you, Baker.
No, the headless chicken just fell out of the keychain.
Oh.
Danny G is sending me cheap crap. But still, thank you, Danny G. Yes, Mike the headless chicken.
Yep.
You also have a headless chicken. Giggity. It was the neighbor who shot the other neighbor who was knocking on her door. Oh, yeah, that's right. That was the half-head guy.
Oh,
Oh, that was a
was
good
it?
case.
Oh yeah. Okay.
She, what did she end? She got life in prison. How long did she? No.
I think she got like 25 years.
Yeah,
But I
she
mean,
was a wacko, and that was another case where Sue was wrong when she. There's not stand your ground. Well, no, not really. And I was like, oh, she's guilty all the way. But Sue is always on the side of the criminals.
oh my God. Okay.
A Dutch one says, now the monkey comes out the sleeve. Well, we also have a Danish saying that's no owls in the bog. Means
What?
there's no owls in the bog. It means the same as there's no cow on the ice.
What are you talking about?
That there's nothing, there's no trouble coming, that everything's fine. It's no trouble at all. If
No
there's
cow
no
on the ice?
bog, there's nothing suspicious going on. Because why would an owl be in a bog?
I don't
It
know.
makes sense if you just think about it. There's no cow on the ice, because if there was a cow on the ice, it would be a big problem. How did it get out there? How are we going to get it back in? If there's no cow on the ice, it's just smooth sailing. Come on now. Couldn't be a
I've
Danish
never
saying
ever.
because we don't have skunks in Denmark. Yes, cows on ice are bad news. So that's why no cow on the ice is good news.
Well, I've never witnessed a cow on ice, so.
No, because you have never seen bad things like that happen.
Well, I didn't know it would be a bad thing.
Well, have you tried getting a cow off of ice? No, because that would be a bad thing. It's all of the Danisms. It makes totally sense if you. Didn't we do a show where I talked about some of them? I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah, and the not completely orange free is you're a little intoxicated. Maybe a lot intoxicated.
That one. Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know why. Come on now. Yeah, she has
Yes.
lived a privileged life. No cows on the ice.
No cows on the ice, apparently. Now I'm gonna see one on the ice. I'm gonna be like, uh-oh, what are they gonna do? Bad news bears.
Why oranges? I don't know. I just know the saying. I didn't make it. What was the last week's Danism about the bear? Don't sell the skin until you shot the bear. You should know that because we don't have bears. You have a lot of bears.
I don't F with bears.
Well, there's bears in America. You are in America.
Yeah. That is correct.
But it means to kind of like don't sell the chickens till they're hats.
Yeah.
Don't get ahead of yourself. So that's don't sell the skin till the bear's shot. Which is stupid because we don't have bears, so how could you sell the skin? Don't know. Jamie, are we ever going to get started? It's dinner time.
I don't know. Why don't you put on? Can you put on like
Word
Lisa?
crack?
Can we rewatch The Cross of the Sister while we wait or something like that? I don't know if that's something you wanted to do.
Yeah,
Or
but
put
then
on
I
Word
can't.
Crack.
I can't have a YouTube stream running next to it because you can't dual run it. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want to put on Word Crack.
Are there bears in Sweden? Jamie's freaky movie had one.
Oh, yeah. Everybody picked the movie Midsummer. Have you heard of that movie?
Yeah, it's a horrible, horrible movie.
Yeah, but it's about these people,
It's
these
about
Americans that
Sweden.
go to Sweden, and
Sweden is a horrible, horrible
yeah,
country.
well, they did a lot of horrible things so to these people, so they basically got sacrificed in the end.
It's a horrible movie. It's stupid.
It was a good movie. It was just so crazy.
I think I've given you this one. The first that the milk gets the grain milled first. That's just don't slack. And don't throw stones when you're living in a glass house. You know that one. And one bird in the hand is better than 10 on the roof. That's you just put them in a hedge or something. Then empty barrels makes the most noise. That says it's self-explanatory. Right?
Say it again.
Empty barrels makes the most noise.
Well, yeah, that one I can get behind.
Yeah, it's because people who has no knowledge or don't know anything makes the noise loudest noise. Hey, Zach. Don't cross the river for water. It's just why you're doing it. Work smarter, stupid. Burnt kid is afraid of fire. That means if you've been in a bad situation before, you won't go there again. When the cat is out, the mouse play on the table. You have something like.
You guys got really detailed with that one. You're gonna say when the cat's away, the mouse will play.
Yeah, well, it's on the table. And small and awake is better than big and lazy. You have the same kind of. And one small creek makes a big river. It's just what are you saying? As when you chip, constant chipping off people. So that's yeah.
Oh my God, I love it.
That's some of the Danish words.
Anime. No.
What?
Don't. Look what he said.
Yes, it's to take away some of the noise.
No. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a good one, Vince. Always be the second mouse to take the cheese.
No, because then you're late nothing.
Why?
Because the first one gets the cheese.
Well, nuh-uh. Usually the first one is dead, right?
You're dead. I don't know. That's my... Don't cry over spilled milk. You said something like that as well.
We do.
Better late than never.
Yeah.
I don't agree.
Yeah,
The
you're
one
not a
who
fan of that one.
the one who stays silent agrees. That's just, why don't you say anything? It's better to prevent than cure. You have something like that as well. I'm trying to see if I can find some point one. Yeah, of course, the owls in the bog. That's just something is suspicious. A blind chicken can also find a kernel.
A blind chicken can also find a kernel,
Yeah, you know.
like a kernel of corn.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to see like a kernel in the.
And of course, in darkness, every cat is gray.
Okay.
That's a way to say that we all kind of look the same. So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, you can also say if you think someone is a little simple that they are wearing straws in their wooden shoes, because only peasants put straws in their wooden shoes. The rest of us had socks. Come on now.
Oh,
Jamie, it's been
I
an
can't.
hour and a half, and we're just sitting here.
I know.
Hey, Ashley, I'm not grumpy today. I am filled with happiness and joy. But because Jamie is here and she's mad because she's been hungover ever since she met up with
Far from
Iris,
it.
I have to turn it down a scooch. How much did she destroy at FD's house?
Not a single thing. I was a wonderful
No,
guest.
Iris.
Iris. Oh, well.
Spill the beans. How many glasses did FD Food Fairy lose this weekend?
Actually, I don't think she lost a one.
What did she lose?
I'm just thinking. No, I think she did good. Yeah, I think she's good. Yeah, she's good. Oh my God. Food Fairy did have a duvet cover, by the way,
Did you cry?
her blanket. No, I'm cultured now, so I understand, but it was just funny. I was like, not another one of these things. God dang it.
I love that. This was the biggest cultural surprise you got from going all the way to Denmark. Was you use a duvet cover like,
Yeah,
ew.
it
Hey,
was
little
so
D.
confusing. And yours was tiny. Like, however they gave me, it was like, it only like covered like half of my body.
I am also getting long onions because of this.
What's that?
In Danish, is if something is really boring and you get lang løg, which means your ball sack is getting longer because you're so bored.
Oh.
Well, Jamie thought a duvet and thought it was a sleeping bag, and she was like, "How do people sleep together in Denmark?" Then I think she thought we just spawned like a Swedish person because she couldn't figure out that two people can be together. Do you have double for couples? No, Jamie, we just don't crawl into the duvet cover. No, Jamie hasn't talked about timers.
Food Fairy is okay. She loves timers. She sets timers for timers. And so the whole weekend, timers were going off. She had a timer for a timer for a timer because she cooks and bakes and she always got timers going. And it was just hilarious because timers were going off at like midnight. And we were like, well, what's that one for?
It's to remind me I have to set a timer for 6 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly. It was always like, oh, it's to remind me to set a timer for another timer. So it was hilarious.
Yeah, you can also get new balls on the soup. It means you have to change your way. And balls is like meatballs to put in soup, not those balls. I promised the trial. Where is it? It's Fulton County, baby. We do trials on our time. We're just waiting. And nothing other than, well, she had a sentencing will be a slightly delayed. That slight delay is now an hour and a half. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of am I going to put on word crack, go make my dinner, eat my dinner, come back, and we're going to start at 1 o'clock? Or am I going to put on word crack and turn off word crack because instantly they start trial?
Well, I say start it and keep an
The
eye
duvet
out
cover
for
was
that.
on the duvet, but Jamie thought that she had to crawl into the sleeping bag with the duvet in it.
That's what it looked like. It looked like a sleeping bag. I was very confused on how you just plop it on yourself, and that's what everybody was like, yeah.
You just take your duvet on top of you. It's to wash, so you don't have to wash your entire duvet.
Yeah, well.
Marissa, grow up.
That was the thing too, Jen. The duvet was so hot. So, anyways,
Oh, haven't you been to IKEA?
I have not. I don't even know where there is one around here.
Oh, Jamie.
What?
Trial, baby. We have a
Here we
trial.
go. Look at that.
No audio. We have no audio.
Finally. Danielle, are you getting married?
Yes, next year at Dollywood, because they have.
Baker's telling me you're getting married, so I need to know from you.
I never lie. I'm like Abe Lincoln.
Please.
I can't tell a lie. She is. They had this. They wanted to have it earlier, but because she didn't want to be showing in her wedding dress, so
Stop
it's
it.
going to be a combined baptism and marriage, like they do it in my family. We always get married right around the first baby arrives in my family.
She said no, so I believe Danielle.
Yeah, of course she says no, because she doesn't want you to come and say, "Can I be a bridesmaid?" They want to keep it low key, so it's gonna be. Well, I might have ruined the chance for ever having a Dollywood again, because apparently I got everyone the vid, and the White Rabbit is angry at me. Last year she was angry I didn't like Moon Pie. This time it's I gave her the vid. So, but if it's gonna be first Thursday in June next year, Vice Baby and Little D will be tying the knot right outside of the big, you know, where the restaurant is in Dollywood with the red, I think it's called the Red Rooster. They have a beautiful little area where you can walk across some water, and that's where we're going to have the ceremony. Mo is going to come and officiate. You can turn sound on in court if you want to.
You are a Looney Tune.
I'm just saying I wouldn't miss Dollywood next year, even though she claims that it won't happen.
Danielle would not invite me to her wedding, please.
No, she wouldn't invite you. No one would.
She would invite me.
Oh, yes. Our IKEA has changed the layout. It's annoying as hell because I don't want to go through 35. Do you want to buy a bed? No, I don't want to buy a bed. I just want to have a look at this. And I do have the audio on. Nothing's happening. And there's no CC getting captured. So here we go. Here we
Ms.
go.
Patton, I want to reorient you back to your testimony last week on Friday.
Correct. Okay.
Your testimony regarding your daughters, Tina and
Red's Drive-In, yes.
what was the birth date, Melissa Wolfenbarger?
September 9th, 1977,
Okay. And what about Tina Patton?
March 28th, 1970.
Okay. And how long were you married
away from you.
to Carl Patton?
56 years, 6 months, and 8 days.
Did you continue to be married?
Gada, you made it perfectly on time because court has just started. We have been going for an hour and 40 minutes just waffling about. But we found out that next year's Dollywood will include a marriage.
To Carl Patton after he provided the testimony against him?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And is he still living? Is he still alive, Carl Patton?
No, he passed away
When did he pass away?
December 16th, 2024.
And what was his age?
He was 75.
And where was Carl Patton raised as a child?
Why are we talking about Carl Patton? We are here to figure out who killed Melissa. You didn't do a good job on Friday. Why are we going back to all of this? We all heard this on Friday. Move along, sir.
Originally College Park and then Ellenwood.
Are you familiar with whether or not Carl Patton ever lived in Fulton County?
No. College Park was all I ever knew about. Is that Fulton County?
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Fawcett, forgive me for interrupting, but as promised, I'm going to stop for just a moment, let my court reporter and any lawyers that need to get attached to the Zoom.
Maybe to try and imply that he couldn't figure out to throw the bodies there, or body parts there, because he didn't know where he worked. But can't you easily figure that one out?
Operating. That didn't need to be on the record.
We are live. Today, Junior.
You can go ahead now.
And when you first met Carl Patton, where were you living at?
I was living in Jonesboro, Riverdale.
And what about when the two of you first got married? Where were you living?
Ellenwood.
And what part of the state did you raise your two children?
Partially Clayton County, and then we moved to Stockbridge, and then moved to Locust Grove.
Did you ever visit Atlanta, the area of Atlanta when your daughters were growing up?
No, not really.
Now, you were testifying that Melissa, your daughter, had left a note for you. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
How often would she do that?
I think she left the note, I think it was only one time, but she left pictures multiple times.
If you could just guesstimate, how many different occasions would you say she's done that?
I'd say about around 4 or 5.
Did you and Melissa ever talk on the telephone?
Yes,
How often did you do that?
pretty more frequent than when she would come. She would always call on the holidays or special days.
And besides just holidays in particular, would you talk just random phone calls with your daughter, Melissa? Would that happen as well?
Yes,
So if we're looking at, say, any given month, how many times would you say if you could think back to that time, how many times during a given month would you say you talked to Melissa?
at least once.
Now, you were also testifying as to the defendant and Melissa living on the Brookline Street. You recall that?
Yes,
Do you recall if Melissa and the defendant lived anywhere else during that period?
prior to living on Brookline, they lived on Washington Street in East Point, and then Adrian Drive in Stockbridge, and then Brookline.
Okay. And is it your testimony, to your recollection, Brookline would have been the last residence in that succession?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these previous locations of Washington Street, did you ever visit your daughter and the defendant at either of those locations?
I visited one time on Washington Street.
Jamie, I know not all families are the same and all of that. Friday, she was talking about her leaving notes all the time and coming by and leaving all these pictures. And she called her all the time. I don't know how far they live from each other, but she'd been to her house once, and she didn't seem like she came over to visit her mom with the kids. Does this seem like a very nuclear family to you? My daughter texted me yesterday, when I'm coming back up to see baby Baker. I said, well, I'm on dog duty this weekend, so I'll be there next weekend. Because, of course, I'll take time and go hang out with baby Baker because he's about to start walking. And she swung by and left photos. To me, that feels kind of like I don't want to see them.
Yeah, it's weird. And she testified to only like maybe 4 to 5 times a year, and they lived in the same town. And I thought that was weird. Because that's not a lot, in my opinion. But
no, you see your mom more in a month than they did in a year. And your dad, because he has to come fix all the things at your house.
Yeah, but also, I found it weird. Okay, because I talk to my sister probably every day, and I find it weird that nobody was looking for her for 4 months. Because I was saying how, if my sister called me maybe 2 days, let's say, and I had never called her back. I mean, sometimes we go a day where she'll call and maybe I don't get to it and I'll call her back the next day. But it's been 2 or 3 days and she hasn't heard back from me. She's going to be like, what the heck? I'm coming over to see what she's doing. You know? It's just so odd. It's a very odd situation.
Yeah, because she want to sell it as we are so close. She was a mama's girl. She always sent me notes. But she just dropped off random photos at the house of the kids. And her sister didn't even know that she had given away her kids to her mother-in-law. If they are this close, why wouldn't she give her kids to her own mother?
I would think so, right?
Well.
And you were testifying to a court date in July well, an incident that occurred in July of 98. Do you recall picking your daughter up from a location during that period?
When we went to court, the week before she went to court on that, me and her dad went and picked her up on Brookline Street, and then she come and stayed with us until she went to court.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. All this has been asked and answered.
I do recall this testimony, but I'm assuming that Mr. Fawcett is simply reorienting us, and I think that's fair for him to do briefly.
Thank you, Judge.
Briefly.
When you arrived at
Yeah.
that location, were her children present?
No,
Okay.
they were not.
Was there anyone else present besides Melissa at the residence when you picked her up?
Yeah, that's the thing, Lolita. This lady lived in the same. I don't know how big this town is. So, but if you're living within the same town, it's not like they have a 3-hour ride like I have, a 2-hour ride to go see my daughter. So I have to plan it
Yeah.
out. She could just swing by, and it's not because any of these really seemed like they were double shifting at work.
Not that I recall.
And was that when your testimony is that yourself and Carl Patton took her to the courthouse? Is that your testimony?
I took her to the courthouse. Her dad didn't go with us. It was just me and Melissa.
And after that court date, when was the next time that you saw your daughter, Melissa?
The next time I saw her was when I went to see her when she was in the DeKalb County Jail for violation of probation.
And are you aware if she was ever released from custody during that period?
She was released from custody November 9th, and that's the last time I saw her.
Okay. How did you come?
Thank you so much, Little D. Almost 2 years, 21 months. Thank you.
Aw.
It's a long time, and imagine in that time you
my
had
God, stop
found
it.
love, had a kid. Well, not have a kid yet, and getting married. The journey we have been on. She's gonna hate me.
to find out that she was released from custody on November 9th?
Myself and her father went to the court date. We were in court when she went in front of the judge.
Okay. Do you know if on that date your daughter was able to Melissa was able to provide the court with any specific information about her health at that time?
And she told them at that time, the judge, that she was pregnant.
Were you present in court?
So she was pregnant when she was in prison. And Marissa, 20 months, 1 month less than Little D. So Little D loves me more than Marissa. Thank you, Little D.
The time that she informed the judge of this?
Yes.
And was that the first time that you had heard Melissa discuss that?
Yes.
Okay. And after that statement in court that she was pregnant, do you see Melissa again after that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now,
We don't know.
at any point, have you participated?
What happened to that baby? We don't know. We never found the torso, so we don't know if she even was pregnant or she just said it in court to get away. We don't know who the dad potentially could be. It's just another little smittle of nothing that makes sense in this case. And thank you so much, Little D. Oh, she sends me hearts even though I make fun. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We kid because we love.
We still love
Did
you,
any
even
interviews?
though you drive us crazy. So,
Yes, Little D, you drive Jamie crazy.
For, say, podcasts in particular related to this?
I was talking to
homicide?
you about
Yes,
you.
I have.
All right. As what is the most recent memory you have of a podcast that you might have participated in?
I don't understand what you're asking.
How recent have you done that?
It's been a couple of years.
Okay. And if, say, Melissa's remains were identified in 2003, just pointing you back to that time period, How soon after that do you recall speaking with media or going on a podcast in particular?
It was years. I don't think we did the podcast until, I don't remember the date. I think around 2021.
Okay. And what sparked or initiated you appearing on podcast? What was the purpose of that?
I went and tried to bring Melissa's case to the forefront because nothing was being done. The original detective had retired from the case, and I was having trouble finding out any information about what was being done.
Okay. Now, did you go on, say, one interview or podcast, or did you do multiple during that period?
We did, I think, total of 3 podcasts.
Okay. And did you participate in any other interviews besides, say, podcasts in particular with any other media outlets?
Last year, I think there was one. I don't remember what it was. I know I did one. I just don't remember the name of it.
Okay. And have you been contacted in this year, the year 2025? Have you been contacted by anyone related to any media outlets for this particular case?
Yes.
What medium contacted you?
I think it's Law and Crime, I think, or something along that line.
Okay.
I don't really remember the.
What about Netflix?
And have you signed anything at this point related to any appearance that you may or may not do in the future connected with this homicide?
I did sign one last month, but I've since decided I'm not going to do it.
And what was that you signed?
Oh, okay.
It was an agreement to do the program, and not talk to anybody else.
Okay, so
So you wanted to make
being
more
creative,
money
you
by
agreed to do that.
not being
Yes.
exclusive.
And how recent was that?
I signed it last month.
Jeepers Christ, his family.
They are something. Yeah, Law and
Have
Crime
you
is not
Had
getting
any other
back.
contact related to appearing specifically to speak about this particular homicide?
No.
I don't believe you.
And is it still your testimony that you and your husband requested law enforcement's assistance to locate your daughter, Melissa Wolfenbarger? Is
Yes.
that still your testimony?
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott.
That was what you brought her back to, just try and clean up that thing that she signed deals to talk about this case. So now when the state starts hammering her saying, oh, you have a Netflix deal, so that testimony you give today directly has an influence on your income. No, I chose not to do it. Yeah, but you just said you did it so you didn't have an exclusive deal. Jeepers Christ.
Yeah, this woman. I don't believe a word. And that Peter is so boring. Oh my God, he's the worst.
I'm not gonna stream Adelson. I'm streaming this trial. Yeah, of course she does. She just wants the money. I see her as a gold digger.
Oh yeah, her and her daughter are. It's for clout.
You just answered some questions to Mr. Fawcett regarding places you'd lived while the children were growing up and things of that nature. Didn't you also live in DeKalb County for a while?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And was that before you moved? That was before you moved to Locust Grove, right?
Yes, that was in between Ellenwood and Stockbridge.
Okay. And the daughters lived with you at that time too, right?
Yes, they did.
There was some testimony on Friday regarding comparisons between Tina and Melissa.
Right.
I think you say Tina. Is that correct?
It's Tina. Yes.
That Tina was more of a daddy's girl,
Yes.
robust and rebellious,
Yes.
hard-headed maybe.
Yes.
And Melissa was more of your baby.
Yeah.
She was soft, shy,
Yes.
quiet. So they were very much opposites as far as sisters
much.
and girls go. You've been speaking about Melissa's case for many years, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You've told your stories many, many times, haven't you?
Yes.
You've done police interviews, correct?
Yes.
And as you've just discussed, podcasts.
Yes.
You've spoken at true crime conferences. Is that correct?
Crime and Con.
And you've done media interviews.
Crime and Con. Do you think that when they paid her that fee to appear and talk, that they would have wished she could remember its CrimeCon, which this year will be in Colorado, and you can meet interesting people that no one knows, talking about crimes that you don't care about because they don't call in creators who has a little bit of je ne sais quoi to entertain. They call Nancy Grace,
Yeah.
but you can
Yeah.
get a platinum package for only $1,800 for 3 days, and you will get your merch faster, not cheaper.
You've been asked many, many times, when did you first feel that something was wrong with Melissa?
When she didn't call or come to see me on Christmas Day, 1998.
And you knew in your gut something was wrong at that moment.
Yes.
And Melissa didn't have a phone.
No, sir.
She didn't have a landline.
No,
So
sir.
any way to contact her.
Right.
So when you got worried enough, all you could do was drive up and check on her.
Right.
So you did go drive up and check on her.
We did, but not until after my birthday.
And Carl went with you, right?
Yes.
And you just testified that Carl had grown up in College Park.
Right.
And that's kind of down near the airport, right?
Right.
And also in East Point. Is that right?
I'm not sure about East Point.
Didn't his grandfather?
You can get day tickets for as low as $170. A weekend pass will run you 400 and something, but the platinum package is what you want because you'll get free drinks and I don't know, buffet of cheap cookies, and that's going to be only $1,800, and you can then get access to special panels with boring people who will do I'm on TV, so I have this voice. Because they don't really bring in creators who might, with the new crime evolving on the YouTubes, might pull in an audience that's a little different. They want to keep it old school.
They have a house on Main Street in College Park?
I do not know.
But he knew the area in general, didn't he?
I would assume so.
When Melissa didn't call you on your birthday, as you said, you and Carl drove up to Brookline Street to their house, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
And you and Carl went together. You found their house empty. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you talked to the neighbors.
Carl talked to the neighbors.
Hey,
Carl
Brandon.
talked to the neighbors. And
There will be no slow.
when I say you in that context, I mean you and Carl collectively. And Carl apparently learned from those people at the same time that Chris had moved out around Christmas,
Yes, sir.
and that he had worked at Action Glass around the corner
Yes, sir.
on Avon Avenue.
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Detective Shepard in 2021
Yes, sir.
as part of getting the investigation of this case re-going again?
Yes.
And do you remember telling Detective Shepard at that time that it wasn't until late 1999 or early 2000 until you went up there?
I really don't remember.
If I were to show you a transcript of that interview, would it refresh your memory?
Nope.
Possibly.
Bet you should change the story
Yeah,
more
Procedural.
in the Cape.
I apologize for the fine print. I hope your glasses can read that. So you can start here and you can read the highlighted portion.
That's just like he says that Carl. No.
Read to yourself. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Read to
I'm
yourself
sorry.
and see if that refreshes your memory.
Well, if you want to go, it's fine. I think those cons could use, I know like Comic Cons has brought in creators to give it some new blood, because sitting listening to Nancy Grace on how she lies about
Refresh your memory of talking with Detective Shepard.
Yes, sir.
And you told Shepard at that time that you didn't know where Christopher worked until 1999 or early 2000, correct?
Correct.
And every time you went up there looking, you got told Chris worked somewhere else.
Right.
So
But you testified on Friday and here this morning specifically that you guys actually went up there in February of 1999, correct?
Correct.
And that was 2 months before Melissa's remains were found, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you remember appearing or speaking or giving an interview for Cheryl McCollum's podcast?
Yes.
And do you remember on one of those podcasts, you said that you'd never even, when you heard the news story of a human head discovered on Avon Avenue, you'd never even heard of Avon Avenue and didn't know where Christopher worked.
I did not know the name of the road that Action Glass was on. I only knew Action Glass. I did not associate Avon Avenue with that because, to my recollection, as I traveled around 285, there was an Avon Avenue off 285. So that's where I thought Avon Avenue was.
I see.
I did not make the connection to Avon Avenue and Action Glass until 2003 when Calhoun took me to the location.
Okay.
That's when I connected the two places.
And you're testifying that you believe there's an Avon Avenue exit on 285.
There used to be I don't know that it was Avon exit, but Avon was listed at an exit.
Okay. Do you remember doing a podcast with Ms. McCollum and Karen Greer called CSI Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember that in yet another version of the story, you said that it was after Christmas that you and Carl went up there and found the house empty?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
Let's refresh your memory again.
Do you deny saying that?
No, I don't. I don't deny it. I just don't recall it.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed by Detective Calhoun in 2003, which I understand is a long time ago?
Yes.
I can't remember where I parked sometime on the same day. So you told him that when you got worried after your birthday, you went to Christopher's mother's house.
I did not go. When I went to Kathy's house, I caught her coming out. I don't remember the exact date or even what month it was, but I was riding by her house, saw her getting out of the car, and I pulled in there and asked her where Melissa was.
Okay. And that was after she had been identified or before? Obviously it was before.
This was back in 1999.
Okay.
When she was missing.
In all your interviews, however, you've been very consistent and made it very clear that on one thing, and that is that you despised Christopher from the very first time you saw him. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
You said that you didn't like the way his eyes looked.
Right.
You've said in podcasts that you just saw meanness in his eyes.
As my mother would say, that's
The very first time you met him, and he would have been about, what, 15 years old?
somewhere around there.
Maybe even a little bit younger?
Older, maybe,
Maybe a little older?
because I believe he was driving at that point.
When he first started dating Melissa, you had him arrested at your house many times, didn't you?
I did.
Reported him as trespassing.
Yes.
How many times would you say? 8, 10?
I don't know.
We have now entered the what part of the podcast? She had him arrested when he was dating her daughter multiple times because he had the evil eye. But she cleaned up the blood after her husband unalived 2 people she knew right in front of her. But this guy, he got them evil eyes. But my husband, we've been married for 72 years and 45 seconds and 92 milliseconds.
Yeah. He's such a wonderful man, but this guy
Yeah.
with his eyes.
This
Yeah, she's a real judge of character. That's
yeah,
something.
I'll trust her more than a body
Mhm.
language expert.
You
I
did
wouldn't
everything.
make a guess.
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't make a guess.
Okay. You did everything you could to prevent them from dating, though, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You moved her to a separate location for a while, didn't you?
Yes, I
You
did.
isolated her. You tried to prevent her from leaving your house. Correct?
Correct.
You tried to make her take birth control.
I did make her take birth control. I thought I was
Although
making her take.
as you testified on Friday, she was pretending to take it and not taking it.
Right.
You remember telling Detective Calhoun in 2003 that the reason the birth control didn't work was because you brought her back out of hiding too soon before it had time to take effect.
Yes.
But you testified on Friday that what actually was going on, as we just discussed, was that she was pretending to take it, but not really taking it.
Right.
And doesn't that indicate that she was okay with getting pregnant?
Yes.
As you see it, Christopher took her away from you, right?
Right.
And you've never forgiven him for that, have you?
No.
And you worked even while they were married to get her away from him, didn't you?
No. How did I do that?
Your daughter, Tina also joined you in trying to get her away from Chris while they were married.
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I didn't do anything.
Well, if you say, I don't know. If you don't know, you don't know, right? That's fine. When was the first time you remember Melissa running away from home? I'm not asking you why she ran away. I'm just remember, when was the first time you remember her running away from home?
When she met Chris,
And you always reported her as a runaway, correct?
I did.
And Carl always spanked her when she came home from running away, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Do you recall an episode where Melissa found a dead baby in a clothes hamper in your house?
Yes.
Wasn't your daughter, Tina, prosecuted for that?
Yes, she was.
I'm going to object. Grounds of relevance.
So that second question, I'm going to sustain your objection, but the first question is overruled. Go ahead, Mr. McDermott.
Wasn't it Melissa that found that baby?
Yes.
And was that around 1990?
That's how she pronounces it. So it's Christina, her daughter's name, Christina. So I'm gonna call you Asli from now on.
1991.
91. And Melissa would have been 14 years old at that time, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, as you discussed, I think earlier in your testimony, you're aware that Melissa turned over temporary custody of her children to Christopher's parents in 1996.
Yes.
What?
Mr. Fawcett, and you presented us with a letter on Friday that Melissa, you say, wrote to you before that.
Yes.
And have you read this letter?
Yes.
And in this letter, she states that she's pregnant with Joey at the time, right?
Yes.
And she was anticipating that you might be upset about that. Is that fair to say?
I didn't think so.
You didn't think she was anticipating that? I'm assuming that's correct.
No, you do not. Thank you.
Can you read this line here just to yourself? And this line, please.
Yeah, but that doesn't add up because Christina said she moved to Vegas when she was 18 and came back when she was 21, 22. So she moved back into her parents and had a baby after having 2 babies in Vegas. I know some of you ladies can spawn kids like crazy, but still, that's a lot of spawning. I don't know how, because I'm virgin, so I don't know where babies come from, but I think that's, you spawn like fish, right?
Was Melissa anticipating you being angry with her, being pregnant again?
Yes, she was.
And is it your understanding from this letter that Melissa was expecting to have her tubes tied after this?
I don't know. I don't recall seeing that in that letter.
Okay, let's try it. I'm sorry, read the underlined portions here. I'm sorry for the difficulty.
That's when the sister talked about her story, it sounded like this is why Jemima can't go on holidays, because she does my timelines. Because she is
It's in there, but
she has what's known as the Sund syndrome. It's spelled with a C.
that's not something we discussed.
So did Melissa write to you saying that this was her last child and she expected to have her tubes tied afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. So when Melissa told a judge in October or November, I guess it was November of 1998, that she was pregnant, did you
Yes.
believe she was pregnant at the time?
I did not know.
Did she look pregnant at the time?
I don't think so.
Okay. And would telling a judge that you're pregnant be something someone in her position might have done to try to get leniency from the judge?
Speculation.
Don't answer that and sustain.
Okay.
That's speculation.
After you went up to Brookline Street and got her in July of 98, you took her to courthouse to help regain custody of her children. Is that correct?
Yes.
The date of the Brookline incident was July 21st.
Yes.
And then you took her to the Fulton County Court on the next day, which was the 22nd. Is that correct?
No, sir. It didn't go. We didn't have to go to Fulton County to do that.
No. I'm sorry. I did confuse, and I want to be clear. So step back from the probate court question for a moment. But after the incident on Brookline Street, didn't you take her to the Fulton County Court to file a report, to file for a TPO?
No, sir.
Okay. So how did Melissa did she spend a few days with you after that? You picked her up on Brookline Street?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And how did she get down to your place?
We picked her up on July the 21st.
So she rode to your place with you.
Yes.
Did she have a car?
No.
Not at that time. So when she went to the probate court in Henry County to deal with the matter of the children, you took her there.
Yes.
Okay. And so you were with her. You were right alongside her when she filed that application. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you remember speaking with Detective Shepard about this issue?
No, I don't.
Do you remember showing him the documents that you had filed in order to get the children back?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling him at that point that your understanding of how it worked with temporary guardianship was all you had to say was, I want my kids back?
Right.
Okay. And then the court would give them back to you
Right.
from the temporary guardian. Was that also, do you know at the time, was that also Melissa's understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So did she file the I want my kids back papers?
Yes.
And she was with you?
Yes.
And did you go get physical custody of the children?
Yes.
Did you have the children physically, not with you at that time, but with you in your house at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And she was away from Chris, right?
Yes.
Okay. But she got a court date at the end of that week, right?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And you've already discussed about how you went to that court date and Christopher asked if he could speak to her alone, I think were
Yes.
your words.
Yes.
And the judge allowed that.
Yes.
And when you say that he spoke to her alone, did they go into a private room somewhere?
Yes, I did.
They did. The judge allowed them to go to just those two into a private room.
Yes.
Okay. And when they came out, she had all that in her favor already. Her kids back, her legal papers back, with you, and the kids with you.
Yes.
And she chose Chris.
Yes.
And that was on July 29th, 1998.
Yes.
And after that, sometime after that, didn't she and Chris turn over permanent custody to
Yes.
Christopher's parents?
Yes.
Okay. You remember what date that was?
July 29th.
The exact same day.
Yes.
So they drove from Fulton County Court straight to Henry County Court
Yes.
and made that permanent.
Yes.
Okay. You stated that when you saw Melissa in the summer of 1998, she was wearing long sleeves and blue jeans.
Yes.
And it was in the middle of July.
Yes.
And you stated you didn't observe any bruises at that time because she had long sleeves and blue jeans on.
Right.
In fact, when you talked to Detective Calhoun originally in 2003, you never even mentioned anything about scrapes or bruises at all, did you?
I don't believe I did.
You never mentioned anything about her being drug on the sidewalk, did you?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. And you've testified here that Melissa was in fact rearrested in October of 1998. Is that correct?
It was before October 98. She was in DeKalb County Jail in September of 1998 on her birthday.
In September.
Yes. And she did not go to court until November.
Okay. Do you remember why she had been arrested?
Violation of probation.
And do you remember how she had violated her probation?
To my understanding, she left Chris again after July, that she left him again in August.
If I told you it was because of her not taking GED classes and not performing community service according to the terms of her probation, would that sound correct to you?
I do not know.
Okay. And so according to you, she spent from her birthday, sometime around her birthday, until early November in jail.
Yes,
So you're saying she was in jail for 60 days or roughly 60 days, 2 months?
roughly, yeah.
Okay. And when she was let out of jail, was her sentence done at that point, or did they leave her terms of probation in place?
They reinstated her probation.
And one of the terms of that probation would be that she has to check in regularly with the probation officer. Is that right?
I would assume so, yes.
And are you aware that Melissa quit contacting her parole officer after December 10th of 1998?
I do not know.
Are you aware that she never reported in person to the probation officer after the days she was let out of jail?
I'm unaware. I do not know.
Now, you've mentioned that your husband, Carl Patton, eventually confessed to murdering 5 people. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for one of his victims,
Can I get a drink of water?
can we get some? Oh,
Yes. Thank you.
you trust me, Don?
Could you open it for me?
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton. Thank you, Mr. Wolfenbarger. Mr. McDermott.
Thank you. You're welcome. For one of Carl's victims, did he try to approach?
Sure.
No, she's under the gun, so she needs some water. I know I'm doing my best, but I'm making something to eat, so it's loud in here. Yeah, I love all the stuff on there. Like like the important things. She doesn't know like anything really about her daughter. Hold on. Hold on.
Go ahead, Mr. McDermott.
So I'm going to back up a little bit. Just generally speaking, were you involved with some of Mr. Patton's murders?
I helped him dispose of the bodies.
Okay. Okay. So you were involved.
Yes.
Okay. And did you, for some of the murders, you were not involved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you overheard Carl making plans for them.
Yes.
And you testified about this under oath in Fayette County in 2023. Is that correct? I'm sorry. I made the mistake so many people have so far. In 2003.
Correct.
Yeah, got it. So, and you testified at some length about the details that you knew of his murders.
I answered all the questions that they asked, yes.
Okay. How long would you? Actually, let's do that. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
She's not a shady character at all. Yeah, she helped him out with his crimes.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
She got a deal to
And
testify.
you can say who that is?
that is me.
Yeah, well, you don't have to say it yet. I'm just asking.
No.
And
Yes.
you say, do you know, you will be able to say what the occasion was for that?
Yes.
And who was it in that photograph?
It was me.
And when was that?
In Fayette County when I testified against Carl.
Your Honor, I request to move this into evidence.
Does it have an exhibit number?
Defense 6, please.
Defense 6, Mr. Fussett?
No objection.
Okay, Defense 6 is admitted. Go ahead.
Published to the jury.
Sure.
How long would you say that you testified on that day?
I don't recall the length of time.
15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
Probably 15.
Okay. So you were aware of several of the details of Carl Patton's murders.
Yes.
And for one of those murders, did he try to stage the crime scene to look like an accident?
Yes.
And did he have an accomplice who was his high school best friend?
Yes.
And did Carl at some point suspect that his accomplice was telling people about the murder?
Yes.
And at that point, did Carl decide to kill that person too?
Yes.
And did he also decide to kill that person's girlfriend?
Yes.
So it's true that Carl killed some of his victims just because he was afraid they were telling people
Yes.
that they knew too much.
Yes.
For some of his murders, was it true that Carl wrapped up the bodies in bags?
I do not know.
You testified, as I asked a while ago, that you overheard Carl making plans for one of the murders.
Yes.
Did those plans involve him killing people for money?
I would assume so. Yes.
Insurance money?
Yes.
Was that the first time you had heard him talk about killing someone?
Yes.
And what did you think at that moment? Did you think, I should get out of this house?
No.
Did you think that was a red flag about your husband?
I loved my husband.
And you didn't go directly to the police when you overheard your husband discussing murdering somebody?
No, I did not.
You, in fact, helped Carl plan the killing of Joe and Liddy, didn't you?
Yes.
And after he killed, where did he kill them at?
In our living room?
And were any of your daughters home when this happened?
No.
Sorry.
That wasn't open.
Nope, that was me clearing my throat. I apologize.
Didn't you testify in 2003 that Melissa was in her room?
I don't recall.
Was anyone else in the house at the time?
Yes.
Who was that?
His father?
Carl's father?
Yes.
And was he awake?
I don't know.
Didn't you previously testify that he was passed out drunk on the couch?
Probably.
Was that a habit of his?
Yes.
Was he an alcoholic?
Yes.
Okay. And did you help Carl dispose of those bodies that you killed in your house?
Yes.
And just briefly, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but how did you do that?
I don't understand how to answer that question.
How were those bodies disposed of?
They were in sleeping bags, and we took them to where they were thrown into the water.
So you drove one of them to the Flint River, correct?
Yes.
And how far was that from your house at the time?
I don't know, probably 25 miles.
Okay. And you took the other one to the Mulgi River, is that correct?
Correct.
And how far was that from your house?
I don't recall. I don't know.
And if you had this much involvement with your husband, why weren't you prosecuted also?
I was given immunity for my testimony against him.
Okay. And you, in fact, asked for immunity, didn't you?
Well, yes.
Okay. So you ended up serving a year of probation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Carl was especially upset with Liddy, wasn't he?
Yes.
As he saw it, it was her loose tongue that caused him to have to kill his best friend.
Yes.
And did he cut the midsection out of her pants
I have no idea.
after he killed her?
I have no idea.
Okay. Were all of Carl's victims and your victims, were they either close friends or family members?
Jamie, what did I miss? But why is the defendant in the wheelchair? Marissa,
Oh my God, stop it.
how long? do you
He's
think
just going through all of the murders that she helped with and stuff like that.
Jamie, can you do what Marissa do so I can fire her as a mod?
No, I can't do it.
Okay, well, we'll have to keep her on then.
Yeah.
But my daughter said I should give you all a shout out and plug her Instagram. I'm not going to do that.
I love that.
There's enough craze out there that I don't
Yeah.
want my daughter stocks.
No,
But,
you're missing all the good stuff though. They're going over
yeah,
all
that's she called right at the right
crazy
time
stuff.
too.
Yeah.
I have to go back and watch it.
Yep.
Carol may or may not have used duvets in disposal of the bodies. She's not
Sleeping
called
bag.
Carol. Her
Sleeping
name is
bag.
Norma. So she helped with the unaliving.
She
Or
helped
what?
plan some of them also.
Hey, expert.
And he made a point to say he had to kill his best friend who helped him with, who was an accomplice of his, because his best friend was talking too much. And then he had to kill his best friend's girl too because he told her. So, and she had no problem with any of this.
No, you need to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Daughter Baker has an Insta. Both of them have an Insta, but I don't want to dox any of them because baby Baker is on one of them. So he's a cute little fella.
Yeah. And she only got a year probation for all this. Yeah. She should have rot.
Yeah.
Just along with him.
Yeah, when we saw the other case last week where
Mhm.
they sent her life in prison.
Yep.
Yeah. And he's
I mean,
still
yeah.
and he's still doing she's still doing oh, he was such a great husband. I really love him. He just had them people talk too much. Amy, no. Did you know Amy ghosted me this weekend?
That,
She invited me on a show and then she didn't show up because she didn't want to talk to me.
oh. I'm
Family
sure she had
members.
a really good reason.
Yeah,
I
she
know,
didn't want to
'cause
talk to me.
Pete was a close friend, Liddy not so much.
Okay.
Rewind 5 minutes.
Yeah, you can just go back a little bit if you want.
How far back?
He-
Back to the sidebar or after the side before the sidebar?
After.
After the sidebar. Okay.
Yeah, after.
We're
And then
gonna
you can
catch
kind
up
of get
anyway.
into the nitty gritty. Yeah.
Just generally speaking, were you involved with some of Mr. Patton's murders?
I helped him dispose of the body.
Okay. Okay. So you were involved.
Yes,
Okay. And did you, for some of the murders, you were not involved. Is that correct?
that's correct.
But you overheard Carl making plans for them.
Yes,
And you testified about this under oath in Fayette County in 2023. Is that
What?
correct?
20.
I'm sorry. I made the mistake so many people have so far. In 2003.
Correct.
Got it. So, and you testified at some length about the details that you knew of his murders.
I answered all the questions that they asked. Yes.
Okay. How long would you? Actually, let's do that. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I don't think the dad would have unalived the daughter, probably would have unalived Mr. Wolfenbarger before his daughter. Yeah, but if he was a known hitman from the
Yes.
mafia, maybe they did
Do you
it.
recognize this photograph?
Yes,
And you could say who that is?
that is me.
Yeah, well, you don't have to say it yet. I'm just asking.
No.
And
Yes.
you say, you will be able to say what the occasion was for that?
Yes,
Someone needs a little killing.
And who was it in that photograph?
it was me
And when was that?
in Fayette County when I testified against Carl.
Your Honor, I request to move this into evidence.
Does it have an exhibit number?
Defense 6, please.
Defense 6, Mr. Fawcett?
No objection.
Okay, defense 6 is admitted. Go ahead.
Published to the jury.
Sure.
How long would you say that you testified on that day?
I don't recall the length of time,
15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
probably 15.
Okay. So you were aware of several of the details of Carl Patton's murders.
Yes,
And for one of those murders, did he try to stage the crime scene to look like an accident?
yes,
And did he have an accomplice who was his high school best friend?
yes,
And did Carl at some point suspect that his accomplice was telling people about the murder?
yes,
And at that point, did Carl decide to kill that person too?
yes,
And did he also decide to kill that person's girlfriend?
yes,
So it's true that Carl killed some of his victims just because he was afraid they were telling people
Yes,
that they knew too much.
yes.
We all went back, Lesko. It's because my daughter was calling me on the phone about a friend of hers. So you can go and relive time. So if it feels like deja vu, it's because you've seen it before.
For some of his murders, was it true that Carl wrapped up the bodies in bags?
I do not know.
Come on.
You testified, as I asked a while ago, that you overheard Carl making plans for one of the murders.
Yes,
Did those plans involve him killing people for money?
I would assume so, yes.
Insurance money.
Yes,
Was that the first time you had heard him talk about killing someone?
yes.
And what did you think at that moment? Did you think, I should get out of this house?
No,
Did you think that was a red flag about your husband?
I loved my husband.
And you didn't go directly to the police when you overheard your husband discussing murdering somebody?
No, I did not.
You, in fact, helped Carl plan the killing of Joe and Liddy, didn't you?
Yes,
How the hell did she get away with an immunity deal?
That's what she requested to testify against him. And they were
But-
like, yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Jeepers. Well, now we know how Marissa is going to get that problem fixed. She's just going to ask for immunity.
And after he killed them, where did he kill them at?
in our living room.
And were any of your daughters home when this happened?
No,
Well,
Sorry.
at least they're
That wasn't
considerate.
Nope, that was me clearing my throat. I apologize.
Didn't you testify in 2003 that Melissa was in her room?
I don't recall.
Was anyone else in the house at the time?
Yes,
Who was that?
his father.
Carl's father?
Yes,
And was he awake?
I don't know.
Didn't you previously testify that he was passed out drunk on the couch?
Probably.
Was that a habit of his?
Yes,
Oh,
Was he an alcoholic?
yes,
thank you.
And did you help Carl
you from
dispose of
Boston.
those bodies that you killed in
In
your
America.
house?
yes.
And just briefly, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but how did you do that?
I don't understand how to answer that question.
How were those bodies disposed of?
They were in sleeping bags, and we took them to where they were thrown into the water.
So you drove one of them to the Flint River, correct?
Yes.
And how far was that from your house at the time?
I don't know, probably 25 miles.
Okay. And you took the other one to the Ocmulgee River, is that correct?
Correct.
And how far was that from your house?
I don't recall. I don't know.
And if you had this much involvement with your husband, why weren't you prosecuted also?
I was given immunity for my testimony against him.
And you, in fact, asked for immunity, didn't you?
Well, yes.
Okay.
How can she be this matter of fact about killing 5 people? And yeah, of course, I took a plea deal and got immunity. Yeah, we tossed them in some sleeping bags, and yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
They need a little killing. She's so
She's so cold about
she's
it.
so nonchalant about it. It's
Yeah.
I just I really don't understand what this woman is on about. It's
Well, and also to be like, and you didn't think that was a red flag, or I loved him.
yeah.
He's
I
a
want to know
murderer.
what love is. It's helping to clean up. I want to know what love is and tossing in a river.
Well, I know people joke about like I want somebody to kill, like I would want somebody to be with somebody that would actually kill, but you don't actually want them to.
No, the Hallmark card says, "I love you so much, I would kill for you." It doesn't say, "Well, I actually did it," and you're
I
going to clean
actually
up the
did.
scene.
I don't know. I mean, we're just joking, but this woman's like, yeah, okay,
Yeah. Well, it was a Monday, and I was a little tired, so of course we went killing.
yeah.
And thank you, Not Sure Now, for gifting a membership to Kimberly. Oh, it is further. I think it is. No, she has
Yeah.
immunity. She's not going to get charged. She took an immunity deal and then ratted out her husband, who pled guilty to the murders. So
Yeah. She only got a year of probation. That was all she got from it.
yeah,
Guys.
and
Like,
yep,
that's crazy.
we just covered a case where mom sent an address where her son unalived her daughter-in-law. She got life in prison as an accessory, as accessory to the crime. This lady, yeah, well, at least we made sure that Pop didn't get blood on him when we unalived them in the middle of the living room, because Pop always sleeping there. And thank you, Peasky, for gifting 5 more membership to Miss Sorigaro, maybe. Everything's fine over here. Kristen Adams, Mama MSN, and The Expert. The Expert, who will be officiating the marriage between Little D and Vice Baby. And we will have, Sue will come down and do the baptism, because no one scares the devil like Sue.
This is in Georgia.
It's Georgia, Fulton County, Georgia. So it's abso-crazy-lutely fuck. Yeah.
So you ended up serving a year of probation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, to get her immunity. Yes, I bet that it's his idea.
Carl was especially upset with Liddy, wasn't he?
Yes.
As he saw it, it was her loose tongue that caused him to have to kill his best friend.
Yes.
And did he cut the midsection out of her pants
I have no idea.
after he killed her?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Midsection out of her pants?
Were all of Carl's victims and your victims?
I'm not
Were
sure.
there
Does
either
that
close
mean
friends
her
or family members?
Or VJ?
I don't know.
Family members.
Okay.
I don't get it. Pete was a close friend. Liddy, not so much.
Okay. Who was Wendy Archer?
My best friend's daughter.
Okay. And did she come over to your house
When
during the time Melissa lived with you?
they were younger, growing up. Yes.
Okay. Did they spend a lot of time together?
Yes.
And were they locked in a room together?
No.
Okay. Does the name Martin Eric Jackson mean anything to you?
Yes.
Who was Martin?
He was, his mother was common law wife to Fred.
And who was Fred?
Fred was Carl's uncle.
Okay. Was he one of Carl's victims also?
Yes.
Was Mr. White a drug dealer?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
Did Martin visit your house?
Eric? Yes.
Did you call him by his middle name?
I'm going to object again on relevance grounds. It simply doesn't have anything to do with the determination of the court.
I'll answer that, but we should probably approach.
Yep, why don't you do that? Mr. Facetti.
I mean, they're just putting out there that he has no problem
She referred.
offing family members.
No, she kills a lot of
The
family.
objection's going to be overruled. Mr. McDermott, if you want to rephrase your question, please.
I think a common law wife is when you have stayed together for long enough that people think, oh, it's the old ball and chain. I think that's a common law wife. But you don't
Yeah,
have paperwork.
sometimes some states, after so many years of living together, they just call you common law wife and husband.
First of all, it was my understanding that you referred to him as Eric.
Right.
Okay. And was Eric someone who was frequently visited your house?
On several occasions, yes.
Was he friends with Carl?
I don't know that you would call him friend. He was Fred Wyatt's stepson.
Okay.
Through common law marriage.
Okay. And at some point, did Melissa say anything to you about making a complaint against Mr. Jackson?
Yes,
And what was that?
it was that he molested her.
And how old was she when she made that claim?
I think it was right before her 9th birthday.
Is that when she,
I think you should go back and watch the mom's cross-examination because it's wild. And now the dad's friend molested her, right?
Yeah.
It was the dad's friend.
told you, or is that when she said it happened, or was that the same?
It was when we found out. That's when she told us.
Okay. And did you go to the police with that?
Yes.
And was Mr. Jackson indicted for that?
No, he was not.
And, okay. So there was no prosecution for that.
Right.
Wasn't Mr. Jackson also the son of Richard Russell Jackson?
Yes.
And who was Richard Russell Jackson?
He was a friend of Fred.
And was he also one of Carl Patton's victims?
Yes.
And during the time that Eric Jackson came to your house and associated with your family, did he know that Carl had killed his father?
No.
When did he find out?
Probably not until 2003.
So Carl continued leading him on as a friend or family member.
Yes.
Now, Carl, because of his crimes, we've heard already, he was convicted, correct?
Correct.
And he was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences.
Yes.
And I believe on the 5th one, the judge said, kind of, what's the point? We'll just make this one concurrent, right? And even though Carl had multiple life sentences in jail, he was still technically, or at least as far as you guys understood, eligible for parole. Wasn't
Yes.
he? And you firmly expected and planned that Carl would be paroled.
Yes.
And you actually thought that was going to happen soon, didn't you?
How delusional is this
I hope-
woman?
In 2021, you told investigators in
I
an
know, it's
interview,
crazy.
correct me if I'm wrong, that the only reason Carl had not been paroled already was because his son-in-law had a criminal record and was on probation. Was that correct?
Probably yes.
If I were to show you a transcript of that interview, would it refresh your memory?
Refresh. I'm glad we found this case, Jamie. Marissa did it again. These people are crazy.
I think a cold case would be boring, but my goodness.
When I read the intro to this, it was okay. How is I gonna nail it on him? Because it seems like he did it, but how are they gonna prove it after so many years?
Well,
Then we
that's
have crazy Betty here who wants her husband who have multiple life sentences out of prison.
Yeah.
Well, the next in Danish we have what's called mouse meetings every year
Okay.
when you're employed, where you talk about it. Jamie and you will discuss it at the next mouse meeting.
Mouse meeting.
So you told Shepard in that interview that you believed as soon as Christopher,
Well, it's because mouse is M-U-S in Danish, which means employer development session. So it's an
Okay.
acronym. So, but we'll have mouse meetings where you will force employees of Baker Media to sit with mice all over them while answering questions.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Like,
got put in jail, you think Carl would get to come back home to you, correct?
That's what I'd hoped. Yes.
But that's also what you told him.
Yes.
Right. And you worked tirelessly for years trying to get Christopher arrested, didn't you?
Yes.
You've done podcasts.
Yes.
You've done crime conventions.
Yes.
And you've repeated these sentiments about parole on Cheryl McCollum's podcast, haven't you?
Yes.
And wasn't Cheryl, in fact, actively advocating for Carl to get parole
Yes.
in exchange for him giving her details about his life to write a book about?
Yes.
And did Carl and Miss Collum, do you know, carry on an active correspondence?
Yes.
How long did that go on?
Several years,
Did you read those letters?
some of them,
Did he talk about thank you for helping me in parole? Do you remember that?
yes,
And that appears in many of his letters, doesn't it?
yes.
Yeah, that's why I want to spice them up with real mice.
If you knew something was wrong with
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Go back. Don't catch up now. Stop it.
She is unreal. This is insane.
This is insanity.
Who matters about which.
Oh, they must have gone on break. That's why it. Why does it do that? It jumps to the end. I can't go back. Come on now. But Crazy Granny, she is absolutely insane. And apparently that podcaster was helping so she could get the rights to the story.
Yeah.
That's even worse because not only does the family potentially, I'm going to go on court TV and get their
Well, it just shows definitely they have an incentive to get this guy convicted.
You missed Pat.
You
You
know?
step down.
Yeah, to lie on the stand.
as to murdering 5 people. Is that correct? Was anyone else in the house at the time?
Yes,
Who was that?
Just trying to figure out where.
I don't know that you would call him friend.
So you told Shepard in that interview that you believed as soon as Christopher got put in jail, he was convicted, correct?
Just hit,
And at
hit
some
the
point, did
arrow.
Melissa say anything to you about making a complaint against Mr. Jackson?
Oh, I have that part. She knows what happened and is trying to profit. This is worth a Netflix season. Call it Fulton County Cray Cray. Yeah, this is way worse than I thought because not only did she know what happened, but she also worked together with that podcaster who worked together with the DA's office to get on a cold case board that she directly profited from by having contacts to Carl and working for his early release in a guy who killed 5 people.
Yeah.
No, it's not, but technically, yes, it is. That's yeah.
That interview that you believed as soon as Christopher got put in jail, you think Carl would get to come back home to you, correct?
That's what I'd hoped, yes.
Thank you, Peace.
But that's also what you told him.
Yes.
Right. And you worked tirelessly for years trying to get Christopher arrested, didn't you?
Yes,
You've done podcasts.
yes,
You've done crime conventions.
yes,
And you've repeated these sentiments about parole on Cheryl McCollum's podcast, haven't you?
yes,
And wasn't Cheryl, in fact, actively advocating for Carl to get parole
yes,
in exchange for him giving her details about his life to write a book about?
yes,
And did Carl and Miss Collum, do you know, carry on an active correspondence?
yes.
How long did that go on?
Several years,
Did you read those letters?
some of them,
And did he talk about thank you for helping me in parole? Do you remember that?
yes,
And that appears in many of his letters, doesn't it?
yes.
Because he was a suspect in the case.
If you knew something was wrong with Melissa at Christmas, why
Yep.
did you wait almost 60 days before you went up to check on her?
Because I had to convince her daddy that something was wrong.
Do you drive?
Yes,
Do you have a car at the time?
yes,
Why didn't you go by yourself?
because I didn't want to go to Atlanta by myself. He kept telling me,
If my ex-wife, who I don't want to talk to, called me and said, "Hey, have you seen Baby Baker's mom in the last 6 months?" And I said, "No," which wouldn't happen. And she then said, "You want to go check her address? Can you pick me up on the way?" Even though I would rather put nails through my pee-pee than spend time with my ex-wife. I would be at her house faster than you could count to 3 because my baby was gone. You didn't have to spend 5 months convincing me that we better do a checkup. This story is unbelievable. And I'm not saying it's so unbelievable. No, it's unbelievable that she had to convince the dad of a child to go look for her kid. Unless, now they're doing the same. Stop it, you stupid YouTube stupid. Don't do that. Why is it happening?
I agree. Like, it's crazy that she'd have to convince him. I can understand her not wanting to go there by herself because we all know that part of town. They've testified to it. It was very scary and not a great part of town, but you shouldn't take 4 months of convincing or whatever.
No, there's no way that you would ever have to do that
already.
Some of them.
But there's no way you can tell me that a dad wouldn't go looking for his daughter when the mom said, "Hey, I haven't seen her in 2 months. What the hell's going on?" What's that about?
So you told Shepard in that interview that you believed as soon as Christopher got.
I think the dad knew she was dead and wasn't in a hurry to report her missing. Yeah, or she always went missing because she was a crackhead. I don't know why it keeps doing this. Skip. This is annoying as hell. Let's find a part and then don't do more breaks.
Yes.
Absolutely different.
Right.
She wasn't. Go ahead.
Because I had to convince her daddy that something was wrong.
Do you drive?
Yes.
Do you have a car at the time?
Yes.
Why didn't you go by yourself?
Because I didn't want to go to Atlanta by myself. He kept saying, kept telling me that she's going to call today, and giving her more time because she didn't have access to a phone like I had access to a phone.
Shannon, I need to know what
She
goes
worked at
on at
Waffle House,
CrimeCon.
didn't
We
she?
need to talk.
Yes.
And she could have called you from Waffle House.
I don't know.
She sent time.
She had never called me from Waffle House, so I'm not sure when she worked at Waffle House.
I see.
The time frame.
You don't even know when she worked.
You went up to
We,
Brookline.
we were
what?
so close. She was
Yes.
Mama's
Found nothing.
little girl.
Why didn't you report her then
I tried to,
to Atlanta?
but yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun in 2003 that one reason that you didn't report her is because you had another daughter that left for a long time without contacting you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
So you lied again.
But you just testified earlier that these two daughters were absolutely different.
Right.
She wasn't. Go ahead.
The situation was the same.
Right.
They were both over 18. Kind of I was always told that because she was over 18, she could come and go as she pleased. And the same thing applied to Melissa. The only difference between Melissa was she was married, which made it more difficult, and she didn't live with me.
But that doesn't change a missing
But we're
person
talking about their
report.
personalities.
Right.
Your reason to Detective Calhoun was you didn't go check on Melissa for a long time because Tina never called you back for a long time. And in fact, Tina had left her children with you, hadn't she?
Yes.
But Melissa was an entirely different personality like that. You said
Yes.
she's not bullheaded and rebellious and self-willed like that.
I don't know what's wrong with this feed. It lost the closed caption, and
She's a mama's girl.
Right.
I'm not touching anything. I'm not doing anything.
So
I'm not doing anything. It's the lowest quality it can be. Can we bump it up and maybe get it to do something? No. Yeah, it's really bad today because they started. Maybe there's an update on YouTube today, so we can all enjoy 45 things that doesn't work the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, we're so close and everything's so perfect.
Yeah. She was mama's girl. Come on. Shit, I'll get off the pot. Well, let's go back and see if Lawn and Crim works now. Back 14 minutes.
Testifying against your husband?
No,
And why not? Carl Patton would.
What made you think?
the only difference between Melissa was she was married, which made it more difficult, and she didn't live with me.
But we're talking about their personalities.
No, that's
Right.
the old
Your
case.
reason to Detective Calhoun was you didn't go check on Melissa for a long time because Tina never called you back for a long time. And in fact, Tina had left her children with you, hadn't she?
Yes,
But Melissa was an entirely different personality like that. You said
Yes.
she's not bullheaded and rebellious and self-willed like that. She's a mama's girl.
right.
So why would you assume that she's going to act like Tina act?
I did not assume. I knew that she would call me.
Okay. You said that after your birthday, you started listening to news reports.
Yes,
Do you remember speaking on Ms. McCollum's podcast saying if they said anything about a body being found anywhere, you would listen?
yes,
By the time of your birthday, you had not heard from Melissa for about roughly 3 months, 2 months to 3 months. Is that correct?
correct.
What made you think in that short time frame that there would be a body involved?
I did not know. I just listened to the news, and because I had not heard from Melissa, I was worried.
You said the last time you spoke to Melissa, she asked for a very unique, sentimental Christmas present.
When she was in,
Just yes or no?
yes,
Okay. And that present was a picture of her pawpaw,
of her with her papa.
or with her pawpaw.
Well, you deleted one message, but she's
We
not
got it.
blocked on the
It's
channel.
fixed. Yeah, it's fixed.
Pawpaw. And that
Well,
was Carl Patton's father,
That means that Brandon must be getting better because he started randomly blocking people again. So the Chaos Goblin is back.
correct?
Yes,
Is that the same father that was the alcoholic passed out on the couch?
yes.
No further questions.
Mr. Fawcett?
Yeah, she really wanted the drunk.
Yeah. Can you get a picture of my drunk pawpaw?
And Ms. Patton,
The only one where he didn't sleep it off.
you were just testifying as to your hope that Carl Patton would at some point parole.
Right.
And that's after you testified against him in court. Is that also correct?
Correct.
How long did you testify against your husband? Is that over the course of a day, 2 days?
It was all one day.
And when you testified against your husband, did you actually implicate him in the murders themselves?
Yes.
And how many different murders did you implicate your husband involved during the course of your testimony?
The last two are the only two that I witnessed.
Okay. And at any point, what was your relationship like with your husband after you testified against him?
I went to see him on a regular basis.
You continued, it was your intent to continue to stay married after his conviction?
Yes.
To to the best of your knowledge, did he continue to look at you as his wife and you as his wife?
Yes.
Was there any animosity or anger as a result of the, your action of testifying against your husband?
No,
And why not?
because he was,
Because you did it so you would
he
go
wanted
free.
me to do what I did and testify against it.
Yeah,
So
so
that I
Law
would be
made it.
able
Did
to
she
raise.
say-
yeah, listen to this one. She just testified that they made an agreement so she could stay free.
No, but she said the law made it, so
He
I
wanted
had to
me
testify against
listen.
them.
Do what I did and testify against it so that I would be able to raise my 2 grandkids that I had custody of.
So they made an agreement.
Did
She
you
was going to
actually
testify for
discuss?
immunity so she could
Did
stay
he
out.
know that you were going to testify against him before it was offered?
Yes, he told me to.
See? She didn't do it out of the goodness of her heart. She did it because she was told, if you sing about me, you can
And
stay free.
Did
Yeah. I
Carl
know.
Patton keep up with the status of the criminal case, the case involving the disappearance and murder of his daughter, Melissa?
Yes,
How do you know that?
because he wrote to Cheryl McCollum.
Is that something that you discussed with Carl Patton throughout the year?
Fuck this. I'm getting annoyed now, Jamie.
Oh.
You have most views just now on this trial. Most views? Must. Well, I'm glad people are. I just
Yeah.
wish this would work instead of going into constant circles of death. We were just about to finish.
I know, we're almost done.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
Gina.
Gina. But she just testified that they made a deal
He
to keep her out
wanted
of
me
prison.
to do what I did and testify against it so that I would be
Yeah, I do.
What about at the point when this case is indicted in 2024? Do you discuss that with Carl Patton?
yes.
And can you describe his reaction? How did the news of the indictment of this defendant for the murder of your daughter, how was that received?
He was very happy.
Why would you say that?
Of course he was.
You know, because Chris was going to have to face up to what he did.
You didn't know that.
And
You didn't
to
know
the best of
anything.
your knowledge, was that the feelings of Carl Patton at the time of his death?
What does that matter? How he
Yeah.
felt at that time? He
Yeah.
died. Must have died last year.
Your testimony as to the specifics of the Flint River.
Don't do this to me again. I'm gonna get mad. Why is she smiling like a weirdo? Because this lady is certified bunny boiling material.
She's a Looney Tune.
She be cray.
Yeah.
And
Your
it's the
husband
last
off
minute.
some people, it's not a red flag at all because I love him.
I loved him. And then I helped him, and then we made an agreement that I would
Homicides.
I would
Did any of
testify
those
against him so I could
homicides
get out.
involve,
Yeah.
Oh, he died in December is 2024. Yeah, but he didn't care enough to go look for her in 5 months because Mama had to force him to do it. But he was really glad when he was in prison. Maybe now Chris would have to face up to the music. No, he was really happy that because he probably still believed that, hey, I can get out of here. Ah, for fuck's sake, my football team is down 2-0 and they only played 24 minutes. Jamie. Well, I did have a crazy aunt, but not this crazy. She was more the kind of, she just didn't talk to you. Well, apparently my southern accent is also racist. So
Like that's possible, and people are ridiculous to say that.
I'm gonna cut the entire one, and I'm gonna pull up a new tab, and then we're gonna try it again. We need the last 2 minutes. Oh, Jamie.
Just let us hear the last 2 minutes of the stupid redirect, because this guy, I don't know what he's trying to prove. She just looks like a sinister, awful human being.
Does involve dismemberment?
No,
To the best of your knowledge, did any of those homicides involve the use of a circular saw?
no,
So,
To the best of your knowledge, they don't.
Have Chris
Right.
done this many times too?
yeah.
Ah! We need Jesus. Yes, we need Jesus.
That's all I have, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. McDonald?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, she's gonna send them off to break. Fuck this shit. It's not the court, it's YouTube, because it keeps happening on, no matter if I make new tabs or whatever I do, it keeps going. I'm gonna figure out when we're gonna come back. I'm gonna put on WordCrack because we started a little later today. So just to make Sue happy, we're gonna do WordCrack while we are having our lunch. But before we are getting my dinner, your lunch, I was sent this by my lovely Mod Jemima, the petition for the restraining order that was filed. Melissa Wolfenbarger versus Chris Wolfenbarger. They live in Brookline Street. These are respondents' children. Christopher Wolfenbarger, and then they put the date of birth the wrong place. But at this time, in 1998, the kids were 2.5 years and 2 years old. So they were Irish twins, which would mean we will have Christina come in and testify. She remembers exactly the day everything changed at the house where her mom's stuff was gone, who was 2 years old. One of the best, strongest witnesses that you can have is a 2-year-old 27 years later. But what are the reasons she is seeking this petition? Petitioner is afraid of respondent. On or about July 20th, 1998, there was an argument. Respondent started yelling at petitioner, snatched her purse, giggity, and hit petitioner approximately 3-4 times in the head and pushed petitioner down. Respondent then grabbed petitioner on the arm and dragged her on the sidewalk. There has been a previous history of violence, including choking. Oh my. Giggity, giggity, giggity. Pushing, slapping. When petitioner was 8.5 months pregnant, respondent picked her up and threw her into the windshield, causing the windshield of the car to crack. But I want to show you this one as well. This is her signature on this one. Does her signature look anything like the signatures we looked at on the...
No. But I don't know.
This is the 4th iteration of her way of spelling, or writing her name. I know this is a signature, but this is her signature on this one. Does her signature look anything like the signatures we looked at on the...
No.
This is the 4th iteration of her way of spelling or writing her name. I know this is a signature, but this is her signature on this one. This is the 4th iteration of her way of spelling or writing her name. So you'll try and make it a little fancy. When I got into politics, I just got a scribbly one because sometimes you have to sign a lot of papers. So just do the. But this looks like nothing we've seen before. The way she is writing in this one. Yes, you do hear cricket. It's because I'm so boring that the cricket starts going on YouTube. Sadly, that's my life now. But 15K down reports instead of usual 2 over the last half hour. Yeah, so there's probably something going on YouTube right now. They're probably implementing something new we will all enjoy and not get angry about the last time. I think we just heard from the criminal mastermind. I don't think she's a mastermind, but I do think she's criminal.
Yeah, she's very compliant.
Shannon, happy angry lawyer, and I might do a show at some point where he will explain to me what is Fulton County, because this is more confusing than anything I watched in any cases. And she just admitted on the stand that she wasn't ratting out her husband. She was only doing it so she stayed out of prison, and they had an agreement on that. And the defense, the Commonwealth sold it like she did the right thing. She testified against her husband. No, she didn't. She did the absolute minimum to keep her own ass free.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
Maybe they'll use your real names as a usernames now. No, they're probably going to make you do a sign-in where you have to use your fingerprint and the blood of your firstborn, just to make it easier, you know. But this case is this is going stupid. Every witness they put up there, I'm getting more and more baffled at what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
I just can't figure out why this case ever went to court. But when we hear, oh, it went to court because this lady who apparently has some pull with the DA's office, who also has a podcast, who dragged these ladies to CrimeCon, she was on the cold case board. So is this also some podcaster can monetize this tragedy? Is this where all of this stems from? That's why she got interested in it, because it's a great true crime story. The serial killer's daughter got killed. It's a wonderful one that you can make multiple episodes, and she's in close contact with the serial killer in prison. To me, that's just a red flag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nicole is a new subscriber. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this community. I have laughed more over the past week than I have all year. Nicole,
Aww.
have you here. We're sorry that Zach comes around now and again, but we'll try and keep him at a minimum. And if Sue accidentally gives you the Sue bird, it's just because she has Tourette's. But we're glad to have you here as well. But Shannon, how much did you get the platinum when you went to CrimeCon? $1,800 so you could get all your merchandise faster. And was it? I looked at the website. I was on with Kelly. I don't know why I said it, Kelly. Maybe because Boston didn't want to be on the show with me. I was on with her Saturday night, and we were talking and looking at the CrimeCon website. It looked effing boring.
Yeah.
All of these people, has the YouTube voice where they will be telling you, in a dastardly crime that happened in Fulton County, this poor woman got unalived by her husband. She was the daughter of a serial killer, but no one expected her to be a victim of a heinous crime. I know they have those type of voices. Yes, Rosemary, they are at lunch right now. I'm going to go make me some food because I don't know when they're coming back, but it's probably not going to be that long. Well, I don't get invited to CrimeCon. Yes, I was on with Kelly Deaver. Me and Kelly Deaver has struck up a relationship. We are beginning a new podcast. I wouldn't announce it while Jamie is on because Jamie gets a little territorial, but
Yeah.
it's gonna be crimes and other fun things you can do in the garage with me and Kelly Deaver. It's gonna be every Saturday from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, where we will be talking about. I'll bring up cases and she will use her vast experience as a cop who just got recertified and talk about how garages is related to most crimes. So it'll be a new show. It'll be on a different channel called the Bacon Div channel, and we will
The
be
Bacon Div.
Bacon Div, and we will be hoping that you will all join us. We think it's a cross mix of unintelligent and stupid that really will mesh well together. And I will be calling her Diva on every stream and have her spend 15 minutes correcting me. And then I will say, yeah, but in Danish. And then I will make her say garage. So that's going to be up in next week, maybe. We're still working on some details, but that's more monetary related. But that has never ever given anyone problems on the YouTubes. I did not. I bought the regular tickets. 2018 CrimeCon was amazing AF. It was right after Golden State Unaliver and Paul Holes was there. 2022 sucked. It just looks so boring. It looks like a lot of people in suits going around. Oh. Duke Curio has also been here for 22 months. Hey, you.
Hey, Jude.
What happened to Boone? I haven't heard anything happen to Boone. Deaver and the Broken Beaver. Exactly. That'll be the new show. I was on. I don't remember what's your show. If Boston Amy is still here, or Kelly, they can tell you what the show is. I don't remember. Are you going to plant false memories during each stream? Yes, we'll have a recurring event where when we start next week's show, I'll say, remember last week? And she says, no. I said, well, you said this. No, I didn't. Well, I have the transcript. And she'll say, well, I can't. I have a memory disorder. It's going to be an amazing show. It's going to be seeing an autist and a really slow person trying to meet in the middle. And nothing will be done, but it's going to be 2 hours. And we will be doing it members only. It's going to be $25 a month to be members on the channel, but you will have a soundbite of her saying garage. And you can use that on your phone. So it's worth every penny. And
Nice.
again, she's been in a little trouble with her work because of her memory loss problem, but she has been recertified because even though you make false memories, you can still be a cop in Boston as long as you do the right thing. No more Baker and Boone a love story. I'm man enough to have love for more than one woman. I'm going to go back and watch the testimony. Have fun playing the game, guys. See you later, Patty B.
All right.
But
All right.
I'm going to go make myself some dinner. If you're on the Rumble, you have to use the QR code so you can play on the handheld. If you want to cheat like Sue, use the QR code on your phone because apparently it helps you spell the words. That's how Sue cheats all the time. Betsy never does that, and she still owns Sue at every stream. And I'm not saying we need a Thunderdome match between Danny T, Sue, and Betsy, but that might be my next Sunday stream, which will be Broken Baker Thunderdome style women fights. It's a little long title. I'm trying to work on it, but they will all enter the Thunderdome, but only one will leave it.
You're goofy. Put up your lunch banner, even though no one reads the banners.
Yeah, I'm going to put up a banner saying, read the banners. Where's
right.
my game banner? Did I delete my game banner because I'm stupid?
You're not stupid.
Well, I am.
All right. See you guys in a little while. Bye.
Bye. Court is on break. Hang and play. We will be back. If you're not hanging out playing because you don't want to participate in Sue's humiliation, come back later or follow the Discord and the Twitch chat. I will notify when we're going back live because I have to go and figure out when they're coming back. Love y'all. See y'all. Have fun, y'all. Whip.
You've got fire in your eyes and glitter in your hair. Talking to the moon like it's sitting right there. Every night's a carnival, every day's a trip. You're riding roller coasters without a safety grip. My friends say I'm out of my mind, but baby, that's the perfect kind. 'Cause you're a sexy nutbag, wild and free. The whole world's sideways, but you're right for me. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. You paint the kitchen walls with colors that don't match. Dance in the driveway, wearing nothing but a sash. You call it art, I call it my view. And I'll keep on watching, 'cause I'm hooked on you. Sure, you're the queen of the strange parade, but baby, I like the mess we've made. 'Cause you're a sexy nutbag, wild and free. The whole world's sideways, but you're right for me. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. Wacko still. We're a pair of fireworks, both a little bent, but baby, every spark you throw feels heaven sent. Final nutbag, yeah, don't you change. I'll ride this silver world through the whole damn range. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. Yeah, if you're a little wacko, I'm the wacko for real. Wacko still. You've got fire in your eyes and glitter in your hair. Talking to the moon like it's sitting right there. Every night's a carnival, every day's a trip. You're riding roller coasters without a safety grip. My friends say I'm out of my mind, but baby, that's the perfect kind. 'Cause you're a sexy nutbag, wild and free. The whole world's sideways, but you're right for me. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. You paint the kitchen walls with colors that don't match. Dance in the driveway, wearing nothing but a sash. You call it art, I call it my view. And I'll keep on watching, 'cause I'm hooked on you. Sure, you're the queen of spark you throw feels heaven sent. Final nutbag, yeah, don't you change. I'll ride this silver world through the whole damn range. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. Yeah, if you're a little wacko, I'm the wacko for real. Wacko still. You've got fire in your eyes and glitter in your hair, talking to the moon like it's sitting right there. Every night's a carnival, every day's a trip. You're riding roller coasters without a safety grip. My friends say I'm out of my mind, but baby, that's the perfect kind. 'Cause you're a sexy nutbag, wild and free. The whole world's sideways, but you're right for me. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. You paint the kitchen walls with colors that don't match. Dance in the driveway, wearing nothing but a sash. You call it art, I call it my view. And I'll keep on watching, 'cause I'm hooked on you. Sure, you're the queen of the strange parade, but baby, I like the mess we've made. 'Cause you're a sexy nutbag, wild and free. The whole world's sideways, but you're right for me. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. Wacko still. We're a pair of fireworks, both a little bent, but baby, every spark you throw feels heaven sent. Final nutbag, yeah, don't you change. I'll ride this silver world through the whole damn range. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. Yeah, if you're a little wacko, I'm the wacko for real. Wacko still. You've got fire in your eyes and glitter in your hair, talking to the moon like it's sitting right there. Every night's a carnival, every day's a trip. You're riding roller coasters without a safety grip. My friends say I'm out of my mind, but baby, that's the perfect kind. 'Cause you're a sexy nutbag, wild and free. The whole world's sideways, but you're right for me. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. You paint the kitchen walls with colors that don't match. Dance in the driveway, wearing nothing but a sash. You call it art, I call it my view. And I'll keep on watching, 'cause I'm hooked on you. Sure, you're the queen of the strange parade, but baby, I like the mess we've made. 'Cause you're a sexy nutbag, wild and free. The whole world's sideways, but you're right for me. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. Wacko spark you throw feels heaven sent. Final nutbag, yeah, don't you change. I'll ride this silver world through the whole damn range. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. Yeah, if you're a little wacko, I'm the wacko for real. Wacko still. You've got fire in your eyes and glitter in your hair, talking to the moon like it's sitting right there. Every night's a carnival, every day's a trip. You're riding roller coasters without a safety grip. My friends say I'm out of my mind, but baby, that's the perfect kind. 'Cause you're a sexy nutbag, wild and free. The whole world's sideways, but you're right for me. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. You paint the kitchen walls with colors that don't match. Dance in the driveway, wearing nothing but a sash. You call it art, I call it my view. And I'll keep on watching, 'cause I'm hooked on you. Sure, you're the queen of the strange parade, but baby, I like the mess we've made. 'Cause you're a sexy nutbag, wild and free. The whole world's sideways, but you're right for me. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. Wacko still. We're a pair of fireworks, both a little bent, but baby, every spark you throw feels heaven sent. Final nutbag, yeah, don't you change. I'll ride this silver world through the whole damn range. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. Yeah, if you're a little wacko, I'm the wacko for real. Wacko still. You've got fire in your eyes and glitter in your hair, talking to the moon like it's sitting right there. Every night's a carnival, every day's a trip. You're riding roller coasters without a safety grip. My friends say I'm out of my mind, but baby, that's the perfect kind. 'Cause you're a sexy nutbag, wild and free. The whole world's sideways, but you're right for me. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still. You paint the kitchen walls with colors that don't match. Dance in the driveway, wearing nothing but a sash. You call it art, I call it my view. And I'll keep on watching, 'cause I'm hooked on you. Sure, you're the queen of the strange parade, but baby, I like the mess we've made. 'Cause you're a sexy nutbag, wild and free. The whole world's sideways, but you're right for me. I'll take the chaos, I'll take the thrill. If you're a little wacko, I'm a little wacko still.
So they are supposed to come back already now at 2 o'clock. So sorry, not much gaming in it today. But this is the timeline that Jemima has tried and put together. July 1998 is when Melissa requests a RO. This is dropped 1 week later. In September 9th, she has a warrant issued for probation violations. October 6th, she is arrested. November 4th, she's given 30 days for violation with time served. Estimated release would have been November 5th, 6th, 1998. November 26th is Thanksgiving. Last time the family claims to have talked to Melissa. And December 3rd, CarMax files to garnish Melissa's wages from the Waffle House. December 31st, Waffle House answers the garnishment's action. January 28th, the garnishment action is dropped, likely because she no longer worked at Waffle House. February, she misses her mother's birthday. April is when they found the head. June 3rd is when they find the rest. And 2003 is when the remains are found. So this is the best guess timeline of this case that Jemima can come up with. And she's pretty good at timelines. So it's I didn't know that part of them garnishing wages. And what is CarMax? I don't know, because I'm not a Yankee. And apparently the thing with the spinny wheel of death is something on everything. So I couldn't even open up some of the other streams covering this to try and find out when all of this is supposed to come back. So YouTube is fixing things in the back end. And let me update this one as well, because the camera is shaking. So seems like there could be something coming up. I also had a list of the potential witnesses from the indictment. These are the grand jurors. We don't know how many of these they're going to call. And I'm really bad with names, so I can't tell you if they had been here. Michael Daniel Alsip, former Fulton County ME investigator. I don't think we've heard of him. Anthony J. Biello, former Atlanta police officer. I don't think we've had him either. Will Davis Brantley Jr., DDS. I don't think we have heard about him either. James William Brock, Action Glass and Mirrors. I don't know if he was... Yeah, that was the old guy who talked the other day. And Ronald Bruce Brock, that must be his brother who owned it with him. Then we have Calhoun, former Atlanta police officer. He was there, the first witness. Kimberly Cambron. Don't know who that is. Michael Lynn Carson. Can't remember if we've heard that. I'm really bad at this job. Renee Charleston. We had her on the first day. Dorothy Cooley. Was that the neighbor we had? Lanny Cox, former GBI agent. Can't remember him. Thomas Dixon. That is maybe the boyfriend, maybe the baby daddy. That's going to be interesting. Christina Marie Garrett. That's the sister. Mark Gilbert, former ME investigator. Don't know that. Mary Beth Hapler, former Emmy investigator. Maybe she was the one on the first day. Winston Hunter, don't know. Tammy Ardell Yakovich, Assistant Deputy Director of GBI. Don't know that one. Dorothy Cooley Jones. Don't know that one. Dale Kelly, former Atlanta. Don't know that one. Leanne Lacrosse. Don't know that one. Elizabeth Langford. Don't know that one. Karen Love. I don't know why I'm reading these because I can't remember names on anyone. Norma Jackson Patton. She's just been there. No, Tina May Patton. She's here. Sorry. So I got my names wrong. I know at least we have heard from 2 of these witnesses. I don't know why you watch my trial coverage. I don't know anything. 144 P Baker is rough. Well, I am streaming in 740. So, street. Dorothy was playing in the streets. Yeah, yeah, so was I. I was always winning. Yeah, the buffering, as you can see, it's a YouTube thing. It's gonna be all hell, and if it keeps going, we'll start earlier tomorrow and catch up because I can't stand this. I just said I knew who Norma was. Stop yelling at me. Jeebus Christ. I thought either Tina or Norma mentioned Dorothy Jones. Could be. My mods are hilarious. No, they are mean. The only nice mod I have is Brandon because the only thing he does is pocket block people. And he doesn't yell at me because half the time he's not here. The rest of them, mean AF. I think it's everywhere. What are the post-it notes? Well, the post-it notes is to remind me how lucky I am that I have people who will support my channel. So whenever people send me a super chat or buys memberships or gives us super thanks or whatever it's called, I will put it down on my sticky notes, and then I'll transfer those to my whiteboards when I'm done. So every time I walk through the door over there, I am reminded that I am blessed to have a wonderful support group who helps me keep this channel running. And I'm buying a new PC because this one is fine, but I just want to make sure. And then this one goes into the bakery. And thank you all so much for all the contributions because I'm going to use that money to do that. And of course, it's also so I can do giveaways.
Be seated.
Well,
Thank you.
tough love then. Dorothy had many last names. Joe's was one alias. She played Smoke the Crack in the Streets. Thank you, Sue. Had to show my driver's license and social security number to get an Indian guy over Zoom. YouTube is fine now. Yeah, it's always just call them. I actually had when you're a creator, sometimes you'll be invited to some focus things, and I was invited to one. And I was so scared. I was newly started, and you get these emails that, hey, you have to hit this Zoom link. And you're like, I don't want to hit any links because we were so afraid that someone was going to try and swipe your channel, but it worked out. Did I just come back? Yes, I came back 2 seconds ago. Follow the Discord or the Twit so you'll get notified whenever we come
Okay, we're
back.
going to go back on the record. After our lunch break, I'll note that Mr. Wolfenbarger is present here in the courtroom. Any matters we need to take up before we bring the jury back in? Mr. Fossett?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. McDermott?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well,
Ready for
mine
the
was a
jury.
female in Switzerland. Didn't Dorothy, the one on the stand, say she didn't go by that name and back right on time? Yes, Serenity. She didn't go by Dorothy Jones. She went by something different. But she was the one who solicited sodomy. And I just wanted to start so I can eat my dinner because I only got 10-minute break.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Deputy, please wait for just a minute.
Dixon?
Thank you.
Hey, Jamie.
Come on up, sir, to the witness stand. And when you get to the witness stand,
Yeah, I
if
know
you
it's not
will
the
turn
gay
and
stuff.
face the deputy before you
But
come
it's
forward.
it's
Raise your
the
right
source
hand, we'll swear
port.
you in, okay, sir?
Jamie has taught me all about this.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm
What?
that you shall give this work today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. You may proceed. Once you state your
It's a
name.
YouTube thing. It's happened all over.
Just pull up to the microphone, get close situated.
And now I'll go
Just
off
be
screen and
cautious
eat my
of those
dinner
wheels on
because
the ledge there.
I hate people eating on screen.
My name is Thomas Michael Dixon.
And you can.
Thomas
you can
Michael
move the
Dixon,
microphone
this
towards you
is the
if this
hot
is
guy she
helpful.
fell for.
And could you spell your name, please, sir?
Oh,
He
this
sounds
is
like
the
Sue.
boyfriend?
THOMAS.
He sounds like
Dixon,
Sue.
DIXON.
Okay. Mr. Dixon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell the court, were you in the Atlanta area in 1998?
Yes.
All right. At that point, how long had you been living in the Atlanta area?
I've been in the Atlanta area since '93. This is when I first arrived here in Georgia.
All right. Now, during that period,
Forgive me. I definitely am going to need you to pull that microphone towards you. Make sure my court reporter and I can
Jamie,
hear you.
just stay.
clearly.
You don't
Thank
have to
sir.
leave.
Go ahead, Mr. Fawcett.
during that period, were you employed?
Yeah, you hit the wrong button.
What were you doing for a living?
Waffle House.
And what did you do while you were working at Waffle House?
Jamie, do
What?
they put aphrodisiacs in the waffle batter in Waffle House? Because people are hooking up more there than they are in a nudist camp. It's the same in the Montgomery trial. Everyone worked at Waffle House.
No, the Montgomery trial, everyone was at the Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, Duncan, yeah, that was right. No, this
But yeah,
isn't a murder victim. This is her boyfriend.
yeah, this was the boyfriend. They
I'm
might.
hooked.
I've never been to a Waffle House.
And that would have been in that period of 1998?
Yes. Yes.
Specifically, what locations, Waffle House locations, did you work at?
Many locations. When I first got there in '93, I started out on Buford Highway in Doraville. And then I transferred from there. It was, I can't say the exact year, '97. It was after the Olympics.
Okay.
And I transferred over to Peachtree Corners.
And do you remember what time of year you would have been at Peachtree Corners?
Yeah, it was in 1998.
Okay, would that have been at the beginning, the middle, or the end of 1998?
About the middle.
Oh, for fuck's sake. And I can't do anything about it. And this is an important witness, Jamie.
I know. What a bummer.
Yeah.
Hey, summertime.
middle.
All right.
Well, we'll make do.
You
this, but
familiar
it's
with
okay.
the name Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that name?
She was my waitress.
All right. And when you say
It was in 1998.
okay, would that have been at the beginning, the middle, or the end of 1998?
About the middle.
All right. You familiar with the name Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that name?
She was my waitress.
All right. And when you say waitress, describe what your role at Waffle House and what her role would have been.
I was like the shift supervisor, cook, management. At that time, earlier in my career, I was just mostly a cook and just a shift supervisor.
Okay. And what types of, when you say you were supervisor, what types of responsibilities would a supervisor have in relationship to, say, a waitress, as Melissa Wolfenbarger would have been employed in?
It's a team effort. When we work together, we help each other out, support each other on the floor, take care of customers.
Do you recall what locations, Waffle House locations, you would have worked at with Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
What locations were those?
I started working with her in Doraville on the Buford Highway location. And then I seen her again over when I transferred to, I can't think of the unit number. It's Peachtree Corners, though. The one I transferred to Peachtree Corners. She was over there.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with Melissa Wolfenbarger?
She was my friend. She was one of my really close friends. The girls that I work with it's kind of like a family thing at Waffle House. You know, we establish a close relationship when we work with each other.
Did you talk about your families, your children with Melissa Wolfenbarger? Did you discuss that?
No.
Did Melissa Wolfenbarger discuss her personal circumstances with you?
She usually did it to another waitress. She usually talked to another waitress that was one of our friends. Her name was Elizabeth. And her name was Elizabeth. Uh-huh. And Elizabeth would come back and tell me, back at that time, I was.
Sustained.
Well, I didn't get that he was going to repeat an out-of-court statement. Now, Mr. Dixon, we want to try to avoid repeating anything that someone else said out of court.
Okay.
But I do want to keep you on that period at Waffle House in '98. When you started working with Melissa I believe you said it was a Doraville location?
Yes.
Around what time of year would that have been?
About the middle of the year, I'd say.
And then do you recall around what time of year you would have started working with Melissa at the Peachtree Corners location?
Later that year.
And at any point, can you tell the jury if the nature of your relationship with Melissa Wolfenbarger changed at any point?
We just became closer.
All right. At any point, did you become intimate with Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
Can you tell us around when in the relationship during the year did that occur?
In the year, probably around toward the later fall.
Okay. And when you say intimate, did Melissa ever spend any time at any location that you may have been staying at during that period?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Yes. She, when I first met her, it was her birthday, and I took her out for a birthday dinner across the street from where we worked at in Doraville to a Chinese restaurant. And we had too much to drink, and we went and got a hotel room behind the Waffle House that night. And I was respectful.
Ooh, a hotel room behind the Waffle House.
We didn't have any intercourse or no sexual relations that night. She went home the next morning because she said she had to get back to her kids.
What?
Hmm.
They were hanging out behind the Waffle House.
They got a
Mhm.
hotel room behind the Waffle House because they had too much to drink, but they respected each other and they didn't do anything.
Jamie, on a scale from 1 to I don't believe anything this guy is saying.
I
you
don't
think-
believe anything this guy's saying.
Did she throw out the mud flaps and he was just like, no, I respect your family, and I want you to go home to your kids and husband tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do you think that hotel gets paid by half hour, or day?
Oh yeah, it's definitely paid by the hour.
Yeah. But we never have sexual intercourse and nothing like that because we did
Not
respect
that
each other.
night, because we were
We
respectful of each other.
we just hung out, had a few brewskis, and then we went to church to pray together because she's a God-fearing woman.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And we continued to work. You know, she came in, I went home, she went home, and we came back to work at 2:30 in the afternoon. We worked the afternoon shift.
All right. At any point, did you come to learn that Melissa was married?
Yes,
How did you learn that?
I believe it was just her sharing with Elizabeth and talking to me.
Okay. Did she actually discuss, did she actually tell you that she was married?
No,
Melissa never told you that she was married?
not that she was married, but I knew she had a boyfriend.
Did you ever meet that person that you describe as being Melissa's boyfriend?
One time.
All right. Do you recall that instance when you met him?
Yes.
What do you recall about that date?
It was in the evening, and we was both about ready to get off work, and Chris showed up at the job, and he came inside the restaurant, and I was on the grill cooking, and Melissa was over there sitting down talking to him at the booth, and then she got up and ran to the back room, was crying, and I went to the back room and asked her what's wrong. And she was just, I couldn't really understand what she was, because she was crying, hysterical. And she said something about it was him, you know, he's messing with her. So he was on his way out, and I followed him out, and I told him, I said, leave her alone until 9 o'clock. I said, after 9 o'clock, then you can have her, but until then, she's mine.
Okay. How close were you to the person you described as being Melissa's boyfriend? How close were you to him at the time you said that?
We was in front of each other, maybe a couple feet apart.
They're both outside.
Yes.
And was there any response at that time?
No.
What happened after that?
Just turned around and went and got in his car, and I went back inside, and we went back to work.
At any point, did you see that individual leave the restaurant?
Who? Chris?
Yes.
He was leaving when I followed him out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see him leave in the vehicle?
No, this is the boyfriend who slept with her while she was with her husband, Melissa. And
Yeah.
didn't the sister say that she saw the same episode and then Chris was sitting at the bar all night at the high top?
No, I think that was a different time.
What?
I think that was a different time. Because she was talking about her and her boyfriend Troy or something like that. I
No,
don't
but
remember
this
guy
time is the
being in
one
mix.
time where the sister said she came in with strangulation marks, and then Chris came in the front door and sat down at the bar and stayed there all night.
But I think he's talking about a totally different, like.
No,
instance.
because this is the same setup that the sister said, that she was she came in, she had red eyes, she had strangulation marks, and then Chris came in right after. Yeah, Melissa went to the back.
Yeah,
I
he
think
said
it's
she
the
said
same.
she went out and sat with him, and then they were talking, and
that
then
was
she got
another-
up and ran away.
No, that was another time. The strangulation
No, that
marks
was what
was
he just was talking about right now. That was what he was saying. The strangulation thing, I was a totally
Jemima
different
will be doing a 30-minute special when the show ends, where she will be telling us how all the stories fit together. It'll
Yeah,
be called "No, You're Not on Crack," because
you didn't
she will
even
need
believe
some of
any
that.
of these stories because I don't. So it's fine.
Yeah, with her that night when they left.
How would you describe the manner in which he drove off?
Very irate.
What do you mean by that?
Tires were squealing and peeling up and down the road.
Did it appear to you at the time that he was upset?
Yeah.
Now, at that point, had you and Melissa become intimate?
Yes.
All right. And when did that occur?
I don't know exactly when. It was, she stayed with me for about 4 or 5 days during that week because, let's see, I had came to work one day and we always go back out back and smoke cigarettes and we would be drinking beer or something while we're at work and we would talk and she would tell me, you know,
What?
But
Sorry, I'm eating. But they were
yeah,
drinking beer at the job?
like afterwards.
No,
Well, no,
on
he
the
made it
job.
sound like it was after work.
No, Jamie, you have to listen to the story because he said we would always go out back drinking beer while at work.
let's see, I had came to work one day and we always go back out back and smoke cigarettes and we would be drinking beer or something while we're at work and we would talk and she would
Well,
You
tell
really
me,
need. I know you
I'm
have been
not
saying.
shocked though. I
No,
guess
but
I just don't anticipate people getting drunk at work. But what did I
Jamie
know?
has been. It's this vacation. Her and Jemima got a little too much into the good old angel dust, and she can't pay attention anymore.
I pay
But
attention. I just don't. That's just crazy to me. But what was
he's
I
the
thinking?
manager, right?
Yeah,
Or shift manager, and he's smoking and drinking outside while he should be cooking in the kitchen. I'm not
I
eating at
know. What
Waffle
am
House.
I thinking?
That's Valhalla always tries to get me to go there, and I said no. Jamie has said I can't go there. Nothing good ever comes from Waffle House.
Apparently, think about this. You got these people drinking and smoking while working. Ugh, and they're touching your food.
about abusive relationship she was in.
Okay.
Yes.
If I can get you to just speak up so I can make sure I'm hearing everything that you're saying, could you repeat that?
Yeah, she would talk to me about her abusive relationship with Chris.
Okay.
Didn't you say you never talked about her family?
Yeah.
And now she's talking to you about her abusive.
And you say abusive, but when you describe it as abusive, what exactly did she say to give you the impression she was describing abuse?
I mean, she wouldn't really exactly describe the details, but I could see it. It was visible on her body.
And what do you mean by that?
The marks, the scratches, the bruises.
Okay. You saw signs of what appeared to be abuse.
Yeah.
I have tried to boost it all day, but it seems like the booster I used doesn't work. So maybe it's because YouTube is doing something and it hasn't caught up with it. Because I try. I have the booster on, but I can't boost it.
Where on her body would you see that?
On her arms. I seen one on her cheekbone.
And besides the individual that you're referring to, did you know any of Melissa's family, sister? Did you know any family members?
No. Mm-mm.
And when you and Melissa had become intimate, was there any point when you had unprotected sex with Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
Why does that matter?
And would that have been towards that end period you've been testifying to in 1998?
Yes.
And how soon after, say, you became intimate, the last point when you were intimate with Melissa Wolfenbarger was the last time you actually saw her?
Maybe a day or two later.
Okay.
Is when we went to work, and that's when Chris came up there to the job. And she said she had to go home. She mentioned something about her kids.
Okay. And at that point, did you have the knowledge that she had children?
I always she talked about her kids. Yeah.
And then how would she, when she would talk about her children, how would she speak about them?
Very briefly. I mean, it wasn't really a topic. You know, she said she had kids and she missed them. She said that a few times while we was together.
Do you remember describing a type of vehicle that you saw Defendant drive off in?
Yeah, it was like a yellow slug bug. back in the 90s, you know,
It's
like a Volkswagen.
Volkswagen,
Yeah.
okay. Like a Volkswagen Beetle, is that what you just?
Yes.
One moment, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought her sister was working with her during all this time too.
They worked at different locations.
Well, they initially worked at the same location and then switched to different locations, but where did he come into play? Because it sounds like he moved also. So was he there the whole time? Because the sister didn't mention him. He didn't mention the sister.
Mr. Dixon, do you recall giving a statement to law enforcement, the detectives in this case?
Yeah, back in 2003.
Okay, back in 2003.
Yeah.
All right. Do you recall a time frame that you were able to give the detectives as to the last date, the last month that you saw Melissa Wolfenbarger?
I believe I told them the same thing that
Okay.
I told you.
You recall what was that date that you saw Melissa Wolfenbarger, the actual month itself?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. If you were to see a copy of the summary of your report, would that assist in refreshing your recollection?
Most likely would.
So he was raw dogging this girl, and she had to go home to her family, and that's the last time he saw her. Is that? Am I catching his drift? And I'm sorry that the audio is off kilter. Normally, StreamYard will try to figure it out.
Yeah.
Starting right there.
Just read it to yourself. Read it in the microphone.
In December.
No, sorry. He's telling you to just read it to yourself because he wants to know if reading that refreshes your memory about the question he's just asked you. So if you could just read it to yourself and then he'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. After having looked at that, do you recall the month that you told law enforcement you saw Melissa Wolfenbarger in 98?
Yes.
And what month was that?
December.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott?
Mr. Dixon, you and I have never had the opportunity of speaking together before. Okay.
Mr. Dixon, if you would, that was, I think you were nodding your head. Did you mean yes?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay. If you'll just try and give an out loud yes or no.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry.
So you just mentioned that the first time you kind of began to get intimate with Melissa was on her birthday. Is that correct?
Well, no, nothing happened that night.
Okay.
No.
You,
But I liked her. We liked each other. You know, we was growing closer.
didn't you share a room that night?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Nothing ever happened though.
And at the time you lived with a woman named Deborah, is that correct?
Yes. Yes, I was living with Deborah. Yeah.
And she had an ex-husband that she lived with,
What?
John.
and you rented a room from them.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And you were also having an affair with Deborah also, is that correct?
Yes.
Oh,
And
look
when
at
Deborah
him.
found out you were having an affair with Melissa, that kind of a trouble happened at Waffle House, right?
Yeah.
And
Jamie, I've been single so long, so my V card got unpunched. This guy was slinging D to at least 2 women at the same time.
He was slinging. He was giving it to Deborah and Melissa.
Oh,
Man. Look at him.
I'm asking again. What the hell do they put in the syrup at Waffle House? If this guy, who kind of looks like he hasn't had he had the same style of haircut since he was working at Waffle House in 1998. he was blasting his batter in 2 of the waitresses.
God. You're missing Ginger with the soul. She's really kicking it up a notch.
Well, I'm stuffing my face with food because I didn't have a lunch break, Jamie.
I know, but it's gold.
What is Ginger saying? She's hating.
No.
Was this guy a total babe back then, or what? We need high school photos of this guy.
Yeah. Go to the next one.
And then Dixon, everyone.
Yeah, Dixon, everyone. His
Did
name's
they-
Dixon. Get it?
Did the manager require one of y'all to leave or to come up with some settlement of that?
His name is Dixon.
Okay.
Yeah. So Dixon, everyone. Get it?
And you said Melissa stayed with you a few times?
Just, she stayed with me one time. And I wasn't living with Deborah at that time. I was over in Liberty Heights after I moved out of Deborah's house.
Okay. You got a new place of your own? Or
Yes.
were you renting a room there too, or did you have your own place?
Yeah.
Okay. But you had a little more freedom.
Yes.
This
Sue.
incident where you say that you met her boyfriend and he picked her up in the car. Apparently he did something to make her cry in the store, right?
Yes.
And then he goes out to the car. And then later that night, she gets in the car and leaves with him. And you just, is that correct?
No, he went out. He went as he was going to the car. That's when I came out behind him.
But later that night, she got in that car
When she was off. Yes.
when she got off after 9 o'clock.
Yes.
And you described that car as a yellow Volkswagen.
Yeah.
And are you aware that Christopher never owned a yellow Volkswagen?
No.
And you said he peeled out down the road.
Mhm.
The phrase you used, I think, was he was squalling up and down the road.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to squall out in a Volkswagen Beetle?
No.
He's trying to say you can't squeal the tires of a Beetle.
My dad
Do you
had
remember
his
telling-
first car was an original Beetle, and they, as he said, it could go 60 miles an hour if it was falling out of window. It was you. There's not enough torque that you can spin the wheels even on a wet
Yeah.
road.
So it's
It's
funny.
there's no way he was squealing the tires in a well, maybe if there was snow, he could spin the tires, and the tires are roughly the size of the tires of a baby pram.
Deputies are telling the investigator that you had sex with Melissa multiple times.
Maybe I might have.
Did you have sex with Melissa multiple times?
No, maybe
3 times?
2 to 3 times.
Okay. Do you remember asking Melissa if she could get pregnant?
No.
If I showed you a transcript of your interview with Detective Calhoun in 2003, would that maybe refresh your memory?
Probably, yes.
And I apologize for the fine print. Please read this here.
I don't remember asking her.
Jamie, I'm getting out of this YouTube racket. I haven't even had a pair of bolos sent to me in DMs. But this guy slinging batter all over the
You
ladies
did
at
ask
Waffle
her
House.
if she could get pregnant, and she told you no. Isn't that correct?
I
Yeah.
don't remember.
Okay.
I don't think I did.
Well, it's a good thing that he asked before he just raw dogged her. Jesus Christ, we're down 5-1. I'm starting following a new team. Fuck this shit. And thank you, Jemima, for swear jar.
You testified here about Melissa talking about her children, and you said two things that weren't clear to me. On the one hand, you said she didn't really talk about her children, but then you also said,
Jemima, not Marissa.
yeah, she mentioned her children a few times and said she missed them
Yeah,
or that she needed to get back to them.
yeah. We didn't really get in like detail about her kids, because we was always just having fun, just.
You just said she was talking about her
socializing.
abusive husband.
We didn't get into no details.
But did she talk about her children to you?
I've heard her say some stuff about her kids, like she missed them and stuff like that.
Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun that she never talked about her children?
No.
If I showed you a transcript of that interview, may it refresh your memory?
Maybe.
We'll take a chance.
Okay.
We'll take that chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
She-
wasn't
she-
worried about talking about her family and kids. He wanted to just bang her.
Hey, honey, while you're down there, how's your family?
Oh my
Oh, that's
God,
good to
stop
hear.
it.
Yeah. Strangling me, daddy, just like my husband.
Oh, Baker.
This is, Jamie, this is kind of like the Daddy Dom case all over again. I'm so
I'm
abused.
laughing,
Please
but
bang me hard.
I've read worse than the books that I read. So.
Is that up there? You ever mentioned any of her parents?
Hey, forgive me, but don't read it out loud,
No.
please. Thank you.
I mean, I don't,
To be clear, that was his question to you.
oh,
So when Detective Calhoun asked you if she ever talked about her family or her parents or anybody to you, you told him that she didn't talk about her mom, dad, brothers, sisters, nothing. She never even talked about her kids.
she told me she had kids. I mean, if
Okay.
you want to consider that talking about them, I don't know.
Jamie, I have kids.
Well,
Jamie, have I ever talked about my kids?
to me, yes.
Yeah. It's. If she never talked about it, she never mentioned it. If you just said, "Hey, I have kids," you talked about your kids. And again, I don't see this guy as maybe he's like that Pete Danielson or whatever he is, and he's batting way above his average, but because he has a kielbasa. But I don't see him as one that really carrying a conversation other than
Maybe he has a
I have a beer.
maybe he has a charming personality. I don't know. Maybe he's smooth.
Yeah, and maybe he has 11 inches and know how to shut up after.
Oh my Lord.
You say that Melissa was close to you and that she disclosed these details, or you didn't say that she disclosed these details. Do you remember talking to these people, Mr. Fawcett and a couple of investigators, maybe a few weeks ago?
There's no one part one. There is only a first day, and then there is a first day part two, I think. I think I put them all in the playlist. Maybe I didn't. It's not like I do this semi-professionally.
No.
That's why
You
I will never
should.
pay for a guest. I'll pay for an editor.
Do you remember that?
Where at my residence?
In Rome, yes.
Yes.
Okay. So they came out and interviewed you freshly regarding the details of what happened back then.
Yes.
And do you remember them telling you something about her telling you about instances of abuse?
We didn't go over what was discussed in the 2003 interview.
Apologize, sir, but if you could lean forward, you are really quiet.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My question is, do you remember telling them at that time
Mhm.
about an instance that Melissa told you about abuse?
I mean, she mentioned stuff about being, abused.
So you just testified here this morning that she did not tell you about instances of abuse, but that you only saw marks on her body.
I seen marks on her body, and I heard from her, that he was abusive. I mean, but
You literally just testified a while ago
okay.
that she did not tell you about instances of abuse. Isn't that correct?
Okay.
And when you talk to these, I keep pointing to them, but it was really only Mr. Fawcett that was with the group. And Detective Shepard was with that group, and Detective Kennedy, I believe. When you talked to that group a few weeks ago, do you remember telling them that you have been interested in Melissa's case all across the years?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you a couple of times tell them that you had watched videos?
Yes.
Okay. What videos had you watched about Melissa?
Just when the cold case files.
So you've watched media presentations about her case.
Yeah.
And isn't it the case that you took some details from what you heard and told them to the investigators a few weeks ago as if they were things you remembered?
No. This is just what I can remember, what I can't remember.
Is it possible that some of the things you've listened to over 20 years of videos and interest in Melissa has combined with the things that you think you remember about her?
I haven't heard anything.
Is it possible?
No, I haven't heard anything until I found out he was arrested.
So if he was arrested a year ago, you've had at least a year to watch videos.
Yeah.
Did you listen to any podcasts?
No.
Okay.
How is this a case, Jamie?
I don't know. They better have a bombshell of evidence, or this is ridiculous.
You testified just a few minutes ago that when Melissa decided to leave at one point, she told you she had to go home because she missed her kids or something about her kids.
Yeah.
But again, you told Detective Calhoun back in the days, which was much closer, that she never talked about her kids.
If I did, I did.
And would you agree with me that the interview you gave Detective Calhoun in 2003 was much closer to the events than today?
Yes.
Stephen, I have watched 3 days. I have no clue either. The only thing I need to know is, how is this guy related to Sue? Is it a first cousin, second cousin, half brother? Because apparently she knows all these people because she can understand what they say and what drugs they did, and I can't understand half. I might have had several strokes during this trial because I'm not sure what's happening, and I don't know why they're called as witnesses. It's the most amazing, bizarre case I've ever watched, and I'm still not sure the state has any proof of anything other than, well, it could have been him.
Yeah.
Third cousin.
Do you remember telling the investigators a few weeks ago that it was difficult, or that Melissa never kept in touch with you because we didn't have cell phones back then?
What about? What was your question?
Do you remember telling the detectives a few weeks ago that one reason you couldn't keep in touch with Melissa is because we didn't have cell phones back then?
I might have said that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun in 2003 that you had a cell phone?
I might have had one in prepaid one.
So you would have had a cell phone?
I might have had one around that. When, 2003?
Yes.
I don't think.
If I showed you your comments from 2003, would
You
that
can, yeah.
I'm still saying he's at least 11 inches because it's not his brain they took him for.
That ain't got nothing to do with 2003.
This interview was given in 2003.
What was that? What was that I was reading about?
Hang on, sir. I don't want you to state the substance of what you read, but you can ask him for clarification.
You're asking about what you were reading?
Yeah.
I believe you were describing an incident in which you had gotten into some altercation with some other boys.
Right.
And what year did that happen?
Yeah, that was around 2000.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this interview was given.
Getting into an altercation with some altar boys or other boys.
I think he said other, but
I hope it's altar boys.
I
Because
hope it's
that'll
altar
just-
boys.
Having him beating up altar boys coming in after playing in the church's baseball league, it would be perfect for this case.
Yeah.
To Detective Calhoun in 2003, correct?
Well, I don't understand. Why would he have that interview of something totally different in 2000?
You were describing many things during that interview with Detective Calhoun, right?
Okay.
It was about an hour-long interview. Was that correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And it just happened to be one of the things you were telling him about.
When I got in trouble?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was before 2003 when he came to see me. Though.
Okay. So you had a cell phone already in 2000.
That was, yeah, prepaid.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
That's still a cell phone.
Now, you've testified here today that you saw marks on Melissa's body, your cheekbone. I think you said scratches on her arms and legs.
Bruises. Yeah.
Bruises. And isn't it true that when you were interviewed in 2003, you never mentioned abuse, you never mentioned bruises, you never mentioned scratches, you never mentioned a single altercation to Detective Calhoun?
That might have been possible.
Isn't that correct?
Oh, I don't know if it's correct. It might be possible.
Have you ever had a chance to review the interview you gave Detective Calhoun in
No.
2003?
No.
The DA's office didn't tell you? Do you remember an interview you gave in 2003?
I remember the interview, yeah.
In preparing you for testifying, did they tell you about a 2003 interview?
No.
Okay. And they didn't give you a transcript of it?
Mm.
And if I told you that in 34 pages of that transcript, there's not a single mention of bruising, altercations, scratches, or anything between Chris and Melissa, would you deny that?
I don't know. What do you mean? What I did?
Would you deny that you never mentioned any of those things in that interview?
In the 2003 interview? I don't remember.
You don't remember? Do you remember telling the investigators a few weeks ago that you and Melissa regularly worked together?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Calhoun in 2003 that you only ever worked the same shift twice in the whole time that you knew her?
No.
If I showed you the transcript, would that maybe refresh your interview?
Yeah.
Your recollection?
Sure.
Don't get pissy on the stand because you're stupid. It doesn't look good in front of the jury.
Everything he said is the opposite. Come on.
Of course, Sue got kicked out of his state. That's why she never comes to any meetups or anything, because she has outstanding warrants in 51 of the 50 states of America.
It's okay. I think Sue will live. George is not that. She's not.
You know, if they ever came for Sue, she would be hiding way better than this guy did.
Yeah.
That's my statement.
The more they put on witnesses, I believe
clarify,
Chris
yes,
didn't
that's
do
your
it.
statement.
It can be any one of these a-holes.
It could be anything
I
else.
remember
Like,
then telling Calhoun that I don't know who worked with her because we didn't work the same shift. I worked with her one day. Matter of fact, it's 2 days.
No, I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor, please. Mr. Dixon, have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
And when was the most recent time?
2010.
2010.
Mhm.
Did they convict you of a new felony, or did they just violate your probation?
Probation violation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the reason for that probation
What?
violation
Non-reporting.
okay.
in 2010?
No, 2010 is when I got arrested.
Okay. And what were you convicted of?
Robbery by intimidation.
And you were robbing a bank, is that correct?
Yes.
And you told
Not
Tyler,
banks. One bank.
I thought I said a bank. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
And how much time did you serve?
10 years.
10 years. And you got out in 2020, is that correct? Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Fawcett?
Who the fuck robs a bank? 2010.
It's not make anymore.
You in 2010 they had no cash.
They didn't even keep, yeah, they don't even keep money in the bank anymore.
He robbed the bank in 2010. Oh, I know these ladies. He was slinging more better than I.
Oh man. I'm glad that cracks you up. Yeah.
It's
Sir,
just
it was only one bank. Calm down.
it's the hilarity of everyone they put on the stand is a better suspect than Chris.
They are. You can't even talk bad about the defendant. But all these idiot witnesses are, oh yeah, I just helped my husband kill a bunch of people and throw them in river. It's fine. I robbed a bank in 2010. So gross.
I don't know why this is just.
Right, Jen? Like you're not. It's not like the old days where they had like millions of dollars sitting in the vault.
No, and you will have a die pack and whatever. And this guy isn't
Yeah.
smart enough to get rid of the die pack.
No.
Oh, Jemima is going to have to work overtime to find out all the stupid things said in this trial. Are you going to pay her? No. No.
I wonder how much you got for real though. I know. Did you get any?
I bet you he didn't
How did
even
he get
run.
caught? Yeah, like
He was standing outside tying his shoes and he got caught because, oh, I forgot the Velcro ones Mom gave me, so I don't do strings.
I want the details of this robbery now.
Yeah, pull up the robbery. Jamie, can you pull that up? Oh, I can say just like Joe Rogan. Pull that up, Jamie.
Barger's open cold case.
When he came and talked to me in 2003, but then I didn't hear nothing else until 2010 when I went to prison.
Okay. Did you ever see a card or image?
Yes.
With Melissa Wolfenbarger's?
Yes. When I went to jail in 2010, I haven't heard anything since 2003. The interview with the detective, and then I went to jail in Fulton County in 2010, and I was playing cards, and her picture was on a playing card. There's a cold case files.
Okay.
You had cold case files playing cards?
That there was an actual open case, didn't it?
No, I didn't. I done moved on.
What?
Now, in addition to the abrasions that you've testified that you observed, did Melissa ever describe did she ever describe verbally with any type of detail what the defendant had done to her?
I heard one time that she was pulled by her hair up and down the sidewalk.
Okay.
Sebastian, you miss so much greatness. This is just the most ridiculous case in the world.
And who exactly are you referring to, and who was pulled by the hair?
Melissa.
And to the best of your recollection, who was it that's being described as the person who's responsible for that?
Christopher.
And is that information that you would have received from Melissa Wolfenbarger during that 1998 period?
Yeah.
That's all I have, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. McDermott?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
Witness can be excused. Mr. Fawcett? Or may the witness be excused?
No objection.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You are excused. Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Christina Garrett.
Ladies and gentlemen, while the witness is coming in, I just want to apologize for all of my sniffling. I've had a case of the sniffles over the weekend, so sorry about that.
Yeah, I got a case of the giggles. Well, yeah, it seems like everyone now has just turned into death row inmates to testify.
Up and then y'all can get that. Yeah, you
Oh, she looks scary.
Christina Garrett.
Good afternoon.
afternoon. How old are you?
Just turned 30.
And when you say
This is the
Oh,
daughter.
okay.
Oh. Oh, she needs some dental work. This is the daughter of Chris and Melissa, the one who was 2.5 years old and clearly remembers everything from when her mom lived 27 years ago.
This would be interesting because I can't remember a dang thing since when I was 2.
Jamie, it will not be interesting because everything she say will be a planted memory. This will be like me interviewing Baby Baker how his vacation with me was,
Yeah.
because he can't remember.
just turned 30, when was your birthday?
August 15th,
Was that on Friday?
Friday. 15th.
And do you have any siblings?
Yes.
How many?
I have one full, one half, both brothers.
Hang on, forgive me. Yeah, actually, normally I'm telling witnesses to scoot forward, but I think you're so far forward that you're talking past the microphone.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you'll just
Here.
scoot up towards the microphone so that you're
Okay.
in front of it to make sure that we can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, now you said you have one full brother.
Correct.
What do you mean by when you say I have one full brother?
By the same mom and the same dad.
And who is your, what's the name of that brother?
Joey,
And who is your mother and your father?
Melissa and Chris Wolfenbarger.
And how old is Joey?
Turned 29 on July 5th,
And what year was he born?
1996.
And then you have a second, is it a half brother or sister?
Half brother,
What is his name?
Alias.
What?
And what year was he born?
Alias.
2006.
And do you all share the same?
Does she have a half brother called Alias?
Yes.
His name?
Alias.
What?
And what year was he born?
2006.
And do you all share the same father?
Why is she laughing?
Are you the oldest?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently working?
No, ma'am.
Have you previously worked?
I have.
What type of work have you done?
I was a server at a steakhouse and I worked in hotels briefly.
Are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have children?
Yes, ma'am.
How many children do you have?
3 boys.
Why is she laughing?
Now, were you raised by Melissa?
Probably just
Wolfenbarger or
nervous.
Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Christopher Wolfenbarger's parents raised me.
And what are their names?
Kathy and Alan.
These are Chris's parents?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's their last name?
Wolfenbarger.
Your Honor, we can't see the demonstrative. It'd be helpful if we could all see it.
Your Honor, if you put it up there, they won't be able to see the witness, so we.
Well, I mean, it will block the jury door. We'll have to move it, but if you want to put it there, then everybody would be able to see it, and possibly the only person with their back to it would be you.
Okay.
If you put it there to the,
Maybe I should
if, to the
update
left
my
of the TV
Chiron now.
screen.
I'm doing all of this extra work for Marissa.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
And did you have a name for Alan?
Yes, I called him Boo. B-O-O.
And have you always called him Lou?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were younger, what, if anything, did you call Kat?
At first, Mom.
And at some point in time, did that change from calling her mom?
It did.
When you were younger, who did you think was your biological mother?
Chris's parents.
Did you think that Alan was your father as well?
Yes, ma'am.
She called her dad Chris, so that's probably not a good sign.
Yeah, that's because she grew up thinking her grandparents were her parents.
Why do you think Kat was your mother?
That was my earliest memories were with her and with Boo.
When you were younger, did anyone ever tell you that Kathy was not your biological mother?
No.
When you were younger, did Kathy ever talk to you about Melissa?
No, ma'am.
Hidden fucking football
Did Alan ever talk to you about
team. Hate
Melissa?
it.
No, ma'am.
Now, at any point in time, did you ever live with anyone else besides Kathy or Alan?
I didn't go stay with Chris until senior year of high school, but until then I lived with both of them.
I apologize. Just, no, you're fine. Just try and keep your voice up a little bit because Miss
sorry.
Cantrell and I have our back. You have your back to us.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Now,
Don't be
Kathy,
sorry,
did you
just
have
don't do
any
it.
other children?
They had Chris and then his sister, Kimberly, who we called Kitty.
Who's older, Chris or Kitty?
Chris.
And you said Kitty's name is Kimberly?
Kimberly, yes, ma'am.
When you were younger, who did you think Chris and Kimberly struck at? What relationship did you think that Chris and Kimberly were to you?
Older siblings.
Now, at any point in time, did you ever meet Kathy's parents?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jurors what is Kathy's parents' mother's name?
Virginia Autry. We called her Nanny.
And then what is Kathy's father's name?
William Autry. We called him Papa.
And what did you call Virginia?
Nanny. Yes, ma'am.
When you were younger, what relationship did you think you had with Virginia and William?
I thought those are my grandparents.
Excuse my hair.
You're totally fine.
Now, when you were younger, did you have an
Fix
understanding
it
of
for
the
your
term
Russian.
great-granddaughter?
No, ma'am.
Have you heard that term?
I would hear my nanny tell other people that I was her great granddaughter.
And what was your
But not
understanding
inverted.
of what Nana was telling other people?
I thought that meant out of all of her grandchildren that I was her favorite.
You thought that you were favorite, you were the greatest and the best.
Yes.
Now, where were you raised?
With Kathy in Locust Grove.
And is that down in Henry County?
It is in Henry County.
And who lived in the house with you when you were younger?
At the time, it was Kathy and Boo, and also Kitty, me, Joey. Kitty was also with a man named Philip, and they had a baby, Tristan. I'm sorry.
I can't wait till Jemima comes on and gives a 2-hour lecture of the family tree.
Oh boy.
She was with a man, Philip, and they had Tristan,
And then you and Joey?
and then me and my brother Joey.
I think it's because it's a sudden thing, so they're trying to figure out who is the grandma, who's the mom, who's the sister, and how can it be all of the same person in one? Because this is, and I don't know why she's writing it down, because I don't know what this has to do with anything with Melissa's disappearing. But apparently we really need to know about Boo Boo and Bibi and Papa
And Kitty.
and Kitty.
And what do they call you?
Kitty
Chrissy.
was kind of a bitch.
Now, your Nana and Pawpaw, where do they live?
Stoutbridge.
Stop calling them that.
Now, to your knowledge, when you were younger, did your family have property in the city of Atlanta?
Yes.
How did you become aware that your family had property in the city of Atlanta?
And then Nanny and Kathy would take us up there to check on the properties.
Do you know where the properties were?
Brookline, off of Avon Avenue.
Do you know how many properties that they have on Brookline?
I know of at least 3.
All on Brookline?
Yes, ma'am. Across the road from each other.
Speak up, please.
I'm sorry, across the road from each other.
They said 2 of them were across the street from each other.
They were.
Did you have any family that lived in any of those 3 houses?
As far as I know, it was only family in the house.
Only family. Who lived on Brookline? What family members?
There was Nanny and Papa's first son, Ricky.
Okay.
One of Nanny's brothers.
Do you know the name?
It was either Roy or Troy. They were twins, and I'm not sure which one of the twins.
Anyone else?
And then my parents had the other property.
Your parents had the other property.
Mhm.
And we said your parents talking about Melissa and
Chris and Melissa, yes, ma'am.
Gina Davis in that Hitman movie where she lost her memory.
Now, I want to talk about your childhood, probably somewhere between the ages of 8 and
Okay.
younger, okay?
Okay.
That period of your childhood. And what year were you born?
1995.
So around 2003.
Okay.
Okay. What was your relationship like with Chris?
I didn't know him at the time until he came to visit Kathy at her Locust Grove house.
You said you didn't know him at the time?
No,
And you said not until he came to visit at Kathy's house.
he came to talk with Kathy. I'm not sure what for, but they were just talking, and I happened to be there at the time.
When he would come over and talk to Kathy, would he spend time with you?
Very little.
Your earliest memory about how old do you think you are?
Would have been about 5.
At that time, when you saw him coming to speak to Kathy, around 5 years old, did you know he was your biological father?
No, ma'am.
At any point in your childhood, between 5 and 8, did you come to learn that he was your biological father?
Yes, I was told by Kathy he was my dad after that visit.
At that time, once you learned that Chris was your father, did you know who your mother, your biological mother was?
No, ma'am.
So you have no memory of your biological mom. So unless Chris took you one day and said, I unalived your mother, I'm so sorry, but she was a big old B word who was getting pumped in the back outside of a Waffle House. Other than that, you have no knowledge that will help this case. If all you're going to say is, well, I never saw a picture of my mom, or I can't remember seeing it, because you can't remember you lived with Chris. So you can't remember your mother. So you can't give any testimony that can help us unless Chris told you, yeah, I got tired of that bitch.
Kathy or Chris ever explained to you at that time who your biological mother was?
No, ma'am.
As a child, what did you think about Chris being your father and now Kathy being your mother, as you thought in your head of it?
It was very confusing. Didn't make sense.
Why?
It just seemed odd. I thought Boo was my dad. So
Now, do you have any memory of Melissa?
Way to traumatize these poor kids.
Yeah, let's relive trauma.
Now, when you were younger, did you ever see any pictures of Melissa?
I saw a picture that had been behind the door, and it got taken down.
Behind the door?
The front door of Kathy's house.
So what?
About how old were you, do you think, when you saw this picture behind the door?
About 5.
And when you say behind the door, is this the bedroom door, bathroom door, kitchen door?
The living room door.
And explain when you say behind the door, is it like a picture that was on the door, on the wall, or something else?
It was on the wall behind the door.
Why do you think that was a picture of your mother?
It was a picture of me and my brother, very small, and it was when I saw that it was Chris, the man that I had just seen, was also there posed as the dad, and there was another woman that I didn't recognize.
Did you ever ask anyone about that picture?
Yes.
Who did you ask?
Kathy.
At this point, do you remember any response that Kathy gave about that picture?
She took the picture down.
Before taking the picture down, did she explain who the lady was in the picture?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see any other pictures with that lady between the ages of 5 and 8?
I found them probably closer to being 8 or 9 in Kathy's closet.
When you said they were in Kathy's closet, describe to jury what you're talking about.
So in the top of the master closet, it was a walk-in closet. She had lots of photo albums. So I pulled some down, started going through the pictures, and saw a lot more pictures of the same woman that had been in that picture.
They didn't want to traumatize these kids because they had lost their mom. So Kathy thought, well, I'm going to keep one picture up for one day. And then when her dad came over, and she might have had a weird reaction finding out he was her dad, she thought, well, she's clearly not old enough to get the truth yet. I'm going to hide this picture. And when she's a little more mature, I'm going to sit her down and tell her, hey, You know, we have been living this lie because your mom went missing and we were all heartbroken and we wanted to shield you and your brother, give you the best possible upbringing we could. But this is your mom. Your mom sadly had some problems with alcohol, drugs, sodomy behind a Waffle House. But before she got into that trouble, she was a really nice lady who gave birth to you and Joey, who we appreciate so much. These are the pictures of some of the happiest times in her life because these are the times she spent with you. Sadly, someone took her from us. Or I'm gonna keep all of these pictures and just hang one up, and then when Chris comes over, I'm gonna snatch it because that's an admission of guilt.
Yep.
Which story is most likely? Oh,
Right.
And when you saw the photos of that same woman, what did you do?
Wanted to go to Kathy
Melissa
and
is
ask
the
her
victim.
about them.
And did you, sorry.
Just that she packed them up. She didn't want to talk about it.
So I'm saying clearly, after you saw the pictures, you went and asked Kathy about those pictures.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she ever give you explanations as to who that person was?
No, ma'am.
What did she do with the pictures after you asked her about them?
She took the photo albums and moved them to a shed in the backyard.
So that removing them from her closet and taking them outside of the house into a shed.
The shed was actually a locked shed, and the key to the shed was in Boo's room, separate from the master room.
After she took those pictures and put them in the shed and locked them, did you ever see those pictures ever again?
No, ma'am.
After not seeing those pictures, did you ever see any other pictures of your mother?
I did get some pictures from Nanny. She had some at her house, but she let me have copies of them.
So she did let you have copies?
She did.
Now, did Nanny ever explain to you who the lady was in those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that how you learned who your mother was?
Yes, ma'am.
Without telling me what Nana said, was Nana ever able to tell you about the relationship between your biological mother and Chris?
She explained it was very troubled.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not Chris and Melissa lived with your Nana?
Yes.
Did they ever live with your Nana?
Yes, ma'am.
So Nana didn't hide the pictures and told you what happened. But because Caddy did it, not Chris, but Caddy, that I knew I bet you Caddy was the one who sawed Chris in half. Because she hid that picture, Jamie.
I mean, that's so stupid. I don't even know what to
This
say.
is Melissa's daughter. Yes, this is Melissa's daughter who grew up with her grandparents because Melissa gave them away to her in-laws because she was as Sue calls it, she was a used woman, and apparently couldn't take care of her kids because she had maybe a teeny little drug problem that she had to take care of first. And now this lady who has no independent recollection of her mom at all is there to testify that her aunt, who she lived with, thought was her older sister, had a picture on her wall when she was 5 years old that she removed, and that clearly shows that Chris is guilty. Even though her grandmother gave her the same pictures that Kimberly didn't want to show her. Can someone tell me what is wrong in Fulton?
Now,
That's Chris's sister. Or defendant's mom. It's someone. I don't know who anyone is in this case. Jemima is going to give me a timeline. Sue is going to come tell me about the intricacies of Southern families. I'm lost. This is way too much culture for me.
Before 2003. I would have been much older.
around 2003, how did you come to learn about Melissa's appearance?
At the funeral.
Sue, We have a deal.
When you say the funeral, what funeral?
Melissa's funeral.
And sitting here today, can you remember when the funeral was?
Would have been early in the year. I want to say either 2002 or 2003.
Okay, so Kathy is Chris's mom. I thought it was Chris's sister. But again, I've been talking to Sue a lot to learn Southern, and sometimes your sister and your mom can be the same person in some families, but we don't talk about that, and she had to go up north on a vacation. It happens. Yeah, what funeral in 2003?
Or Nana ever talked
Oh,
to you?
her Melissa's funeral, because they didn't figure out who it was till 2003.
About Melissa's parents.
Yes.
If we're talking about 2003,
Mhm.
did Nana speak to you about Melissa's parents before the funeral or after the funeral?
It was on the way to the funeral.
And on the way to the funeral, did you get an understanding of who Melissa's parents were to you?
No, we were told they were bad people and that we didn't want to talk to them.
They are bad people. They killed 5 people.
And who was relaying this information?
Kathy and Nanny.
Now, when you get to the funeral, let me actually strike that. Who all went to the funeral that you can remember?
Kathy, Nanny, me, my brother, Kitty, and Chris.
And did everyone, from what you can remember, want to go to the funeral?
No, ma'am.
Who didn't want to go to the funeral?
Chris and Kathy both didn't want to go.
And this is the funeral of your mother,
Yes, ma'am.
Melissa.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, once you got to the funeral,
Mhm.
strike that, I'm making that inference. Did you get to the funeral?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you got to the funeral, did you see the individuals identified as the Packers?
Yes, ma'am.
How were you made aware that some people there were the Packers?
They were sitting on the front row.
And seeing them, was that your first time ever seeing any of the people identified as the Packers?
I realized I had seen Norma Patton before.
How had you seen Norma Patton previously?
She showed up at Kathy's front yard asking where her daughter was.
So this funeral was in 2003. About how much time before had Norma shown up at Kathy's house looking for her daughter?
It had been about 2 years at that point.
So she didn't go looking for her daughter to 2001, 2 years after she disappeared. And she made
Yeah.
it sound like I was out here looking for my daughter. And Pop didn't want to go up there in his car, but we really got doing it. But she
Mhm.
went over to Kathy's house 2 years after asking, where my daughter at? Jamie, can you paint this case in crayons and tell it to me like I'm disabled and 5 years old?
I was going to ask you the same thing. I was going to ask you to start drawing.
Yeah. The wind-off show will be Sue and Jemima breaking down while me and Jamie is just laying in the corner crying.
Now, going back to when you call her Norma?
Yes.
When Norma showed up at the yard looking for her daughter, can you tell the jury what you remember about that?
Yes, we had just pulled in ourselves, so we were getting out of the car, and another woman pulled up, parked on the road, and got out and was yelling at Kathy, asking where her daughter was.
You're right. I'm not offering for the truth of the matter, sir.
No, but it's still hearsay, you idiot. So this 4-year-old saw a crazy lop-booped woman yell, "Where's my daughter?" And she remembers it clear as day.
Do you find out who your grandma was and your grandpa? And do you still love them? That's what I want to know.
Please.
Sure. Tell the jury what you recall happening when, this woman appeared at your home.
Yes.
She was from 95
Yes,
or
we had just gotten
96.
home ourselves. She pulled up and parked on the road and got out of her car and started yelling at Kathy, asking where her daughter was. Kathy said, "I thought she was with you." And she said, "You know she's not with me. She's with Chris."
Were you asked to do anything at that point?
I was told to go inside the house.
And did you all go in the house?
We went right in front of the screen door.
So it's like little kids, you still with the hair?
Yes.
All right, I understand. And you said the we, who is the we?
Me and my brother, Joey.
At that time, when this incident occurred, did you know who that lady was?
No.
At that time, did you know that that was your biological grandmother?
No, ma'am.
Did you know who her daughter was, who she was referencing?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any idea the person she was referencing was your mother?
No, ma'am.
And even after that incident, did Kathy ever explain to you who this lady was to you?
No, she said she was confused.
Now, going back to the funeral, now, 2003. You said that it was at the funeral that you now made the connection that this lady who's at the funeral is this lady that you saw a few years prior.
Yes, ma'am.
At the funeral, did you ever have the occasion to speak with that lady?
No.
You said that they were all sitting on the front row.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak to any of the people that were sitting on the front row?
Not that I remember.
And I should ask this, were you all in a church, a funeral home, something that we don't remember?
No, it was at the cemetery.
Now, at the time, what was your understanding of the service that was happening?
We were told it was a celebration of life, not an actual funeral,
Almost Danish.
and that the casket was empty.
And was there a casket there?
There was.
At this point, had you started asking questions about this woman you saw in the pictures?
Yes.
What kind of questions were you asking?
That was essentially when we pieced that the woman from the front yard was our grandmother, and the woman she had been talking to was our mom.
Talking about.
And at this point, do you ask Chris or Kathy about your mom?
Yes.
And
So she learned about her dad when she was 5 years old, and her nana when she was 8 years old. No, 6 years old. But she remembers it clear as day. I can remember that I got really mad at my mom for throwing out my first pair of cowboy, jeans. We call them cowboy pants. When I was 6 years old, because that's my first year in first grade, and I got a pair of jeans for my kindergarten class, and she threw them out. They were too small and there was holes in them, but still, I got really mad. Rest of that year, I probably can't remember anything. Oh yeah, that we started calling a girl from my class the skunk because she smelled like shit. But other than that, not much I remember. And we still, whenever we talk about her today, 27 years later, we still call her the skunk.
what's Chris's response when you start asking about your mom?
That she left. She was on her way to California.
And I should ask, is this before the funeral or after the funeral?
This was right after the funeral. We didn't have questions before. Sorry.
So even after the funeral and the memorial, is it my understanding that Chris is still telling you that she left and on her way to California?
Yes, ma'am.
And that although there's a casket, she's not in the casket, she's on her way to California.
Right.
As a child, what were your thoughts about that?
It was very odd. We had been to funerals before, but they weren't exactly like that. Normally there was like a visitation before, and then you went to the cemetery. So it did seem different than other funerals we had been to. But we had never been told that the casket was empty when we went to other funerals.
Now, did there ever come a point where you started trying to find information on your own about your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I went to Google.
And without telling me anything you read, did you begin to find articles?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you began Googling and finding articles, what, if anything, did you do?
That was when I had more questions, first for Kathy and then eventually for Chris.
And did you ask Kathy your questions?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of questions did you ask her?
I would ask questions like, so they had been married, because I wasn't sure. I was putting in Melissa Patton when I first tried to Google her and couldn't find stuff. So I would ask Kathy, like, were they married? So her last name was Wolfenbarger. How long had they been married? And she just finishes in,
Don't tell me if she responded. Were
Okay.
you able to ever get any answers?
no, ma'am.
Did you then ask Chris about your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, would he say to you when you began asking Chris?
Object to hearsay.
Pardon upon information.
Overruled.
The first time I tried to ask him questions, he didn't say anything at all. He sat in total silence for what felt like an hour.
At any point in time, did he answer any of your questions?
Not until I was about middle school age.
Hey, Dad. Where's Mom? I goggled her and I couldn't find her. Oh, should I sit now and tell my daughter, who is not middle school age, about one of the most horrific things that happened in my life, that turned my life upside down? I'm in a better place now. Back then, I was doing drugs. I was living with a very crazy woman who also did drugs, who banged someone behind a Waffle House. It was in a hotel, but still. Am I going to shatter her entire world and say, well, your mom used to be in prison a lot. She gave you up because she loved drugs more than she loved you. Is this the time I should have that conversation? Or, I won't talk about her mom because I killed the bitch. Killed her because she got stabbed in the buttocks by a batter slinger from Waffle House. So I'm just going to sit here and say nothing. And then I'm going to tell her in 3 years. All of this I can explain away with a dad who is trying to protect his kid's sanity. I had a buddy of mine whose dad unalived his mom and then himself right after, and tried to unalive this kid as well. He only survived because his mom threw her out a window, him out a window. Trust me, he had some emotional scarring. And he knew about it because he was told very early on that his dad had come in with a 12 gauge and said, hey, honey, you're not getting flour today. And then he ate it after he gave her one of them. And he had certain emotional problems. He might have been better off if they had told him when he was a little more mature what really happened. Sometimes a little lie is okay.
Now, what happened around middle school when you would ask Chris questions?
Chris had a new baby. That's when Alias was born. He had gotten with Crystal and had Alias.
Now, did you ever ask Chris
2010,
about
maybe?
locations where they may have stayed or where she may have been or anything like that?
Yes, regularly.
Those were like the type of questions you would ask.
I would ask questions like, where was she staying? Where was she working? Like he would say she would run off. So like, where would she run off to? Never was told a location though.
So when you would ask
Because she was run off and go bang another dude. Do you want to hear that about your mom? Did you enjoy when the previous witness, who seemed dumb enough not to be able to read the instruction and on open or closing the door, push, pull, I can't figure this one out. Do you want your dad to say, well, your mom was a whore. She turned tricks to get rocks. Or should he just say, well, she ran away? I'm sorry, this lady is 30 years old. She should be smarter than this. Your dad was protecting your mom's legacy in your mind. Because your mama was banging dudes, probably because she really, really liked things in rock form.
detailed questions, would you ever be able to provide detailed answers?
No, ma'am.
And at that time, as you're getting older in middle school, do you still think your mother had just kind of went and started to ran off to a different place?
Part of me did, yeah.
Now, you said around middle school, did your relationship, prior to this, what was your relationship like with Chris?
We didn't have much of one, to be honest.
Did there ever come a time when you and Chris developed a relationship?
Yes, I would say about 2006.
Can you describe to the jury how did the relationship develop around 2006?
For several years, he had been living down in Savannah and then again in Dublin. So just because of the distance, we wouldn't see him very much. But about 2005, he moved back up towards Henry County and then to Griffin. So we saw him a lot more often.
Now, during this time in 2006, I know you spoke to Chris about your mother. Would you ever still speak to Kathy about your mom around the 2006 time?
Not as much, just because we knew we wouldn't get information from her.
Now, did you ever live with Chris?
My senior year of high school.
Why did you end up living with Chris?
Wound up fighting with Kathy pretty regularly by the time I was in high school. And so at the time I was 17, I was like, I can figure it out from here. And Chris actually met me at a Waffle House and asked me not to do that, to stay with him until I turned 18.
And did you stay with him until you turned?
I did.
Now, what about Joey? Did Joey move with you and Chris, or did Joey stay with Kathy?
Joey stayed with Kathy then, but did end up moving with Chris after I had moved out.
And when you lived with Chris, who all lived with you?
And that was Chris and Crystal. Crystal had Brianna and Alias and me.
And about what year is
Would have been December 2012 to October 2013.
this? 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as a young adult or high school, did you ever get into kind of true crime television?
I did.
How did you get into watching true crime television?
I was very interested. There was a rise of true crime shows at that time too, like Law and Order and Criminal Minds and all of that. I was in a criminal justice class in high school, so we would watch some of the episodes during class, and then I would go home and watch more.
And did you ever talk to your dad about some of the shows that you were watching?
We did.
And what would you talk to him about?
Anytime there was a case that just seemed interesting or, like not a typical case, we would talk about it when we were in the car.
And would he ever have any response about what you were telling him about those types of shows?
Yes, there would be times where we would talk about it, and it would be, there was a time in particular where he said that that wasn't the way that they should have done it.
And we said that was the way that you should have done. Explain to me kind of what you said to him, what you remember, and his response. Give me
Okay.
more context.
Yes, it was a murder case, and the person had been free for several times. Like, it was a very old murder case that he had been found on. And Chris said that that wasn't the way that he should have hid the body to begin with. You go out there when they're about to build a new house and put it under where the foundation of the house is going to go. And so when it
Exactly what he didn't do in this case, but exactly what we see in every crime show from the 90s. When anyone got hit in a mob hit in a show back then, they were buried in the foundation under Manhattan. I had a case where a guy spent a year in prison because a social worker had heard him say about a horrible case we had, the one who got cut up in 240 something pieces. I can understand why he did it. She led her little mind to believe that means he wants to unalive the woman who falsely accused him of rape. So he spent a year in prison because of death threats that he never said. And all he said was, well, this guy who unalived someone, well, I can understand what he was thinking. He needs to get rid of it. He ended up spending a year in prison because a social worker interpreted that as, I'm going to unalive this woman who accused me of rape and cut her up. He was set free from court when we heard that story, because that was another one of, I want to get back with my boyfriend, so I have to explain why I have come in me from last night. And this social worker will face no justice for that one. But she sent a guy to prison for a year because just like this, totally out of context statements was made to prove something. This is utter bullshit.
Well,
Bullshit.
also, they're talking about true crime stuff. Like, if you're sitting there talking about true crime stuff with somebody, I'm sure you're going to be like, well, what I would do. I mean, I've said that before, but
Yeah.
I haven't done any of those things, obviously.
It's
So,
what? And again, everyone who saw a TV show about the mob in the 90s know that's how the mob did it back in the day. If you watch, is it Reacher? Where, yeah, Reacher second season, they throw someone in the foundation of a house in Las Vegas or maybe Atlantic City. One of those. It's the same. And because I do true crime, we sometimes sit and speculate how we would have gotten away with it when we do these shows. If there's a long break and we are bored out of our minds, because
exactly.
let's be honest, Jamie, we can't vacuum, we can't go shopping like the rest of our audience can, because we have to sit here and talk when there's breaks.
Yeah.
So sometimes we talk about how we would have done stuff, or this is stupid, why didn't they do that? That doesn't mean I have, well, I can't say I haven't, but I haven't been caught doing any of the stuff yet. So
Yeah. It's crazy.
he
Like,
was
you're just
always
taking this stuff
saying,
way out of context.
he was always saying, sleep with the fishes, and we all know what that means.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crew comes back to lay the foundation the next morning. They're just going to continue building the house.
So was he trying to explain that how you had a body?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he said that,
Yeah, but the ones they sent
what was
after
your
them.
reaction to that?
It caught me off guard at first.
You said
Why? You were
Yes,
watching
we
true
were on our way to the
crime.
gas station,
Yeah.
so it was kind of convenient time for him to say it. I could just kind of sit there until he got done pumping gas, and then the conversation resumed after.
Why?
Did you ever ask him any questions once he said, well, this is how you kind of hide the body?
Sleep with the Fishes is from Godfather 1, where Luca Brasi is sent to go undercover with the Turk, and they kill him, and then, because Godfather is mortally injured, they are waiting around and trying to get a hold of Luca Brasi because he is the big enforcer everyone is scared of. But then they get his bulletproof vest and a fish delivered to the house in a newspaper, and they say, what does that mean? It means he sleeps with the fish. Because back then they would chuck them in the Houston Hudson River.
Buried under.
Yes, it was like, it sounds like you're talking about my mom.
That's what you said to him.
Right.
Did he have a reaction?
Yes.
What was that?
That was when he told me that he didn't know where my mom was. He didn't know if she was in heaven, hell, Stockbridge, but he wished that he did.
And when he said he didn't know if she was in
Why
heaven,
did
hell,
she
or
get
Stockbridge,
the idea he was talking about her mom? That's not the way I would do it. I would do this. It sounds like you're talking about my mom. How did you make that?
was that now different than her being in California or somewhere else?
Very much so.
Now, did Chris ever talk to you about places to hide
Places to hide?
or having places to go to hide?
Not that I know of directly. It would be like through other people.
What do you mean?
Like,
Objective hearsay.
yeah,
Yeah.
like through Joey.
Okay,
Thank you.
so he never told you directly.
No, ma'am.
This is really pathetic testimony.
Yeah. All of it is just that I imagined
Remember
this.
talking to some law enforcement about
Mhm.
kind of conversation with your dad?
I remember talking to a detective in 2021.
And do you recall if you ever talked to them about some of these things that your father would say?
Yes.
Objection.
Mr. McDermott, what's the basis of the objection?
Withdrawn for the moment, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
And do you remember talking to them about your father telling you about having
Oh,
places to
sorry.
hide, or knowing
Thank you.
you're going to have places to hide?
Thank you, Anime, for the rumble rant. Man, I can see we will need to donate to the Broken Baker, or the Griff Kring will lose all his wager. I think it is with all the emojis. Thank you, anime. Yeah, I'm using grown-up words today because I am losing it over this trial.
In 2021, I can't recall. I'm sorry.
Or in any kind, how many times do you think you spoke in with law enforcement? And I'm talking about the prosecutors, police.
Several times since 2021. Yes.
Do you remember in any of those conversations ever telling police that your father would tell you that he had places to hide, or he would know where to go and hide?
Sorry. No. Sorry.
And what does Jamie? Do you have a place to hide if someone breaks into your house?
I mean, I could think of a few.
Jamie, I knew it. You killed that lady who passed away 27 years ago. You maniac. It's just leaps of logic.
Zoom with
Yeah.
Mr. Fawcett, Mr. Wilson, and Detective Shepard.
Yes.
Oh, swear jar. Well, we'll get into the swear jar then.
And do you remember maybe a phone call in about 2015 with a Sergeant Lacoste, a telephone call?
I did make a phone. Yes.
And do you remember maybe another telephone call with a Investigator Shepard by himself?
Yes, I did.
And I want to make sure I'm accurate. Is it that today you don't remember having any conversations in any of those scenarios about
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Chris talk to you about having places to hide?
I'm sorry. Can you ask me that one more time? I'm sorry.
No problem. Is it your testimony, I want to make sure I'm clear, that you don't remember in any of those conversations talking to any of those individuals about Chris having a place to hide? Or telling you that
The most that I can remember is him saying he could get away.
okay. What do you remember about that?
Just that he was able to get away.
Is that the only thing he said, or is there more context to that statement?
I remember like when he got his license in 2013 and he came back home to show us the license, it had his old address on it. And he said during that conversation that when they come looking for me, they'll go to East McIntosh, not Liberty Circle.
And he said when they come looking for me, did he ever talk about the who or the they that they were referring to?
No, ma'am.
This is so weak.
Now,
Come on.
knowing the funeral, you said that you saw these individuals and you knew them to be the Pattons. Did there ever come a point where you actually officially met the Pattons?
Not until I was 19.
What happened when you were 19 when you met the Pattons?
I was on Facebook, and on the People You May Know, I saw my mom's picture and it had her name as if it was her Facebook page. So I clicked on it, and it explained that, we've been fighting for justice. So I messaged the page to be who is we, like who is running this page and who are you? And that's when I was told that it was her family, the Pattons, that have been running the page. And so I introduced myself over Facebook Messenger, and then we set up a time to meet at a Moe's in McDonough.
Oh my God. Why did you get mixed up with these
And
psycho
when
people?
you met at the Moe's in McDonough, is that the first time at 19 that you'd ever really met the Pattons?
Right.
Who all was at that meeting?
And that meeting was Norma Patton, Tina Patton, her son, JC, and her daughter, Kimberly.
Whose son and daughter is this?
Tina Patton.
And at that point, did you recognize anyone of those individuals?
Yes.
Who did you recognize?
I recognized Norma from her car in the parking lot. It was the same car.
The same car from when?
From when she stopped out front of Kathy's house, from the funeral, it had been the same car the whole time.
And about what year is this? You're 19?
That would have been 2014.
So she had the same car in 2003.
Some of us have old cars. Get over it.
Hold on to the car.
I'm not making enough that I can buy a new car. But the spree flag is helping. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. And thank you all for helping me getting past 18,900 subscribers yesterday. Yeah, 18,900. Or was it 19,000? I can't remember. On to 20.
Who met the Patton
Yes.
family? Did they talk to you about your mother and who she was?
Yes.
Since meeting the Patton family, what is your relationship like?
We met frequently. I moved to Valdosta shortly after that and spent 5 years there. And then I came back up to Conyers in 2020. So that was over COVID. We didn't see each other that much then either. But
And now do you even live in the state of Georgia?
no, ma'am, I'm in Tennessee.
And at this point in your life, how often do you look at family?
Not often.
Is it fair to say that this week you've seen them multiple times?
Right. Aside from this week,
Prior to this week, when was the last time you think you saw the parents?
it's been at least a year.
Thank you.
I have a
Prior
big
to this
anchor
week,
as
the
well
last time you
somewhere.
spoke to anyone in the family?
No, that's on my deck. I have my
Last
big
would have
anchor.
spoke to Norma Patton, and that would have been several months ago.
And out of everyone, Norma, Tina, your cousins, who do you speak with the most?
Norma Patton.
What is your relationship like with your brother Joey?
I haven't talked to him in several years either.
Oh, geez.
To your knowledge, who was Joey living with?
Kathy.
Do you have any knowledge of Joey's relationship with the parents?
I don't think he has one.
Now, I'm gonna first ask about Joey. To your knowledge, what is Joey's relationship like with the Wolfenbargers?
As far as I know, he still talks to him.
And he still lives with Kathy?
As far as I know.
Same.
And does he still live with Kathy?
As far as I know.
When is the last time you spoke to Kathy?
2017, maybe?
Do you have a relationship at all with any other Wolfenbargers?
No, ma'am.
Just time-wise, when is the last time you spoke to Chris?
2013. I think I saw him once in 2017.
And you have a current relationship with Chris?
No, ma'am.
Sure.
So she hooked up with the true crime gang,
Yep.
and then she lost contact to her father and her brother.
Yep.
Does that seem to you like they might have been sowing seeds of doubt in her mind? And I don't know this young woman. She's probably a perfectly reasonable young woman. I'm just gonna do a little over interpretation of something. She might have gone home and said, I talked to Granny and she said you killed Mom. Is that true? Why did you do that? Granny says that you did it. And Aunt Tina says you did it. And I'm named after her. I believe her. Where's Mom? Why are you like this? And her brother said, you have to calm down. Relax. Stop talking to these crazy ladies who just want to use you to get revenge on Dad because they have no proof. I don't care. They're nice to me. And they drive the same car so I can trust them. I'm just saying, if you have a car that's that old that still runs, you get it serviced. You take care of it.
Yeah.
This lady was probably
100%.
in her vulnerable teens, and then she got in there, wanted to belong. She was always fighting with Caddy. Then she met these people, and they love bombed her, and then she turned on her family.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the case where Nevada, Arizona, one daughter disappeared and was never found, and the younger sister eventually got into true crime and tried to pin it on the dad. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like they were manipulating her against the dad. Do they still have citizens juries in Denmark, by the way? We quit doing it in 2010s. I am a layman, so this is our jury system where I'll go to court and participate in the sentencing and judgment.
No further questions.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a quick break, just that afternoon break, 10 minutes or.
Perfect timing. I talked so much that we
Look
caught
at
up the
that.
trial now. She was in a vulnerable place and they took advantage of her to plant false narrative. I think so too. And
I
again,
agree.
we saw one person come in yesterday and said, well, I watched that Dateline show. He did it. But that's just not evidence, because you'll only cherry pick what fits your narrative. And when this case was carried by Nancy Grace's friend, I bet you she left out a lot of things that didn't match the things she wanted you
Thank
to
you all.
believe
Please be
about this
seated.
case.
Mr. McDermott, questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Christina,
Yes, sir.
you said you're 30 years old now?
I am.
Oh, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
And you live in Nashville?
South in Nashville.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you went to college in Valdosta?
I did.
What degree did you get?
I didn't.
Oh,
Got a Mrs. degree.
uh-oh. An MRS degree.
What's that? Why is that funny?
MRS degree? I don't know why.
How
I don't
long is
know
my
what that is.
my term is a 4-year term at the time, and I'm on my 4th 4-year term. So I think, or maybe my 5th. So I'll have to reapply next year. I think.
Oh, it's a joke. MRS degree, which means she got married. Okay. Married instead. Gotcha. I didn't get the joke.
Tonight,
Over my head.
after the show is done, Ashley is going to come on and tell me all the inside baseball jokes I don't get when people are talking like this. It's going to be an amazing show, followed by Jemima's breakdown of the timeline, and then Sue will finish up giving you a lecture in how to speak redneck. It's going to be a wonderful show tonight.
I've heard about those.
Yes.
Where do you work currently?
I don't.
Okay. Fair enough. You talked about going to your mother's funeral,
Mhm.
and did you say that you saw the Patton family there?
Just on sitting in chairs.
You didn't know who they were at the time?
No, I mean, I recognized the Norma Patton from the front yard, but I didn't know who was sitting beside her or anything about them.
And did you say that you had asked Kathy who these people were,
Right.
and she responded?
They're bad people. You don't want anything to do with them.
And knowing what you know now, looking back,
Mhm.
didn't they have a good reason to say something like that?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. You can rephrase.
Thank you. You are aware that the Patton family in
I am.
2003 had confessed to, or at least Carl Patton had confessed to killing 5 people,
Yes.
and that
She's married with 3 kids.
Norma had helped with a couple of those.
Yes.
So, and that was public knowledge before the funeral.
I didn't find out until I started Googling, but I
you know
Googled
that.
them too. Yes,
You do know that now.
I do.
Okay. So, do you think that the Christopher's family had a good reason for saying that?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
You
Yeah,
can
it's
answer the
for
question.
Okay. I don't think that they said it for no reason. Yes, I think there was reasons for them saying that.
Oh,
You said that
damn,
when
love.
you were living at Kathy's house,
God.
somewhere around your age 8 or so,
Right.
you recall these pictures coming down.
Right.
Your Honor, I have a self-authenticating document here. Do I need to get you to clear it first?
Yeah, why don't y'all both come up and show me what you're talking about?
Show it to
That's
me.
exhibit number. What's the number?
I believe it's 7.
Okay.
Show
Defense
it
7 is
to
admitted.
me.
Go ahead, sir.
You said this is from 2002?
I'm showing you the document now.
Okay.
And you can, I should have highlighted it to make it easier. But
And
can you
bang
read the
chicks.
file stamp date on that, please?
Filed, it looks like, I can't tell the county that it says, but it says filed county clerk office, the 2nd of January 22.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
Good job.
Uh-huh.
So this was January 22nd of 2002, correct?
Yes,
And you would have been about 7 years old
correct.
when this happened. So the pictures,
It was an empty casket funeral. She had already been buried. Remember, they didn't identify her body until 2003, but they would have disposed of the of the bodily remains.
We're coming down in in Kathy Wolfenbarger's house roughly around the time
Around
Christopher
that same time.
had completed his divorce.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton, anything else for this witness?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may sit down.
That was a big old
Witness
nothing burger
excused.
again.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yep.
Mr. McDermott?
Nothing else, Your Honor?
Okay. Yes, you are excused. Thank you. Mr. Wilson, state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Detective A.B. Calhoun.
Oh, Calhoun.
Oh, that's the lead investigator.
Yep.
She looks like Gina Davis in that one where she's a mom who turns out to be a hitman.
What movie is that?
Fedorowski, what movie is that?
Yeah. I don't know a lot. I only know Gina Davis from Beetlejuice.
Hey,
I know
Alice.
her from-
I couldn't tell you what's going on over here.
Stand, if you'll turn and face the
It's
deputy
one of the
before you
most
have a seat,
confusing
raise your right
things
hand
I've
till swear you
ever
in. Okay, sir?
ever seen.
He's who affirmed that testimony will be the truth, the whole truth.
Long kiss, good night. Thank you, Mud Rocker. Fedorowski, he's slacking. Thank you, Mud Rocker.
Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Thank you, sir. If you'll take just a moment to get situated, especially be care of the rolly chair next to the ledge there. And if you'll scoot up to the microphone, pull it down so we can hear you, and then state and spell
He
your
looks
name for the record,
tiny.
sir.
Yeah.
My name is Alton, middle initial B, Calhoun, Alton. Again, B, Calhoun.
And what county do you live in now, sir?
I live in Upson County.
And did you ever work for the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir, I did.
When were you hired there?
I was hired by the Atlanta Police Department in April, I believe, in 1986.
And tell the jury what happens when you get hired by the Atlanta Police Department. What procedures do you take?
Once you're hired by the Atlanta Police Department, of course, you go through a whole series of background investigation.
You were just told to scoot up to the microphone. Don't turn your face to the jury. Talk into the microphone. They have to tell the professional witnesses to stop doing this. Oh, it's because it feels like you're talking to me. It's annoying and we can't hear you. And I hope the judge will tell him. But no, Alice, I know you were looking at Adelson or something today. This is beyond ridiculous. It's
She's much better.
you need to go back and watch the mother testify today. And then the Waffle House boyfriend who was banging two chicks and asking her if she could get pregnant because apparently he liked to raw dog it. Hey,
Ew.
just like when you do your pancakes, put a glove on.
And things before you're hired. And in my case, after they went through the backgrounds, I was hired as a police officer.
Nope.
I was what we would call a recruit in the city of Atlanta, meaning I had no sworn capabilities, but I worked in the city of Atlanta as a police recruit up until the time I went into the police academy.
And when you go to the police academy, do you receive training in that?
Yes.
And what kind of training do you receive?
No, the training is similar. The best I can put it in perspective, if you've ever been in the military and went to boot camp, a lot of physical training. You learn about particular things that's related to the police department training with respect to police and laws, criminal laws, and things of that nature.
And I assume you passed the academy?
Yes, sir, I did.
And after you get through the academy, what happens next?
After I graduated from the academy, as with the case with everyone, you'll spend a certain amount of time in what they call field training, where you're
I really don't
riding
care.
with seasoned veteran officers, getting to learn the ropes, so to speak, as a police officer. And after that field training, then you'll probably be assigned to your new job duty as a patrol officer. In Atlanta's case, a particular precinct. I went to Zone 3 precinct.
Zone 3?
Yes.
What general area is that?
Zone 3 precinct is that part of south, west Atlanta, southeast Atlanta, all the way down through Cleveland Avenue, starts up near I-20 and Murphy Avenue, and in that area. It goes all the way over to the city of Atlanta, DeKalb County limits.
Are you familiar with the term post-certified?
Yes, sir, I am.
Could you please tell the jury what that means?
Post-certified is police officers' standards. It's required of all police officers in the state of Georgia to be post-certified. It's a set of standards that they've established, and they set those standards, and it includes training and yearly certifications. And
So you have to do, in order to maintain a post-certification, you have to do updated training?
yes, we're required to do updated training with respect to new laws that are coming in, new procedures, and various sort of things, but we're required to do that in order to keep our post-certification.
And what happens if you don't stay post-certified? Can you be a police officer?
No, you can no longer be a police officer if you're not post-certified or be able to perform police duties.
You said you were in the uniform division. Is that typical how people start out?
Yes, you're going to start out in the uniform division.
How long were you in the uniform division?
I was in the uniform division for 8 years.
And then where did you, after you were there, what did you do next?
After my 8 years in uniform division, I was assigned directly to the homicide unit. I believe it was in 1994.
And that was 1994?
Yes.
And what sort of things, do you get any training when you get into homicide?
No, you get that assignment, and then all the training comes after you get that particular assignment.
What sort of trainings have you taken for being a homicide detective?
Well, I'll tell you, it started at the very basic training. When you go to, in my case, as it was, as every investigator in the police department in Atlanta, when you go to homicide, you don't automatically go and start working homicides. You're going to ride along with seasoned homicide investigators and doing a myriad of things from crime scene canvassing and things of that nature. And then eventually at some point when you spend a certain amount of have an understanding of what's going on, you'll be put in what we call in Atlanta the rotation to work homicides.
What does that mean?
To be in rotation means that it's a term that we use is everyone, it's like imagine a wheel. If you're up in the rotation, that means you're the next person that will get that very next call for a homicide or a death investigation. And once you get that, you'll go down to the bottom of the wheel and you'll just wait your next turn into rotation. And there are investigators between you.
And is that how you, that's the assignment of the lead detective, is that correct?
What is the
wheel when you hit the rotation?
Yes, you are. Yes, and essentially, when you're in the rotation, when that call comes up for homicide, death investigation, or whatever, you will be the lead investigator, meaning you have the responsibilities for this particular case.
And could you tell the jury what being a lead is, kind of what entails being a lead?
It entails you're going to manage that case. That case is yours. Now you're going to manage everything from that case, from what happens with the evidence. Were you able to discover any witnesses? Who are those? What did you tell them? You're directing. I'll give you the average things. When you roll up on a homicide as the lead, I don't necessarily focus on one thing. I'm focusing and directing investigators. Someone will say something. Well, can you take care of this witness? Can you do this? We got statements. Can you take those guys back to the office with statements? You're directing that particular homicide investigation.
Detective, how long were you in homicide?
20 years till I retired.
Okay. And did you get any experience working specifically with cold cases?
Yes. I spent 5 years as a cold case investigator. I actually was assigned to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. They had a cold case unit, and I worked that with another investigator from the Atlanta Police Departments and other investigators from different agencies within the Fulton County.
Detective Calhoun, could you estimate during your career, how many homicides were you the lead on?
It seems crazy. I know more than 100, well more than 100, 150. You're talking about a 20-year career. I can remember there were some times where, we had years where an investigator may get 10 or more homicides as the lead. And that's what that's based on. I've never kept a tablet and counted all of the particular homicides that I had as a lead.
It's just a lot.
It's a lot. Yes.
Okay. And you say that you are retired now.
Yes, sir.
When did you retire?
I retired in 2014.
And you retired straight from homicide?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you haven't done police work since then?
No, sir.
All right, so you're not post-certified anymore?
I'm not post-certified as a police officer. I do have some certifications, but not as a police officer.
Okay. Draw your attention to 1999, a human head was found on Avon Avenue. Did you get involved in that case?
I didn't get involved in that case in 1999. No, sir. I was aware of it. I did not get involved in it in 1999.
Did you know where, or let me try that again. Do you know who first was assigned the case?
It was Detective Dale Kelly.
And did you do any work on it back then?
I did not do any work on that case at that time. No, sir.
Did you know the details of the case?
I know the details of the case in that there was a head found on Avon Avenue, and I was familiar with the area, but I did not know all the specifics as it related to the case. I know they were, trying to identify who the remains went to.
And do you know when the case, when the head was discovered?
I believe it was April of 1999.
Okay. Were there any other body parts discovered in that area?
Yes, and that's what makes it easy to remember about that. The head was discovered in April of 1999, and a few months later, I believe in June, we discovered some more body parts, actually in a short walking distance from where the head was found.
When you say short walking distance, how far do you mean?
As I think in my mind, if I'm standing right there at Avon and Hartford Avenue, and these were all areas inside zones 3, so I may say names just because I know the area. It's just stand right there at that corner, Avon and Hartford, and maybe walk 10 yards to Hartford. I maybe walk another 20 yards down Hartford Avenue, and then just turn right there into the wooded area and go into the wooded area another 10 yards. So no more than 50 yards at the most.
Is there a business located at Avon in Hartford?
Yes, there's several businesses located over there.
Do you know any of the names of any of them?
I know of one particular big business, Action Glass.
Okay, where's that located?
That's located right there at, like I said, right there at Avon and Hartford Avenue. Actually, located right where the remains were found, right across the street. Exactly.
But you originally did not have anything directly to do with this case originally.
That is correct. I didn't have anything to do with it at that point. As talk in the office, you hear people talking about it, you see things on the media, but I did not have any direct involvement with it at that time.
Obviously, you ended up having some direct involvement. When did that happen?
In 2003, I was up in rotation.
So you were the luck of the draw?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find out?
In 2003, we learned that the head that was found in April and the remains the dismembered parts that were found in June were identified through the medical examiner's office.
We have to be careful about hearsay. When he says he learned, that means someone else told him something.
Sustained in terms of the phrasing of the question, but you can rephrase.
Thank you.
I make a joke and no one catches it.
What joke did you make?
Look at the screen.
Oh, Lord.
You were assigned. How did you find out about this case?
Well, again, we got a call from the medical examiner's office telling us that the remains that were found a few months earlier had been identified, and we had to meet with them and discuss this.
Hey, Pepper.
Okay. Who all did you meet with?
I believe it was.
I think Teresa is a little bit behind. The daughter is the prosecution witness if you're that far behind. But I don't know. But if Lawn and Crim can't get a sponsorship out of Waffle House on this case, no one can. There's been enough product placement in this trial.
Dr. Terry with the medical examiner's office and several other people. I don't recall who all it was.
After that meeting, what did you begin doing?
After that, now we know who these remains belong to, so this is a homicide investigation, and so we started from there, as we would do with all homicides, just trying to gather information on it. Now that we know who this person is.
And is there like a database or something like that where you can put in information and see if any other department has information about cases?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Well, I did not do that in this case, but again, I didn't have to do this because it was at that meeting that we discovered some other things.
Were there any other departments involved in that meeting besides, police departments?
Yes, sir, there were.
Who was there?
The detectives from the Henry County Police Department.
Do you know which detective was the lead on that?
Detective Stott.
Detective Stott. And did you have a conversation with him about the case?
Yes.
Why was that important to you?
That was important because now we know who this person is. This person has been identified. And in speaking with Detective Stott, I learned that.
Objection.
Y'all come here, please.
All of this is pure hearsay. I learned from this guy, I heard from that guy, I was told. I didn't have to look at anything because someone told me.
Yeah. What investigation did you do, sir?
Yeah, I didn't have to do anything. Someone else did
Mr.
it for
Wilson,
me.
if you want to, you can rephrase or move on.
Yes.
Yes. Did you know what Detective Stott's involvement was, or did you know who he was?
I know that, again, he was an investigator in the Henry County Police Department, and I know that he was assigned a missing persons case.
Okay. And did you review his file?
No, I just spoke with him about the case file. I did not sit down and go through the file with him.
Well, your dog fixed that problem. Now you have to fix it.
Beginning your investigation, what was the first thing you did?
It was important that because we didn't know what was going on. We knew that there was a missing person report. I work with the answers surrounding the missing person.
They're a little
case,
hard to
and
get in
then
Denmark. We
from
don't have
there.
Waffle Houses.
Did you ever talk to, at this point, did you talk to the defendant?
Yes, at some point we did. Well, not at that point, but we eventually did.
All right, let me ask you, and who is the person that you talked to that day?
You mean when we learned? Make sure we're clear. When I learned who the missing person was.
Yes.
Oh, after I spoke with Detective Stott, you're asking.
Yes.
I learned from Detective Stott information.
Well,
I learned from.
Who did you talk to? Do you know the name of the person you talked to?
Yes, I talked to Christopher Wolfenbarger.
Thank you. And is Christopher Wolfenbarger in this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And could you please point him out and identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Stipulate he can identify him.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And when you talk to Mr. Wolfenbarger, did he give you any relevant information?
Yes, he did.
And what did he tell you?
He just gave us some information as to his relationship with this missing person, the person that we identified, and in this homicide investigation, and the relationship and some background information with respect to how long he had known her, what was their relationship, when was the last time he saw her.
And did he give you any explanation why he had not talked to his wife?
No, it was just one of those things of, he thought that she had moved on with her life. He gave us a time frame when he last saw her, but thought that she had just moved on with her life, and that was just the gist of it.
Did anything in this conversation, did you find anything unusual about this conversation? Did he say anything unusual to you?
Well, again, we're speaking with Mr. Wolfenbarger. The one thing that I found unusual, he's telling us about, Melissa's his wife, when's the last time he saw her, and he said he saw her about last of March, April, somewhere in that time frame of 1999.
Okay. And why is that unusual?
It was unusual to me because Mr. Wolfenbarger was actually, talking about the time frame when we know the remains were found, so he could not have seen her then.
Did you ask him about any
So
other
he could
men
have
that
been
she may
off
have
by
had
a
in her
month or
life?
two,
Yes,
like
I
the
did.
parents.
And what did you find out?
And again, in
Yeah, that's
keeping with
not
what he's
that
telling us
suspicious.
about their relationship and moving on, that he knew that she had been seeing someone else, and actually identified this person as someone that he knew to be Mike. They worked together.
When you say they work together, who do you mean?
He's speaking about Melissa and Mike.
Okay. And where did you find out she worked?
I learned that she worked at the Waffle House in Doraville.
Did you ask him where he thought she might be?
Just back and forth between there. No real definitive answer as to where she was laying her head or anything.
What?
What did you do next?
With respect to that interview at that time,
Yes.
I mean, I think if remember serving right, I think when we ended that interview, he did tell me when's the last time he did mention seeing her walking down in the area where they used to live at on near Brookline and Murphy Avenue, in that area. They went to lunch. He described, what she looked like, and she was looking kind of rough, and he just they went to Taco Bell, ate, and he put her out near the MARTA station, and they
Taco
parted
Bell.
ways, never to see her again.
Did he give you a time frame for that conversation?
No, I don't recall him giving me a time frame.
Did he mention anything unusual about her appearance other than the fact she looked rough?
I think it was just, yes, she just looked rough. I would imagine, and what I took from that, if that's okay, was that maybe she was just out there on the streets, walking up and down the streets with no real place to go and maybe no home.
Like she was a drug addict.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
What did you do next?
Jemima has found the rap sheet of Mr. Dixon.
Yes.
I can't put it on the screen because his social security number is all over the place, but I'm just going to try and figure out if I can read this correctly, because I don't know how to read rap sheets in English, but he has a history with, of course, he has his bank robbery. Who hasn't got a bank robbery?
Bank robbery.
Then he has a battery, simple battery, credit time served, disorderly conduct, violation of Controlled Substance Act, aggravated assault guilty. Probation violation, probation violation, probation violation. Escape.
What did he
define-
escape?
I don't know. It just says escape in Gwinnett County. Probation violations, probation violation, battery, simple battery, cruelty to children, first degree, robbery, damaging, injuring, or interfering with property of public utility companies, damaging, injuring, or interference with property, terroristic threats and acts, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, failure to appear, simple battery, battery, probation violation, I think that's probation violations. It's a little hard to read yours. It doesn't look like the Danish ones. 4 counts of burglary, 2 counts of theft, 1 count possession marijuana under 30 grams. Why wasn't he a prime suspect with that history? Yeah, several aggravated assaults, minor assaults, and assaults on kids.
In your investigation, after speaking with him?
Okay, now that I know my victim is at that point where I'm starting to reach out to family members and talk to them about Melissa. You know, we had to make contact with Miss Norma Patton.
Did you go to the scene?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I believe I went to the scene shortly after I talked to Mr. Wolfenbarger. And I'll back up and say this. I mean, albeit it was several years afterward, you know, that's, you know, you go to the scene and you just start what you do at any homicide investigation, canvassing the area.
And were you able to kind of, was there, let me ask you this. Were you familiar with the way the scene would have looked in 1999?
And I'm not sure if I'm understanding.
Were you familiar with that area?
Yes, again, that was part of Zone 3, so I was very familiar with it.
Well, people
And
call
in
crackheads lazy.
2003,
They do a lot of
had it
work.
changed very much?
No, sir.
Okay. When you went out to the scene, what did you do at the scene?
Well, and again, I'm starting at day one as if this was a fresh homicide. You know, I started knocking on doors, talking to people.
Okay. And did you visit the Action Glass Company?
Yes, I did.
And what did you learn from that visit?
Yes, and I'll start again. It says when I went to the scene, which in the scene, I'll be more clear, is where they actually lived at on Brookline and where the remains were found. They were close proximity, so I did go to both of those. I'll say that as the scene.
Well, now, how far is Brookline from Action Glass and where the head was found?
I'd say by foot, no more than a 10-minute walk,
It was Dixon's rap sheet.
maybe.
Okay. So you spoke with someone at Action Glass?
Yes, I did.
Who'd you talk to?
I talked to Mr. Brock. He was the business owner, Action Glass. You know, in an investigation, learned that this is where Chris worked at. It was also right across the street from where the remains were found.
And did he give you, or did he tell you anything that was relevant to the case?
He gave us information about Chris's working relationship, and he also gave us information that he.
Objection if it's going to be hearsay.
No.
Well, Mr. Brock's already testified. So I don't think it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's just offered for his investigative purpose.
Y'all come here for a second.
Y'all come here for a second. They go up to her a lot. She must be lonely. I'm so lonely.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you learned relevant information from Mr. Brock, correct?
Yes.
Did you also talk to anyone else there?
I believe there was a lady that was present there as well.
Now, you said you had canvassed over at Brookline.
Yes.
Did you find relevant information over there?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you talk to over there?
I talked to several individuals, just going door to door, knocking and talking to whoever came to the door. I can recall speaking with a young lady that I identified as Dorothy Jones. She was able to give me some information about, I spoke to her about the homicide and wanted to know what, if anything, she knew about the individuals and that this thing happened to.
Now, did you write a report on this?
Yes.
And is there a narrative?
Yes.
Is that how detectives do reports? Okay. May I approach witness, Your Honor? Thank you. Can you now, is it possible that Ms. Jones is Ms. Cooley as well?
That is correct. Yes.
And you notated that in your report?
Yes, I did.
And Celestial, I don't know what T-shirt where you put it somewhere. Tag me because I can't find stuff if you don't tag me in it.
Who did you talk to next?
After Miss Jones Cooley, I spoke with her brother. It's my understanding he was more Chris's age, so.
Yes, sir.
It's not a witness.
Could you just tell me the people who you talked to at this scene?
Okay, I'm sorry. I spoke with Mr. Hunter. There was another gentleman.
Go ahead, sir.
There was another gentleman down the street, an older gentleman that I spoke to, Mr. Hoshaw, and I believe another individual, Don Perone.
Do you recall what date that was?
I don't recall. If I can look at my notes, I can give you the exact date.
Would looking at your narrative help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Oh. I was thinking, who can they have after? This is the lead detective. So are we going to get an ME who said, yeah, I thought it was a man.
Okay,
It's a
sure.
man, baby.
Okay. Do you recall what day you went out in the neighborhood canvas?
That would have been March 14th, 2003.
And that's the same day you went to the scene as well?
That's correct.
Okay. After you finished in that area, what did you do next?
You mean after the neighborhood canvas and going over to
Yes, sir.
going over to the action glass?
Yes.
I think at that point, I started just speaking with the individuals that I know to be involved in the case. I know at one point I went to speak with Miss Norma Patton.
Who's Norma Patton?
Norma Patton is Melissa Wolfenbarger's mother.
And do you recall when you spoke with her? First?
The first time, it would have only been a couple of days after that, March 14th incident. I can again look at my.
Could you refresh your recollection by using your narrative?
It would have been on March 19th.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they said the other day, but today they said a circular saw. That's different.
Did you talk to a person by the name of Mike Dixon
Yes.
in this investigation?
Yes.
Yeah, but you have to tag me in it.
Do you
Because
recall when you spoke with him?
Not the exact.
I'm not yelling.
Well, can you look at your report and see if that refreshes your recollection?
I'm not saying if anyone is sending me new merch anyway. But if anyone's sending me some merch anyway, maybe from the Ohio State, that you can get one of these.
No.
Jamie would love if we could both be wearing our the Ohio State when we are streaming.
No, no, no.
This is what I have to. People are so mean to me, Jamie. I'm gonna stop streaming. I'm gonna
Okay,
retire
sure.
on my birthday because
No, you
I
won't.
can't take this abuse.
You're not gonna pull a Dave.
Well, Dave
Just start
streams more than I do, and he's retired. Thank you, Zach. This needed to be said.
44.
Or well, no.
Yeah.
not 44.
Yeah.
Don't say that. Jamie is a big Ohio State fan. I'm normally at double XL.
12. Try 12.
Jason's got it right.
Okay, according
I don't
to
know
my,
what that
as I
means.
look at the
the
notes that
color.
I wrote on April 15th of 2003, I started talking about Thomas Mike Dixon, where I was able to go out and speak with him.
Now, to continue investigating this case, what did you do next?
Nothing.
What steps did you take?
At that point, you know, we know who our victim is. We've identified it. We're now looking for any evidence that's related to that we believe can be useful in this crime. And I think at some point we started looking for evidence evidence from the medical examiner's office to take it to the GBI to be processed.
What kind of evidence did you find?
There was, when the body was initially discovered back in 1999, there was some hair and fiber evidence, I'd say fiber evidence, paint chips and things of that nature that were on the remains.
So did you, knowing what you knew at that point, what did you try to do with this in using that information?
We took that evidence and took it to the crime lab to see what, if anything, they can do. We did things as hair comparisons. We tried to determine what these paint chips were, where they may have came from.
So where did you look elsewhere?
We also looked at the home. Again, we're talking about the homicide, so we know that they lived at 824 Brookline Avenue. We also processed the crime scene as well. What we believe could be the possible crime scene.
Okay, and that would have been on Avon Avenue.
Avon Avenue would have been the crime scene where the remains were found in
Right.
1999, but I'm also talking about the house that Melissa and Chris were last known to live in as well.
So you try to get pain samples from there?
Yes.
Now, had Chris lived in that house recently?
No, sir.
Okay. And when did you go out? Where did you go out there to try to collect the pain samples?
Man, look at my notes again.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you the exact date. Would it be all right if I look at these notes? Because I highlighted things, same thing, but in my notebook, would it be okay?
Are you referring to your own personal file?
Yes.
Is it okay if he looks at his personal file to get the dates?
Of course. Do we have copies of what's in this?
No, this is just something that I made. I won't look at
But
it.
that's
No.
a copy of this, right?
Yes, well, yes.
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
They found that victims had April 99 and the rest of the parts they found of the body in June 99.
Okay. According to my notes, as I look at it and on the supplement, that would have been in July of 2003 when I processed the crime scene, what I believe the home where Melissa and my husband lived at.
Processing the crime scene, what did that entail?
That is, I mean, a term that we use when we say processing the crime scene, you just start in and you just go through, you take overall pictures of how you found the scene and you just start looking. In this instance, it details, well, what do we know about the case? This body was cut up and dismembered. If it happened, where would it likely happen? And so that's a lot of times will be our focus, even though we'll take pictures and go through the entire crime scene. In this instance, we focused on two main areas: a bathroom that was in the home
2024.
and in the basement.
And what were you looking for?
We were looking for, again, we knew that there were some debris found on Melissa's remains. So we went through the house to try to determine if we could figure out where that may have came from.
And were you able to figure out whether or not it came from the house?
We were not able to determine that. And yes, we weren't able to determine.
Are you familiar with a substance called luminol?
Yes.
What does that do?
Luminol is a chemical that's used in processing the crime scenes where it's sprayed on
He
certain
wasn't
things
in a
and it'll
wheelchair at the time.
essentially light up.
Now
And
we're
that
going to
can
go with
give
the
us
wheelchair
the
again.
indication that this may be the presence of some type of matter. Something causes it to light up. So we'll take samples of that where it illuminated. We'll have it tested. Is it blood? Is it, what is this particular thing that caused this to luminesce as it did?
And you did that in 2003?
That is correct.
You're poking
And
the
was
bear.
that successful?
No, that wasn't successful. That didn't, we didn't find anything with that. Luminol will react to certain things, and it's been known to react to things such as cleaning agents. It'll get it right. And so you have to take, again, you take that sample and try to determine what it is. There was nothing that we could use in this investigation.
Did you recover anything that you would need a DNA samples from the defendant?
Did I recover any?
Or did the department?
Yes, we were able to recover hair samples. Again, we pulled these, we got the remains, if that's been said, were found in bags, and we recovered these bags and we went through the bags. We did all sorts of testing on those and we were able to find some hair samples.
And were they compared?
Yes, we,
Well, let me ask you this first. In order to compare hair samples, what do you need?
you need a known hair samples from the individuals. In this case, we need.
Apparently, we are now going to get hair samples that proves it, because this is the first time we have ever heard about anything. And we know the defendant voluntarily gave hair sample hair samples to the police. So now he is toast. Jamie, I told you he did it all the way through. and our audience, they're not the brightest. So they said Carl the killer, 51% believe he did it. Santa or some other unknown, 39%. Chris, 7%, and Dixon, 2%. But Chris really did it, because now the hair samples are gonna get him.
Blow this case wide open.
I'm not your mom. Don't do the wheelchair. But thank you.
Well, why is he on a wheelchair? Tell the audience.
From Melissa to determine if they were her hair
Oh,
samples.
sorry, Jamie.
And
You
at
lost
this
connection.
time, maybe
Oh,
our
yeah, yeah,
suspect in that case was Christopher Wolfenbarger.
And how do you get those hair samples?
We we already had Melissa's because this was found at the medical examiner's office, but I have to obtain a search warrant to get Chris's samples.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And excuse me just for a moment.
Sure.
He says, who is Chris to Melissa? Chris is Melissa's husband.
Yeah.
Did he cooperate with providing samples?
I don't want to smile, but it's definition of cooperate. I would say no, but I have to tell you why.
Okay.
Again, we needed to get some hair samples. We found hair samples on these remains, so we needed to get these tested. They needed Melissa's, and then we also needed those of our suspects. Well, I went and got a search warrant to get the hair samples from Christopher Wolfenbarger. Was assumed they're not going to give them up, but
He is Wolfenbarger. He's not Waffelbarger or something. You spelled his name multiple times wrong in your search warrants and your affidavits. At least get his name right in trial, you absolute.
he didn't cooperate when I went to get them. I mean, he had no choice with respect to the search warrant. He had to give me, it was ordered that he give me these samples. But that's not cooperating.
Did you just tell the jury he didn't cooperate because you had already obtained a search warrant? So he had no way to not cooperate, to try and paint him like he wasn't cooperating.
I hate that because I would make cops get a search warrant every time.
Yeah.
Go
And
get a
again,
search warrant.
he never asked. He went and got a search warrant, and then you're sitting here claiming he didn't cooperate.
Yeah.
Because you had a search warrant that you had obtained before he said, no, I don't want to give it to you. If he had said, yes, you can get your hair samples where you get your detective license because it's just as useless. He didn't do that. He said, I'm going to go with a search warrant and then force him to give it to me before I ask. And then you're going to sit and use it against him in the court of law. What the hell is Fulton on about? Yeah, and that's a conscience of guilt if you ask for a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
No, he is the
How many
son-in-law.
times did you speak to the defendant about this case?
I spoke to Chris at least face-to-face on at least 3 different occasions where we met and discussed this case, or where I was serving the search warrant to get hair samples or DNA from him.
And I didn't ask, when you got the samples, did you turn those in to be analyzed?
Yes. And back up, these samples that we had from the medical examiner's office, we decided to do some more advanced testing. We sent those to the FBI crime lab in Quantico, and one of the stipulations were we needed other samples from Chris, and that's when we went and got his hair samples. But yes, they were all sent to the GBI crime. They were initially sent to GBI, but then we sent further samples to the FBI.
And were you able to make any matches based on those samples?
We were not able to make any matches.
Then why did you build this up like now we have the case, we have the hair samples, we obtained them because he didn't want to turn it over, and then we sent them to the feds, and they couldn't find out anything. That's why we
Yeah.
put the case on the back burner until some true crime lady and her army of wine moms came knocking and said, "Hey, we know DA Love. Look at this case again."
Did you ever talk to the defendant about about Melissa's relationship with Carl Patton, her father?
Yes, I did.
And what did he tell you the relationship was like?
Chris suggested to me that the relationship was, I mean, it was good. Melissa was not afraid of her father. She had no reason to be afraid of her father. And if I can just back up a little bit and give my reasons for asking him that.
Sure.
I mean, I was familiar with Carl Patton, and one of the things was, well, would she have any reason to do this? You know, would Carl have done this thing to her? And his comment to me was she had no reason to be afraid of her father. Their relationship, suggesting to me their relationship was good. I mean, overall, family-wise, it wasn't the greatest, but their relationship was good, and yet would have had no reason to do anything to her.
Okay.
No,
When you
Maybe he
talked to
probably
Carl
thought
Patton,
that.
was he emotional?
Yes.
Was he emotional?
Did he say
I
yes?
just have- Sure.
What's the next
I-
body language?
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's just a serial killer. Hey, but he's a nice kind of serial killer. He only kills people he knows. He's not like T-Rex who drive around and does lot visits.
Oh, it would have been shortly after I visited Miss Patton. I spoke to
I'm
Carl
trying to make
Patton.
this Carl guy a
And
saint.
where did you speak to him?
I spoke to him at the Henry County Jail.
He was in custody at the time?
That is correct.
I'm just surprised that this ever went to trial. The judge must be sitting up there thinking, what the hell? Was I drunk that day? Yeah, he painted him as a shady character, and then, but he could
Speak
just
to Diane Patton or Diane Parrott in regards to this case.
Yes.
Do you remember when you talked to her?
It would have been in 2003. Maybe, again, all of these people were spoken to right in about the same time frame, within a couple of days of each other, I believe. I could look at my notes and give you the exact date.
Could you please?
You know, if you do the third shift, you get more than a paycheck. You can also get a bit of crabs and drink beer on the shift.
And so according to my notes, it would have been in
Objection,
March.
Your Honor. We've got confrontation, we got hearsay, we don't have 807. So
Your Honor, I'm just asking you.
That's what I understood, that he was asking is who did he speak to, or did he speak to that person?
he's looking at his notes just to see, did he speak to her? Okay.
Just the date.
Well, I asked the date, so he's
Right.
looking to find
A
the date.
specific date, because he gave you a general idea.
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
When did you retire?
I retired in 2014.
And with this case, did you continue to work on this case until you retired?
Yes, as I said earlier in the beginning that while I had this case and got this case in 2003, I was assigned to the cold case unit of this particular office, and but I brought this case over here with me, and I continued to work it until I retired.
And do you know who inherited the case after you were done?
It's my understanding, Detective Shepard.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel?
Oh yeah, there's more lead detectives. Yeah. Probably.
And technically, this guy has nothing to pin on this guy.
No, he doesn't.
Calhoun, my name is Don Samuel. I don't think we've ever met before.
We have, sir.
Yes, we have? Okay, well, we'll talk about that later. So,
I just want to do a quick chronology, okay? 1999, April, the skull is found in the road, correct?
That is correct, sir.
June of 99, there are other parts of the body found, different places, different bags in the woods.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Originally, according to your reports, the belief of either the medical examiner was that it was a male skull, correct?
Yes, that was, from what I understand, well, I know to be the truth, there was initial assumption that this head belonged to a male.
Right, just the expert just got it wrong, right, at crime lab?
No,
Or the medical examiner's office?
I don't know what they used to determine that, but I know from the time they found the remains up until an initial part of the investigation, when it was Dale Kelly's, they determined that it was a male and broadcast it in an attempt to identify this male.
Right, which obviously caused some of the delay, correct? Because for a couple of years, everybody thought it was a man's body that had been found.
Yes, it's possible. It could have caused, that's probably, they're looking for a male, not a female.
And then in 2003, after the arrest of Carl Patton, the inquiry turns to the dental records of Melissa Wolfenbarger, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so there's been a 4-year delay then between when the skull was found, the body parts were found, and the dental records eventually determined that it was Melissa Wolfenbarger's skull at any rate, correct?
Sir, that's correct.
All right. And from your report that Mrs. Patton, the mother, Norma Patton, didn't report her as being missing to any of the law enforcement agencies, Henry County, Fayette County, Fulton County, until a year after 1999, meaning in 2000.
Well, that's not how I understood it in speaking with her. If I can explain.
If I asked it, I would ask you to explain, of course.
It is my understanding that, yes, she had some initial reservations. She took time, but then at some point she became concerned because it was not normal for Melissa to speak with Melissa on the holidays. And this December, Thanksgiving of 1998, she spoke to her. But now holidays are rolling around and something's not right. And she tried.
Let me ask you to remember my question. I don't mind you doing a narrative, but my question was she didn't report to law enforcement until the year 2000.
That is correct. But the way I'm understanding, you're saying that she chose not to, or she didn't care.
I didn't say either one of those things.
Well,
Why is this guy trying to interpret questions?
well, also back it up. He's just saying, did she or didn't she?
Yeah. No, I feel like you're gonna say she didn't care about her daughter, so I'm gonna
she didn't
go.
care about her daughter. Yeah.
Jeepers.
Give me a break.
This is
Norma
I just
is a
said
jack.
From 1998
Jackhole,
until early
okay?
2000,
So,
she didn't report to law enforcement.
He was unable to report it.
She wasn't unable. She didn't.
she didn't. Yeah, exactly.
You answered a lot of these questions, Mr. Wilson, so I'll go fairly quickly here. During your investigation, after 2003, because now we know who the remains belong to,
Yes,
correct? You obtained paint chips because you thought that kind of evidence would be important, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You used the luminol throughout the house in order to detect the presence of any blood in the house,
Yes.
even though it's a couple of years later at this point, correct?
Yes.
In fact, the luminol did designate one place and it turned out to be an animal's blood or something like that, or a dog's blood, correct?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with your.
It wasn't human blood at any rate, correct?
No, the luminol reacted to something, but I don't know that they ever determined that it belonged to an animal. This, as I said, luminol will react to many things. I don't recall it saying that it reacted to blood at all.
Okay. There was something it reacted to,
Yes,
but it ended up not being helpful to the
That's correct,
investigation.
yes.
Okay. So you got paint chips, you got fibers, right?
Yes.
That looked like they were from a bath mat or something like that, correct? You got hair, which you said, and we're going to come back to that in a second, that you got from Mr. Wolfenbarger, correct? And you sent that to the crime lab to compare with hair found in the black bags, correct? There was no match, correct?
There was no match.
You then even got a search warrant to get pubic hair from Mr. Wolfenbarger because there was pubic hair in one of the black bags, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that didn't match.
That is correct.
Okay. So the paint chips don't match. The luminol doesn't turn up anything. The fibers don't match. The pubic hair doesn't match. The hair coming from Mr. Wolfenbarger's head and the hair in the back, nothing matches, correct?
Are you speaking with respect to Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
Yes. And again, being careful to note that what's in the crime lab reports, the hair samples did not, while they were similar to Ms. Wolfenbarger's, they were dissimilar to your client. So they're probably hers. Yes. The crime lab, and to be clear, because I don't want to make this something, we're saying that nothing matches, but while we were doing the testing that we were doing, the hairs were dissimilar to Chris's, but they were similar to Melissa's Wolfenbarger's, probably her hair. They noted that, well, the pubic.
Buddy, the short answer to your very drawn out, I want to defend, I've been sitting on this case and taking it out every time I didn't want to work for 15 years. No, that was no match.
Yeah.
Yeah, why are we here? The next detective must come up and say, well, I came in and I talked to Cleo just before she passed away, and she said, oh man, you have to call this lady who is on the podcast, man, and it's only $1.99 a minute. This is my Jamaican accent, which is probably more racist than my Southern accent.
Care that they found, we didn't have
Spot
a
on.
sample, so we had to go get a sample from Mr. Wolfenbarger.
Right. That didn't match anything.
Yes, but it noted again in the crime lab, it noted that while they were dissimilar, that circumstances change over time. So it's not, I mean, you're saying it's match, but
Every one of these tests, you could explain away if you want. You can say there was, too many years had gone by, but none of it ever showed that he was
yes,
responsible.
but I think it's important to note just what you said, sir. It's not just simply didn't match. There are circumstances. And keep.
Did you ever get hair from anybody else?
No, sir.
Did you ever get pubic hairs from anybody else?
No, sir. Can I explain why?
No.
Did you ever get DNA from anybody else?
Ask a question.
It was a simple question. Did you or didn't you? I'm
Mr.
sorry, Your
Sam.
Honor. I'm sorry.
Hang on just a moment. If you'd like to inquire with your witness on redirect, you can do that, but he was asked a yes or no question, and I think it's fair for him to say he wants a yes or no answer. Go ahead.
No, sir, I'm sorry, sir. Say that again.
You never collected hair from anybody else? You never collected pubic hair from anybody else? You never collected DNA from anybody else either,
That
did
is
you?
correct.
Did you ever take cadaver dogs to the house?
We never took cadaver dogs to the house, and
Did anybody that you were working with take cadaver dogs to the house?
well, see, sir, it's not a yes or no answer the way
Okay.
you're asking the
All right.
questions,
Go
because
ahead.
you know where this is going.
Huh?
You know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. I just asked you. Did you
Yeah,
take
I'd like
cadaver-
to be able to explain my answer. I'll give you my
Explain
answer.
your
and
answer and
explain it.
redirect.
We, meaning the city of Atlanta Police Department, never took cadaver dogs to the crime scene to look for any remains or anything. But cadaver dogs were taken to those locations, but not by the police department or our agency.
Okay, we've already heard testimony. There were cadaver dogs out, but the bags were, I asked, at the house.
That is what I'm talking about, sir. We never took any.
Okay.
But their
Yeah.
cadaver dogs were taken to the house.
And they found nothing, correct?
That's not, no, sir, they were not able to search.
Okay.
May I explain it?
Please.
Wait for redirect.
At some point, as this whole investigation goes on, there was other agencies that were working with us, as I should say it, another agency took it upon themselves because they received some information about this particular murder and everything, and they came to the 824 Brookline Street with the intent to do cadaver dogs, to process the crime scene, and may I speak more specifically to the agency? I don't know if that's okay.
I have no idea where you're going, so I don't, what agency?
This was the Fayette County Sheriff's Office. With
What county?
Fayette County Sheriff's Office with Major Bruce Jordan. They were the lead investigators in the Carl Patton case. Well, again, they worked in conjunction and speaking with Carl Patton, started doing things on their own volition.
What? So Carl Patton's case made the sheriff office take cadaver dogs to Chris's house. Did they believe he was connected to all the killings Carl did? What?
I think, well, was this when the daughter was missing? So because if he was a suspect,
This
maybe they wanted.
this has to do with Melissa's case. But why
Yeah.
would they go looking because that must mean they had Carl as a suspect in Melissa's murder.
Yeah, they did.
I know they did, but do Fulton County really want that out there? That another police department thought that the dad did it, who they never obtained hair samples from? I'm not sure Fulton County really want this on the record. This is and he only killed family or close friends, so he could be the killer.
Came to the city of Atlanta with cadaver dogs with the intent to find evidence of Melissa's murder there.
You think that was responsive to my question?
No.
Was it, sir? I mean, you wanted to know if we ever had cadaver dogs at the scene, and I told you, yes, we did. Not the city of Atlanta, but cadaver dogs were taken to the scene.
And found nothing, correct?
They found, no, what I didn't say they didn't find anything. They were not allowed to search. You can't just, you just can't go to a crime scene, knock on a door. We have evidence that a crime occurred here, and we're going to search your house and do this, that, and the other.
Who was living there then?
What?
Who was
There was a residence that was living there. It was no one related to the Wolfenbargers. There was a renter. Major Jordan and his team came there with cadaver dogs to search the house, asked for permission. I don't know if this is okay, and I'm speaking to reference to the person that was there. They called the Atlanta police. There are people here wanting to search our house. We went out there, in particular, homicide went out there. But what are you trying to do? Well, we got information that this, and this is her. We're going to search the house. No, sir, we can't do that. We don't know this. We don't have any warrants. We don't know this. So yes, cadaver dogs were at the scene, did not search the scene because they were not allowed to. They didn't have search warrants or anything.
Okay. So this was an argument to some extent between Atlanta and Fayette County law
No, this was not an argument.
Had nothing to do with Mr. Wolfenbarger.
No, it was not. It's not an argument between Atlanta Police Department. There was an agency that came to Atlanta with the intent to do something, and this is a homicide investigation. You can't do it like this. It had nothing to do with an argument. You cannot do this.
Okay.
Yeah, das Haus der ist
verrückt
verrückt
macht.
macht.
Herself to you,
You are
Dorothy
correct.
Jones, is that correct?
Yes.
Don't you agree, Jamie?
What?
That Fulton County really is das Haus der ist verrückt macht.
What does that mean?
You speak German, you know.
I don't. I know
It
nine.
means the house that makes you crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Her name was also Dorothy Cooley, is that right? Did you write in your notes that she told you her name was Dorothy Jones?
I don't know if 20 some years. I'm not sure if I just
Look in your
Jones
notes.
type Cooley, or I'm not sure. I don't have my notes. Could have been Cooley Jones. I'm not familiar, sir.
You want to see your report?
I have it right here.
It says Dorothy. It says Dorothy Jones.
Yes, but then in the narrative, it also says Dorothy Cooley. So again, what I'm expressing to you is, I don't know. Could have been Cooley Jones. I don't know, but I corrected
What's wrong
it
with
in the
this guy?
narrative.
Okay. When you interviewed Mr. Wolfenbarger,
Geriatric.
You were in Gwinnett County at the time. He said that the last time he saw her was walking down Brookline Street, correct?
No, not Brookline. Not at the house location, but near the MARTA station.
Right.
The MARTA station runs right there on Murphy Avenue.
Okay. And this was sometime he told you in March or April of 1999, correct? That's what he told you.
No, yes, when I interviewed him in Gwinnett County, he said, it's based on what I'm understanding his memory, it would have been about March or April of 1999. That is
Right,
correct.
which was at the time you interviewed him about 4 years earlier, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And he said that he picked her up, they talked for a while, they went to Taco Bell to eat.
yes, sir.
And then he brought her to the MARTA station, correct? And she got on a train and left. That's what he told you
Yes.
happened. Okay. And so that's either sometime in March or sometime in April. The skull is found the last day of April, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to ask you a little bit about your interview of Mr. Dixon. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember talking to him about whether Ms. Wolfenbarger was pregnant?
Yes, sir, I do.
And do you remember him, this is Mr. Dixon, who was here
Yes, sir.
before you, saying he could have been the father?
Yes.
That's what he told you, right?
Yes, he said it was possible that he could have been the father. Yes.
Right. And that he had talked to her about that.
I don't know if
He had talked to Melissa about that.
Well, I'm assuming there was some type of conversation if they're talking pregnancies and who's the father.
Right.
There was a discussion about.
He just said that he had no knowledge about her being preggers, but he told this officer that they had talked about it. Can we get him back and grill him and say, why did you lie on the stand? I don't have any sound. My soundboard, I can't get it to work.
Right. And in your report, what you wrote was, when questioned by me as to if he knew if she was pregnant, Mr. Dixon too indicates that it was possible and that it could be that he was the father.
That is correct.
Okay. And he also told you that she stayed with him several occasions at the Shallowford Lodge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did he tell you that they also were having their intimate relations on the rooftop of the Waffle House? Do you remember him?
Comment?
Rooftop what?
They had their smexy time on the rooftop of the Waffle House.
What?
Okay. I've never tried smexy times, but don't you tar a roof like that? I could imagine that bouncing on one of those would really tear up the buttocks.
You would think. It'd be hot.
I've been promised that I'll get to motorboat if I come to America again. So maybe one time, if I go enough times to America, I can try that smex. But I won't promise I'll perform on a rooftop of Waffle House.
Go on a tarred rooftop.
Yeah, you're hanging out back, drinking beers, and going on the roof having smacks. Oh, Jamie, what is this case? It's gonna be
All the
covered.
things.
You're gonna get chlamydia from all the pigeon shit.
I'm gonna get chlamydia from this trial.
That's
The pigeons are not gonna. Pigeons are in the clear. This is gonna give us all chlamydia.
yeah, and you need to reconnect your earbuds.
Telling you that, and
I don't remember him telling me that. I don't.
I object to that. That is argumentative.
not argumentative. I asked him a question, and it's
not relevant.
well, it's inconsistent with the testimony.
Hang on. Are you referring to a report in asking that question,
It's
Mr.
a
Samuel?
taped interview that the witness did with Mr. Dixon.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Did he tell you about that? That they were going up on the roof of the Waffle House? They had wine up there.
I don't recall him getting into the specifics of the relationship, sir. I mean, it's possible I don't remember.
You did take the conversation, though, correct?
That's correct.
Those Georgia waffles must be magical, like the blue waffle kind. Big dog. Yeah. Thank you, though. But imagine you're going to watch your favorite UFC fighters fight at the third shift at Waffle House, and while you go in there, you hear. And you're thinking, oh, the door must need some VD40. And no, all of a sudden you see a cracked out woman on top screaming, I want to go home to my babies, but I need the sausage first. Oh.
I think he did. I'm just looking at the
Yes,
back page
Ashley
to see
was the motorboat.
You know, because on the previous pages where they started talking about their relationships. Well, yeah,
I like that you're taking over Brandon now. He's sick. Getting it nice and degenerate. Ashley will be the motorboat, and my first sexual encounter with a woman will be Sarah Boone, and she will be wearing the pink shorts.
Okay, yes. Well, I will, is it okay to read the answer?
To yourself.
Oh, okay.
That
To
document's
myself, yes.
not in evidence, though,
Okay,
so.
thank you. So during the 3-day period, yes, so now the first time was when we wrote-
Read it to yourself. Don't read it aloud. The roof is
All
on
right, and
fire.
the question again.
Is related to having an STD after some Waffle House roofs fun.
Whole day went by.
It's gonna happen sooner or later.
Was having intimate relations
He was having an intimate relationship with her.
with her,
Yes.
including on the roof of the Waffle House.
Well, it says that they drank outside and then they went on the roof. I didn't delve into it any further, so.
All right.
I don't think we could have made bingo cards for this case.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you. What is your understanding was the reason for the initial delay in investigation from the discovery to when you got started?
It was just that they were having problems identifying this who these remains belong to.
And do you know whether, well, the Christopher Wolfenbarger, there was a renter in the house, at that house at 824 Brookline?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know whether or not there was any remodeling done to that house?
Yes, as you know, as we went into the house and you're looking around, and it's very obvious to anyone that things have been changed. These are older houses, and you had no. I mean, you knew that by looking at them, they had been recently updated, new appliances and fixtures and things of that nature. In particular, the bathroom.
Okay. Do you have any understanding of what Norma tried to do after the reporting of Melissa being gone?
What she tried to do after didn't see her daughter anymore. She tried to make and the answer to my question is yes.
Hang on one second. I think he said the answer was yes.
Yes.
To do you
Everything is a
know-
narrative.
I got a little distracted when I heard Mr. Samuel's objection. So far, I haven't heard any hearsay. His answer was yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you have an understanding of a why? Actually, nothing further.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Samuel? Thank you, sir. You can stay.
Thank you, ma'am.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Yeah, but we don't use the W, so we just
And
call it
ladies and gentlemen, while
VD40.
the, witness is gathering his things, I'll let you know we're going to go ahead and adjourn for the day. I'm going to have you back here at 9:30, and I promise you that we're going to get started as quickly as humanly possible at 9:30. I will just remind you again, since you're obviously hearing evidence, that it would not be proper for you to discuss this case with anyone, and including amongst yourselves until it's time for you to deliberate. I'll also tell you that it would not be proper for you to do any independent research, to look anything up, to drive by anywhere, to Google anything. And then finally, I'll just remind you that to the extent there could be media about this case, please don't watch the local news. Please just sort of try to stay away from media so that you don't accidentally run into something about this case. Because again, your obligation as a juror is to decide this case based on the evidence you hear in the courtroom and not anything else, okay? Thank you all very much for your patience and attention. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
All right, sir. Well, this was Absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you all. You may be seated. Any matters that y'all need to take up with me before we adjourn?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Nothing from the defense.
Okay, Mr. Samuel, jury charges?
They will be in your hands in the morning. I just don't, I didn't print them out yet.
Okay. So we will plan to resume tomorrow morning at 9:30. As I said, we're going to do everything in our power to comply with what I just told the jury to start as close to 9:30 as we can.
Your Honor, are we able to get in early tomorrow? There's a recording that we may want to test with a Bluetooth
Mhm.
because it's an older recording, and so we want to try to test the sound with it.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Get in maybe 8:45, 9 to test it, or 9. I think
Yeah, 8:45 might be pushing it, but I'm sure I can get you in here by 9.
Okay, and with the Zoom up so that we can
Yes.
use it all. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, we are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Well, Jamie just had to reconnect her earbuds, but that made her so mad she left. What, if anything, happened today? We had the cross-examination of the mom. The mom seemed like she was. Welcome back, Jamie.
Sorry, the minute I got off, everything wanted to update. I was like, God damn it.
Maybe that's why it started. But
Yeah.
we had the mom. The mom seemed like she didn't give 2 cents about Melissa. All she gave us 2 cents about was Carl the killer.
Mhm.
And I found it highly disturbing the way she sounded like a 14-year-old girl in love when she talked about this man she helped hide 5 killings with. I found her demeanor really, really strange. And I'm
I
not
did
talking
too.
body language because body language is bullshit, but she had that little teenage girl giggle whenever she talked about this man who unalived 5 people.
Mhm.
I was weirded out, and she's the boiled bunny type of lady.
Boiled bunny?
Yeah, that's what crazy people do. They boil bunnies. Yes, I do have a lot. See, that's my Slivovich. I got that from my brother. He's just been to Croatia. It's okay. I have a full bar, but I don't drink it that much. And then we had the daughter. The leaps of and bounds you had to go through to make her anyway relevant to this case was just insane.
Mhm.
We just sat through 8 weeks of Karen Reed where there was a lot of things you could say, what the hell's going on? But at least they tried to fit it into some kind of context. This daughter's testimony that a picture was taken off the wall when she was 6 years old and then hidden in a closet where she found them and then hidden in a shed, but she got them from her grandmother, no problem. The consciousness of guilt, I have a very hard time understanding. You didn't hang out with me last week, so you watched it, if you ever watched it. But can you tell me what they put that young girl up there for?
No. Just to throw in some of this pepper in some of this crap that they did with the other lady with the, oh, we were watching something and he explained how he would get rid of a body. Okay. Like,
Yeah, in a totally unrelated, and yeah, the boiled bunnies are from Fatal Attraction.
oh,
And the thing is, she had nothing relevant to say about her dad other than she was estranged from her dad now after she met her grandmother, the crazy lady who helped hide 5 people. After she met her, she got estranged from her dad and started believing her dad did it. And I bet you they're not calling Joshua or Joey or whatever his name is to the stand,
Joey, yeah.
because he's still in connection with his dad. And I'm just saying this because I got divorced very early on. I have a very different relationship with my 2 girls. It's getting way better now. And you can have that where parents can play the kids as part of their games between them. And I see this kid was out looking for somewhere to belong because she got kicked out of she moved out of the house with her mom, which was her grandmom. And then she moved in with her dad, and she probably thought, oh, this is going to be cool. And then he gave her some rules and she didn't want to stay there anyway. And then she found this crazy lady who told her, hey, did you know your dad killed your mom? And then she started believing it because she wanted to belong.
I mean, I feel bad for her in a way because what a life like she had. I mean,
Well,
her mom was killed while she was really young.
yeah.
Her dad, no telling what was going on with that guy. Because I mean, for you to want to give your kids up to your mom, something's going on. I don't know. And then now you have grandparents, like a serial killer grandpa and a co-conspirator grandma and a sister or an aunt that, unalived her own baby.
Yeah, and they got to this girl who now believes them with her weird nervous laughter. But what did she gain by meeting these people? Well, she didn't gain anything because she lost her brother.
Yeah. But with this podcast lady in the mix, who knows what kind of crap they were feeding her.
Well, I saw Happy Angry Lawyer was going over some of her episodes about this, and apparently, I don't know. I don't know what is out there and the shows, but I don't know if it's worth listening to, or she's one of those who will strike you with copyright. But apparently, half the things she brought out in one of the episodes could be debunked just by using the affidavit in this case. So I'm thinking, how much is she influencing people and turning heads, especially because she has a connection to the DA's office, a DA office who put her on the board of the cold cases.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to call Jory. They said in opening statements they were going to call the daughter because she remembered it. Cheryl is Team Moon Nancy Grace. She's fake AF. She's friends with Nancy Grace. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I haven't listened to it because, again, I try to keep my opinions open when I go into a trial and not do too much homework, because I think that's the most authentic way of covering trials. Of course, if it's a big trial, you kind of have to do it if there's a lot of hearings in them. But we are now 3 days in. There is no way any sane jury could find this man guilty. You just had the lead investigator sitting up there trying to imply that him getting a subpoena for getting a subpoena for a hair sample meant that he didn't voluntarily turn it over. No, it meant that you didn't ask him, that you went and got got a judge to sign off that he has to turn it over. That doesn't make him non-compliant.
Yeah. I mean, but also, even if he did say no and they had to go get a search warrant, like, that doesn't imply anything. I
No.
hate when they try to imply that, like, oh, I would make somebody get a search warrant if they
Yeah.
want to start looking through my stuff.
But we had, sorry, I can't remember your name, who said yesterday, well, he hid when they served the subpoena. But that's not a crime. It's not a
No,
crime to, well, you can be hard of hearing and then had fallen asleep in your wine cabinet. But it's not, it doesn't imply, what if he had weed in his house and he tried to hide it?
exactly. It
Yeah.
could be anything, and it doesn't mean anything.
Law Nerd Amber, this hasn't blown my mind. This has, I'm actually, every time I go on camera, I'm looking to see if steam is coming out of my ears, because I don't understand how this became a case. The lead investigator just said we had nothing pointing towards the husband other than he didn't look for her, but she had a freaking outstanding parole violation. Well, not she had a parole, but if he had said, well, she's missing, she would be having a parole violation. And I believe him. If he told the cops back then, I saw her disheveled on the street and took her for a meal, I could believe that if she was a drug addict. I could totally believe he would have done that.
Yeah.
Because she sold away her kids.
She
You
did
spent
not
2
seem to
years
want.
watching trials out of Fulton.
Yeah.
What medication are you on? Because you need a lot of medication to watch this trial. This is stupid.
Yeah, I mean, the actions she was taking, things she was doing, it did not seem like she wanted that life anymore, and she wanted to be out. And he didn't seem to like, I mean, he seemed like, okay, bye.
Yeah. But the judges must have played along and accepted what's provided, because they need to go to a judge and say, well, we have this new evidence and we believe there's enough here to get a conviction. So the judge must have sat there and said, well, in the light most favorable to the state, this could potentially be, but we have no hair sample. We have no DMA. Well, I could use some DMA right now. DNA. We don't have any. We don't have a crime scene. We don't have. We don't have any tools used in it. We have nothing. The only thing we have is she talked to her mom right after she got out of prison, and she didn't send her mom a card, and then her mom waited another what? Because that was a lie when the sister said dad came up in February and looked for her, because the mom said, no, it took 5 months before I could get him to do it. So the lies are just multiplying every time we have a witness on the stand. We never talked about her family. Well, she told me about her family. What? And
I mean,
Jamie, do you have health and safety in America? Do you have food? In Denmark, you'll have people who will come out and check if we're shitting on the floor in a bakery and say you can't do that because of health and safety.
yeah.
But these people were, well, I can't. Back when I was a baker, we all, when I started being a baker, we could smoke in the bakery while we were working. Then stupid laws. We had to go outside and smoke, and we could have, well, we weren't allowed to drink beers when I was an apprentice, but when you got your diploma and you were in Denmark, it's called a Sven, is what it's when you have done your final exam as a baker. And sorry, I need to stand up. But these people are smoking, drinking beer while working at Waffle House. Then they go on and have smacks on the roof of Waffle House and drinking wine. And maybe I just don't understand women, and that's why I'm still a virgin. But I never met a lady who said, hey, look at this industrial building, probably in a kind of run-down part of town. Do you know what would be romantic? Sitting on the rooftop of this pigeon shit infested hellhole that we work in, that smells like waffles, that makes me puke every time I smell it, and listening to the honking of the Cadillac Seville, which is the mating call of the inner city. Is that why I'm going wrong? I'm thinking, oh, you need to take a lady to the movies and Taco Bell and give her flowers, and then maybe you can get to first base. But what I really should do is I come over there the next time I come to America and I meet a lady and I say, hey, do you want to go to the roof of Waffle House?
No, you got to
And
get a
it'll
job
be
there first.
moist
You gotta
oak
get-
rock.
You got to get a part-time job at the Waffle House first. Maybe that's
Well,
the drawing.
Ashley, I'm going to take you to the roof of Waffle House. Maybe it's because it's closer to heaven.
I mean,
Just-
I keep saying, like, why is this here? We all know how easy it is to indict somebody on charges. It's crazy.
If you don't look too closely, the stares of the crackheads are kind of like twinkling stars. Yeah, and whenever they I don't know how you smoke crack. I'm not that advanced, but maybe that could look kind of like fireflies. Who was the new witness? What was the new evidence? Yes. The new witness was, we don't know. I think it was that lady who heard them yelling across the street, but I'm not sure because I don't know anything in this case. And the new evidence has to do with something with somehow you could figure out tool marks or something that you can see on the bone. But they don't have the original saw. They don't have the
They
original
don't.
saw blade. So how can you say this is anyway related to that saw? Again, you have
We
this
never
puzzle
had a
piece.
clear answer, and if he took it, like that was the whole thing. They didn't
Well,
even know.
he got it. He borrowed it, and they knew that, and then he maybe not give it back to them.
But that was the whole thing. They were like, I don't know, maybe he didn't. Because the guy brought up that you go to construction sites. I mean, could you have like left it there? And he said, possible.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, that doesn't help anybody.
Well, we don't spell baker this way, but I am actually I am a certified baker with 4 years of apprenticeship under my belt. Yeah, and then it turns out this guy who was banging Melissa and another woman also had a little bit of a bank robber in him. Well, not in the dirty way, but no, they didn't show anything new. That's the thing. Didn't International House of Pancakes close down? Or did they just change the name? We still have the medical examiner and saw mark person. Yeah, we need the medical examiner who will say, I thought it was a man. And then they must, but the witness who is the new witness is a witness who all of a sudden, after listening to Zone 7's podcast, remembered that at some point at some party, Chris said something to her. Don't you know
Wait,
what
what?
happened to my wife or something like that? Which could mean what? Don't you know what happened to my wife? Because this lady was talking about doing lines, and he said, well, don't you know what happened to my wife? Because she started doing drugs and ended up dead. Or don't you know what happened to my wife? You annoy me, I'm going to kill you. Or don't you know what happened to my wife? She disappeared and it was horrible, and I still haven't gotten over it. What is a sentence? It's so ridiculous. Helen from Holland, get to bed. It's almost midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, receipt saws are extremely uncommon. I know big states like Texas might have 3 in the entire state, but Georgia isn't that big. They might have 1 that they can share all of them. It's not like you can go to Lowe's or somewhere and buy one. Yeah, and he got away with, what was it, $3,400.
Is that what it was?
In Denmark, you get across the board. So we do cakes and pastry. Got a longer education than U.S. police officers. Well, my job is more important. I have to do with stuff you put in your body, so we need to make sure that we know how not to make you sick. The saw marks don't even mean anything, though. No, and this is the thing. If this is the crux, they're gonna... Oh, there's a lot of honking of horns outside right now. Probably a Muslim wedding. Normally, that's when they honk the horns. All these tool mark analysis that they're gonna try and use in cases are almost all of them totally impossible to use, because this is a tool that probably... I don't know where you live. If you live out where Jamie lived, everyone has one of these saws in their garage.
Pretty much.
Because that's just something you need when you're doing stuff. And the problem is, if you're going to use a tool mark analysis, and this is how the saw blade looks, which is a run-of-the-mill Makita saw blade that can be put on a Bosch machine or whatever. How are you going to distinguish one of those? There's probably 1 billion made a year. You would have something like this that is highly unusual and hasn't been used to saw, but maybe punch into someone so you can get an indentation from a really weird saw blade. If it's just a Makita standard blade, you can't determine that that had anything to do with the saw he borrowed at the glass factory, because they would have hundreds of those, because you buy them in bulk. Do I think a red or white is more appropriate for a Waffle House rooftop? It depends. Are you banging before or after lunch? White, because it's a little easier on the stomach, so you don't have that squishing in your belly when you're doing the good old. But if it's a post-coitum, I would take a red where you can mellow out a little bit more. That's not fair, Baker. The police put things into bodies too. They do. Sorry, yeah. I have 3 of my brothers decides to return them one at least 10 years, and you're never seen that again. That was a birthday present and you forgot about it. Why would he go back to the job he left 2 months earlier and steal a saw to leave her parts? Well, he didn't, because they said he borrowed it and never returned it. That's how he stole it. But they couldn't remember when he borrowed it. And you don't know when she died, because why can't I trust his testimony that he saw her maybe April, May, walking down the street looking very homeless? Why can't I trust that? Because I have the sister who said in April was the last time I saw her, but they put the timeline on February. Well, it couldn't have been after April because her head was found at that time, but still, what? There's so many things out there that why is the timeline set in stone with her disappearing before Christmas? There's no one can tell me why this is a firm timeline. The mom went to look at the house at Christmas and he had moved out, but she didn't go looking for the daughter till 5 months later when she could convince the dad they needed to go. So how can I believe that she went and looked at Christmas time? I just... This would make more sense. Someone trying to frame CV would dump her across the street instead of someone, because whenever I unalive ex-wives, I never dump them right across the street from my house. I'll dump them somewhere else where they haven't been found yet, because but the Catnut Williams crew, if he if the dad was a man who was connected to the Memphis Mafia, he had 2 daughters. This was not daddy's girl. The other one was daddy's girl. Couldn't it also be a signal to him? And they didn't even know they dumped it across from her husband's work, because this is the place crackheads hung out. Let's say a turf war was going on between a South American gang and the Dixie Mafia about the territory. We know, especially South American gangs had a little choppy chop fantasy going on back in the 90s. A lot of people got macheted. I'm just speculating. But if he had 2 daughters and he might have been in with the mafia, taking one of them away to say, you better calm down now, brother. I don't know.
Yeah. There's so much reasonable doubt. It's insane. I mean, it could be a number of things. I keep thinking if she got herself in trouble with drugs or something like that, and obviously the area that they were in was not a great area. I mean, it's very possible she got mixed up with the wrong people and something happened to her.
We have that restraining order thing. What if she was going cray-cray for drugs and he went to get her and drag her off, and that's why they got into a fight? Because she was pregnant, which can't be true that restraining order was the same year she disappeared if she was 8.5 months pregnant. But, or else that must have been back in the day, 2 years before when she had the kid. But let's say she was using, and he found her on the street and said, you need to come home. You have 2 kids. You can't be living out here. Ah, fuck you. And he went and grabbed her and dragged her away. That could be how she... I shouldn't be able to make so many reasonable scenarios about what could have happened instead of him waking up one morning thinking, whoa, yeah, I'm gonna kill a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, there has been no evidence provided. And the way that lead detective tried to imply guilt by that was fucking shady.
Well, to be like when the guy said you found no match, that's not what happened. Well, did you get a match? If you didn't get it to match, then and you didn't get like you can't.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. But
You're just trying.
hey,
Yeah.
that's sadly how it is.
Yeah.
But Jamie, we'll be back tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right. 100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Go
All right, I'm in love.
back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.